Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The actions of Little 36 caught the attention of the other spiritual fish. As a result, all 49 spiritual fish unconsciously gathered beneath the waterfall. Then, one by one, as if their bloodlines had been awakened, they began to swim upstream, continuously climbing. The sheer force of their efforts stirred excitement in everyone watching. Seeing this, little Kai was eager to try and swim to the base of the waterfall, then moved upstream. It easily reached the top of the waterfall and even passed through the gate, but nothing happened at all. Little Kai swam back and forth in front of the gate, looking puzzled before turning to Su Yuan with a confused expression. Su Yuan laughed and said, "You are a 9-colored celestial fish. Your bloodline is probably just that one type. But them, who knows how many bloodlines they have? Among them, there might be a lineage from the Dragon Clan. This is their opportunity. You just help watch and don't let them get hurt." Little Kai innocently blew a bubble, then flew to the middle of the waterfall, curiously watching the spiritual fish's actions. Little Lee also flew over to Little Kai's side, cheering and encouraging the spiritual fish. Su Yuan watched with interest as well. After 3 hours, the spiritual fish's progress had almost reached a bottleneck. The strongest, Little 36, could only reach 1/3 of the waterfall's height. The chance to leap over the silver gate still seemed distant and unattainable. Su Yuan shook his head. This is really not easy. While observing, Su Yuan suddenly realized a fact. This opportunity to leap over the dragon gate was only given to spiritual fish in the chi refining stage. Once a spiritual fish broke through to the profound stage, equivalent to the foundation establishment level, the Dragon Clan bloodline inside would be suppressed by the normal bloodlines to near invisibility, causing them to lose the chance to leap the Dragon Gate. So this kind of chance was incredibly rare, but also extremely difficult. Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided to give them some help. Success depends on Little Kai, and failure too. Because of Little Kai's bloodline influence, your potential has been greatly enhanced, which is why you have the chance to climb to the peak of the yellow rank. But because of the enhancement of Little Kai's bloodline, your Dragon Clan bloodline is being suppressed. Su Yuan understood their situation clearly. Without Little Kai, these spiritual fish might not even reach the lower first rank, but now they could reach the peak of the upper first rank, all thanks to the overwhelming strength of Little Kai's bloodline. However, this also meant that Little Kai's influence on them was too great. Su Yuan called Little Kai back. Little Kai quickly flew over. "You'll stay by the lake and play with Little Lee these days," Su Yuan said. Little Kai nodded in confusion, then ran off to play tail-slapping games with Little Lee. Su Yuan, based on the 7-star profound body tempering technique, immediately modified it on the spot to create a cultivation method suitable for the spiritual fish. The special aspect of this method was that it changed the training direction from strengthening the body to purifying the bloodline, allowing these spiritual fish to purify their strongest internal bloodline. Modifying this technique was relatively simple for Su Yuan. He didn't even break the technique's cooldown and easily created it. Let's call it the 7-star pure blood secret technique. Su Yuan pointed, and 49 beams of spiritual light flew into the bodies of the spiritual fish. Suddenly, the spiritual fish were stunned in place. Some even sank to the bottom of the water. Su Yuan's expression remained calm as he sat by the lake and waited. Soon, some spiritual fish regained their senses. Because of the foundation from the 7-star profound body tempering technique, they quickly grasped the new method and began purifying their bloodlines. Little 36 was the first to wake up. It surfaced and gratefully bowed to Su Yuan, then immediately rejoined the effort to break through the waterfall. Su Yuan smiled. There was quite a bond between him and these spiritual fish. Although they were only at the upper yellow rank, their intelligence was equivalent to that of 13 or 14-year-old humans, far higher than little Kai. Usually, these fish acted foolishly only because they were cooperating with little Kai. The change in cultivation method also brought changes to the spiritual fish. Every time little 36 struck the waterfall, the four-colored radiance on its body dimmed slightly, while its dragon clan bloodline subtly increased. This was no illusion. This was the inherent effect of the Dragon Gate leap. The waterfall itself had the function of purifying dragon clan bloodlines. The internal and external effects combined to make the spiritual fish's transformation more obvious and rapid. To Yuan's surprise, some spiritual fish's four-colored radiance did not fade, but grew stronger. Although the number of colors dropped from 4 to 2, their 9-colored celestial fish bloodline increased. Their performance against the waterfall even declined, but their aura rapidly grew stronger. In other words, in the natural selection of bloodline purification, the Dragon Clan bloodline was suppressed. They chose little Kai's bloodline. Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. The acquired bloodline surpassed the innate bloodline inside their bodies. Little Kai's bloodline level was already stronger than some Dragon Clan members. No wonder it was the 9-colored celestial fish. Among these spiritual fish, Yuan also noticed a particularly special one, Little 9. It neither transformed toward the Dragon Clan bloodline nor approached the 9-colored celestial fish bloodline. Instead, its body turned silver, like the silver radiance water. Obviously, there was a bloodline in it that was extremely compatible with the silver radiance water. Given the geographical advantage, its bloodline choice shifted in this direction. Yuan could only sigh at the wonders of all things. By this time, 27 days had passed. He had been watching the spiritual fish try to leap the Dragon Gate for almost an entire month. He sensed the spiritual fish growing restless. Is time running out? Yuan understood and looked at the gate in the sky, which had already started to become faint and blurry. Clearly, the opportunity to leap the Dragon Gate was rarer than he imagined. But there was little more he could do to help because outsiders interfering with the leap was difficult. Otherwise, the legend of how hard it was to leap the Dragon Gate wouldn't exist. At this moment, the strongest little 36 had already covered 9/10 of the distance, but the last 10th was even harder than the previous 9/10. The others were between 8/10 and 9/10. They were so close, but just couldn't reach it. How unbearable that must be. Yuan could clearly see the unwillingness and helplessness in their eyes. He sighed and then shouted to them, "Can you cooperate?" One after another, pushing each other in a relay. His words caused the spiritual fish attempting the leap to pause. A group of spiritual fish gathered at the base of the waterfall and communicated with each other. In the end, all 49 spiritual fish began the challenge again. But this time there was a difference. All the spiritual fish started to leap simultaneously. When they reached 1/3 of the way, the fish that had shifted toward the 9-colored celestial fish bloodline first showed signs of weakness. They swam directly below the Dragon Clan bloodline fish and then slapped their tails with all their might. Those Dragon Clan bloodline fish also slapped back from the opposite direction. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sounds echoed around the lake. The tense atmosphere made little Kai and Little Lee stop playing, and Yuan was filled with anticipation. At the 1/3 point of the waterfall, the two groups of fish completed a relay. The 9-colored celestial fish bloodline spiritual fish gave a boost to their companions, causing those fish to leap faster and higher. Soon, the second batch of fish reached 2/3 of the way. Some felt hopeless and, following the first batch's method, slapped their tails precisely to relay with the remaining fish still rushing the Dragon Gate. The first batch knocked out 20 spiritual fish. The second batch knocked out 15, leaving 14 spiritual fish to continue swimming upstream. They quickly reached 9/10 of the distance together. At this point, all of them had grown stronger than ever before, each possessing the potential to leap the Dragon Gate. But none of them chose to gamble. Instead, 7 spiritual fish resolutely gave up. The 7 fish swam below the other 7 fish. Little 36 and Little 7 exchanged a glance. Their eyes met briefly in midair. Little 7's eyes were filled with encouragement and hope, while Little 36's eyes flashed with emotion and confidence. Their tails collided. Riding that force, Little 36 suddenly surged upward again. Bursting with renewed strength, it rapidly approached the dragon gate. Beside it, the other 6 fish, completing the relay, also ascended quickly. 7 spiritual fish, carrying the hopes of the remaining fish, boldly leapt over the top of the waterfall. They succeeded. Little 36's head was the first to pass through the dragon gate. At that moment, a strange heavenly law descended. Its flat fish head transformed into a dragon's head. Dragon horns appeared, dragon mouth, dragon whiskers, dragon scales. Its fish head completely transformed into a dragon's head. The golden scales looked extremely noble. This was a golden dragon. Behind the dragon head were the dragon body and dragon claws. The rapid and wondrous transformation caused onlookers to marvel at the mysteries of the heavens and earth. Yuan felt a surge of insight. Without hesitation, he activated his technique state, triggering it 4 times. The usual 30-day cooldown instantly converted into 4 minutes of enlightenment. The various transformations of Little 36 and the 6 other spiritual fish immediately caught Yuan's eye. The mysterious heavenly law also revealed a corner before him. The Tao follows nature, technique triggered. Yuan's comprehension became richer and deeper. The changes originating from the bloodline shocked him profoundly. The spiritual fish's transformation was very brief, just a few minutes, yet they completed an astonishing change from fish to dragon. They evolved. At the moment they passed the dragon gate, their aura leapt directly from 1st rank to the peak of 3rd rank, a truly defiant leap against fate. This should have been a joyous moment for the 7 spiritual fish, but Little 36, newly transformed, turned its head toward the spiritual fish in Silver Radiance Lake, and toward Yuan and Little Kai on the shore. 2 streams of dragon tears flowed from its dragon eyes. It opened its dragon mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but its body gradually began to fade away. The remaining 6 spiritual fish transformed into azure dragon, yellow dragon, and others also turned to look downward. Their dragon eyes were filled with longing and reluctance. Their figures vanished, along with the dragon gate itself, completely disappearing without a trace. Clearly, this dragon gate had a built-in teleportation function, forcibly taking the newly transformed dragons away. Yuan sighed softly. Children all have their moment to soar through the heavens and earth. From now on, your future depends on yourselves. Yuan stretched out his palm. 14 drops of dragon tears fell from the air, resting in his palm, forming 14 precious pearls of various colors. Little Kai lay dejectedly on the water's surface beside Yuan, her eyes filled with obvious reluctance. Yuan patted her head gently. Don't be sad. You should be happy for them. They become genuine, true dragons now, instantly reaching the peak of 3rd stage cultivation. It seems they'll easily advance to the 4th stage golden core level after spending some time with the dragon clan. Given how long dragons live, you'll have plenty of chances to meet again. Yuan comforted her. Little Kai nodded, her previously naive eyes now showing a strong determination to grow stronger for the first time. The remaining 42 spiritual fish gathered around Little Kai, swimming in circles until her mood gradually improved. Those fish that had begun showing signs of draconic transformation soon reverted to their original 9-colored celestial fish bloodline. Little Kai's bloodline influence was no weaker than the dragon gates. Only that peculiar fish Little 9 remained completely silver, apparently unable to revert. The 40-plus spiritual fish began playing happily in the lake. Meanwhile, Yuan examined his recent enlightenment gains. In just 4 minutes, he hadn't comprehended much. First were the powers of heaven and earth for fire and wood, both experiencing minor advancements. These insights came from the natural principles contained within the Silver Spirit Waterfall. Since this wasn't his main focus, they only improved slightly, progressing from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of comprehension. The real harvest came from observing the 7 fishes' draconic transformations. That metamorphosis represented a fundamental change in life essence, containing principles so profound Yuan couldn't fully grasp them in such short time. Still, he gleaned some superficial understanding and developed a special technique. The transformation technique. This technique didn't involve changes to life essence, only external modifications. Though limited to outward appearance, it was more than sufficient for daily use. With a thought, an incredibly complex mystical talisman formed in Yuan's dantian, the newly comprehended transformation technique. Composed of 7 subtalismans, it incorporated insights from Yuan's 7 stars-related cultivation methods and borrowed some power from the Big Dipper constellation during its formation. If asked to recreate it now, Yuan couldn't. While he remembered the process, that mysterious state of enlightenment clearly exceeded his normal capabilities. 7 stars fish dragon transformation. Yuan's body shimmered through 7 colors as a mysterious ripple of natural power flashed by. Within moments, he transformed into a silver fox. Little Lee appeared beside Yuan out of nowhere, reaching out to pinch his tail. Feeling its realness, her eyes widened comically, mouth gaping in utter shock. "Stop that! Uncomfortable!" Yuan flicked his tail while examining his bodily changes. From flesh and blood perspective, he had indeed transformed into a spirit body with aura fluctuations similar to Little Lee's. However, his gender remained unchanged, revealing the technique's imperfection. His internal energy remained mysterious truth, true essence. Any spell casting would easily expose his true nature. "How did you do this? How did you become one of us?" Little Lee exclaimed excitedly. "Watching Little 36 and others transform gave me some insights," Yuan explained. "This transformation technique doesn't involve fundamental changes. I'm still human. It just lets me maintain a spirit form under the technique's effect. Though my imitation ability isn't even 1% of yours." "That's already incredible," Little Lee marveled. "You're truly amazing. While I just watched the show, you actually comprehended a new technique. That's downright outrageous. If our founder saw this, he'd probably kneel and beg to become your disciple." "Nowhere near that level," Yuan modestly deflected. "What grade is this technique? Can I learn it?" Little Lee asked eagerly. "At least heaven grade. Wanting to learn is one thing, but it'll be extremely difficult for you. Not that I won't teach you, but you'll likely struggle to comprehend it," Yuan cautioned. "I want to try," Little Lee insisted. "All right." Yuan pointed a finger, transmitting all his understanding of the technique directly into Little Lee's consciousness through spiritual sense. Little Lee stood motionless for 3 full hours before snapping back to awareness, staring at Yuan with dazed, frightened eyes. This, how could any normal being learn this? How was this different from a divine ability?" she shrieked. "Of course there's a difference. This isn't a true divine ability. Theoretically, any ordinary golden core cultivator could learn it," Yuan defended. Little Lee sighed deeply. "I'm going to play with little Kai." She turned and left abruptly, clearly feeling pressured by Yuan's presence. Yuan felt speechless. Wasn't this what she wanted to learn? This transformation technique represented the culmination of all his studies. To master it required learning everything he had learned as foundation, then possessing exceptional comprehension to grasp the profound principles of draconic transformation. Yes, it was admittedly quite difficult. What's the practical use of this technique anyway? After some thought, Yuan realized its only real application was teasing Little Lee and Little Kai in daily life. Dispelling the technique, Yuan returned to his original form. After glancing at the valley's spirit beasts, he left the secret realm. With the Immortal Sprout Valley's reopening approaching, it was time to return to work. Gu Qingzhu had searched the entire Immortal Sprout Valley repeatedly, without finding any trace of Su Yuan. Arriving at the valley's depths, he approached Elder Nangong with visible anxiety. "Elder, where's that Su Yuan kid? I've looked everywhere these past days, but can't find him. He's in the secret realm, probably contemplating the Silver Spirit Waterfall," Elder Nangong replied. "What? He can enter the trial's secret realm again?" Gu Qingzhu exclaimed in shock. "Yes, I saw it myself. He even brought dozens of fish inside," Elder Nangong said nonchalantly. "Fish?" Sect leader Gu's mouth twitched, apparently recalling some unpleasant memory. Elder Nangong suddenly turned toward a specific direction in the valley. "He's coming out now." Sect leader Gu sighed in relief. "This kid waits until there's just one day left before coming out? Fine, fine. I'll have to lecture him properly to correct this lazy attitude. He can indeed use some guidance. That indolent nature needs fixing," Elder Nangong agreed. Then sect leader Gu hurried off. Elder Nangong watched as sect leader Gu enthusiastically greeted Su Yuan, warmly introducing various buildings in Immortal Sprout Valley and discussing incoming disciples. That enthusiastic manner showed no signs of lecturing or disciplining whatsoever. His eyelid twitched slightly as he suddenly felt this sect leader might be hopeless. Entrusting the sect to people like you will lead to ruin sooner or later. Elder Nangong lamented again, then recalled what his descendant Nangong Huiyu had said during her recent visit. That kid can actually cast spells across such distances? What kind of supreme technique is this? Achieving this at Golden Core level is downright absurd. Suddenly I feel like learning it too, but asking directly would be shameless. However, he seems willing to teach disciples his techniques, so Elder Nangong's lips curved slightly as he activated a divine ability. His body underwent obvious changes, seemingly reversing age, from elderly frailty to middle-aged robustness, then youthful prime, finally settling as a vigorous teenager. Even the weight of years in his eyes transformed into lively brightness. His clothes instantly changed into those of a poor commoner. His skin darkened slightly, and calluses formed on his hands. After spinning once and trimming excess hair, he'd completely transformed into a new Immortal Sprout Valley disciple. He even remotely modified the valley's records using spiritual sense. Only the formation spirit witnessed the entire process. This time, however, the formation spirit didn't loudly announce its observations like it had with the sect leader, wisely keeping silent. If asked, it saw nothing. Unlike that dense sect leader who couldn't recognize its intelligence, it wasn't foolish enough to expose an elder's disguise. Sect leader Gu suddenly felt something and looked up suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Su Yuan asked curiously. "Feels like someone's cursing me behind my back. I get this feeling periodically. Probably demonic sect members thinking of me." Sect leader Gu shook his head. Su Yuan nodded understandingly. The sect leader must be quite famous among demonic sects then. Sect leader Gu smiled faintly. "Naturally, back in the day, I fought through demonic sects 7 times. Killed 3 golden core demonic cultivators. Even seized a treasure. Made huge profits too, huh?" His laughter continued for some time. Su Yuan nodded appreciatively. "Truly impressive." Sect leader Gu smiled modestly. "Anyway, that covers most things about Immortal Sprout Valley. You can start looking for candidates to inherit your techniques. Feel free to test the new disciples. This batch has several promising ones." "No problem. I'll teach them part of my techniques to see how much they can learn," Su Yuan said without much expectation. "Don't be so sure. The sect higher-ups all know about you now. They've sent some real geniuses this time. It'll be different." Sect leader Gu patted Su Yuan's shoulder. "Any concerns?" "None. Anyone can try, but learning will require some talent," Su Yuan replied. "That's their problem then." Sect leader Gu shook his head. "If they can't learn, they're just stupid, can't blame others." Suddenly, sect leader Gu tensed and looked up nervously. "Su Yuan, I must go. I sense a nascent soul demon cursing me." Need to take shelter in the main hall. Damn it, still holding a grudge over 3 demonic beasts. Grumbling, Gu Qingzhu departed. Immortal Seed Valley. It had become lively once again. More than 1,000 young men from the territories controlled by the 7 Extreme sect had arrived here, about to embark on their brand new journey. Some of them were curious, some respectful, and some nervously explored Immortal Seed Valley. Yet among them, a few disciples appeared very calm and composed. One young man stood under the shade of a tree, sword in hand, eyes closed, like an assassin lurking in the shadows. A tall young woman occasionally had a flicker of fiery light flash through her eyes, naturally exuding a mysterious aura. Others sat together with familiarity, chatting casually about their upcoming cultivation life. Hey, Brother Wong, do you know what's going on? I was even summoned out from my clan's secret grounds. Feels like something big is about to happen. No idea, but I heard true heaven-grade spirit root disciples also came to Immortal Seed Valley. Heaven-grade spirit root? Hiss. The supreme, perfect spirit root was called heaven-grade. Among supreme roots, there were differences. Those reaching the absolute peak were called heaven-grade. Such spirit roots had a very high chance of achieving nascent soul and could directly enter the inner teachings, bypassing the usual Immortal Seed Valley path and entering the sect straight away. And now they had also arrived at Immortal Seed Valley. Many people develop high hopes for this trip to Immortal Seed Valley. In a corner, Nangong Xianwen yawned and lazily rested against a stone. A female disciple approached, curious. Senior brother, where are you from? Nangong Xianwen yawned again. Little girl, go away. The girl puffed up her chest. I'm not little. Nangong Xianwen was helpless. Suddenly, he recalled that when he was young, he had gotten into a few romantic debts due to being too handsome. Now that he had turned young again, he had forgotten to change his appearance. I'm not interested, don't bother me. Nangong Xianwen yawned once more. The girl didn't give up and lay down beside Nangong Xianwen, whispering, My name is Xie Yingying from the Blood Jade family. Today is also my first time outside. It's my first time seeing so many people. Nangong Xianwen ignored her. She kept talking to herself. I don't know why, but sitting next to you feels really comfortable. Do you carry something special on you? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xianwen opened his eyes in surprise and glanced at her. He saw an incredibly potent blood-red flame seed inside Xie Yingying's body. This was the legitimate daughter of the Blood Jade family, with an extremely pure bloodline. Such a girl had also been assigned to Immortal Seed Valley, Nangong Xianwen said. It's not that I have something, but your constitution is special, more sensitive to higher-level spiritual energy. He then closed his eyes and continued to rest. Constitution? Oh, so you still have something good on you, right? Let me see, okay. Xie Yingying asked curiously. Nangong Xianwen turned over. Xie Yingying muttered, stingy ghost, and then curiously glanced at the other disciples. Gradually, more than 1,000 disciples gathered in the square. They had received orders to wait for the Valley Master to arrive there. The sun set in the west, and the night was hazy. Tonight's moonlight was faint yet bright. The group of young men had waited quite a while and started getting anxious one by one. Why hasn't the Valley Master arrived yet? I want to go back and sleep. There are official disciples watching nearby. What kind of person is the Valley Master? I heard he's an old man. I want to become an immortal. I wonder how powerful immortals are. The noisy chatter was overwhelming. At that moment, clang, clang, clang. A clear and cold sword ringing suddenly echoed throughout the entire square. All the disciples immediately fell silent and looked up at the sky. Above the horizon, 7 sword lights descended from the heavens. The enormous sword shadows were 100 meters long. All disciples saw them and widened their eyes, frozen in awe. Green, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. The 7-colored sword lights broke through the clouds, covering the entire square sky. The shimmering waves looked like supreme, giant swords, as if about to cut through the firmament. The 700-meter sword lights interwove and flew in the air, forming a rainbow-colored path leading straight to the farthest sky. Everyone strained their eyes and saw a youth about 180 meters tall stepping out from the colorful radiance. With every step he took, the world echoed with the sound of clashing metal and gold. Golden light bloomed beneath his feet, transforming into countless pure spiritual energies, falling like golden flowers. The 7 giant swords came before the youth. To everyone's even greater shock, from the sword tips to the hilts, they transformed into 7 soaring true dragons of different colors. Dragon heads, dragon necks, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon tails. Every detail was vivid and lifelike and possibly real. Their eyes blinked with spiritual intelligence. A faint dragon aura radiated from their bodies, powerful enough to suppress all beings. Chains extended from the 7 true dragons, spontaneously forming a 7-colored carriage frame behind the youth. The youth sat on the carriage frame, letting the 7 dragons pull it, flying swiftly in midair. Among the crowd, Nangong Xianwing's eyes nearly popped out. He never expected Su Yuan to pull such a grand show. Was this a bit over the top? He could tell that those giant swords, the giant youth, and the true dragons were all magical illusions, mere appearances without real power. But the scare factor was definitely real. Hadn't he seen all those disciples dumbfounded? Such an entrance was worthy of being called nascent soul transformation. As they approached the high platform, Su Yuan and the 7 dragons gradually shrank until they returned to normal size when standing on the platform. The 7 miniature true dragons vividly flew and danced around Su Yuan, then all flew up into the sky and vanished without a trace. Su Yuan revealed a light cyan Daoist robe, no longer showing anything unusual, looking just like a plain scholar from the mortal world, simple and unpretentious. The whole crowd remained stunned and silent. These young men who had just entered the immortal path had truly opened their eyes. It was their first time seeing real dragons, and the scene containing genuine dragon might was enough to shake their souls and leave an unforgettable impression for life. And Su Yuan, who could command these true dragons, was even more unforgettable. Su Yuan secretly glanced at the system panel. He found that his fame points had increased by 1,324. Keep in mind, these were just mortals who hadn't entered the sect yet, providing very few fame points, but now the points gained were extremely high. This showed that the same person could provide vastly different fame points, depending on their level of recognition. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked calmly at all the disciples, his voice plain but echoing in everyone's ears. My name is Su Yuan. My identity is secret. I am temporarily the Valley Master of Immortal Seed Valley and will teach you the basics of cultivation. Su Yuan's tone was even. You have not yet entered the way. You do not know the long and arduous path ahead. Countless bones wither on the road to immortality. Only those who come here can harm their reputation. I do not expect you all to become immortals. Simply achieving nascent soul transformation and living a long life of 10,000 years is your greatest current goal. The disciples were all confused. Even Nangong Xianwing twitched at the corner of his mouth. What simple nascent soul transformation? You aren't even nascent soul yet. The foundation of nascent soul lies in building the Tao foundation and comprehending the Tao meaning. Supreme spirit roots naturally possess a trace of Tao meaning. Stimulating this Tao meaning to achieve nascent soul transformation is much easier. But how to stimulate it? That requires a legacy and absolute art. Low-grade spirit roots require even higher and better legacies to defy fate and achieve nascent soul transformation. These legacies and absolute arts are the root and foundation of the 7 Extremes sect. But most of you will hardly have the chance to obtain these absolute arts. Even Supreme Spirit Root disciples must accumulate contributions to exchange for them. Those who cannot obtain a legacy may only become Golden Core immortals and live a few hundred years, even if you have perseverance and willpower. When these words were spoken, Many disciples' expressions darkened. Obviously, no one was a fool. They knew absolute arts were difficult to learn. Not to mention mastering them, they might not even get the chance to try. Yuan smiled lightly and said, I was once a low-grade spirit root, yet I built a perfect Tao foundation. What is a perfect Tao foundation? It is a Tao foundation that will inevitably achieve nascent soul transformation. Obviously, I possess a legacy, but it is not one of the 7 peaks. It was created from my comprehension of the classics of predecessors. Low-grade spirit root disciples may also attempt to comprehend and cultivate. You are extraordinarily lucky to encounter me as the first to settle in Immortal Seed Valley. I will give you all an opportunity to learn a legacy. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Yuan with delight. Yuan waved his hand, and 630 books appeared floating in the air. I have divided my absolute arts into 9 volumes, each containing 70 scriptures. They cover cultivation methods, footwork, formations, runes, sword techniques, astrology, deductions, transformations, and many other categories. If any of you can comprehend all scriptures in the first volume, achieving a high-grade Tao foundation will be effortless. I have placed all 70 scriptures of the first volume into the scripture pavilion. After you reach the second layer of Qi refining, you can go to the scripture pavilion to exchange for them yourself. As for higher-level scriptures, you will need to master the first volume or use contribution points to exchange for them in the future. Yuan waved his hand again. Of the 630 books, 70 flew toward the scripture pavilion, and 560 flew toward the scripture repository. Nangong Xianwen looked at the books with sharp eyes. He was already looking forward to seeing what those absolute arts were and what difficulties they might contain. A few disciples showed disdain on their faces. Their horizons were very high, and ordinary absolute arts were not worthy of their attention. Yuan ignored the disciples' reactions and said, Now, begin to draw spiritual energy into your bodies. Yuan, like an old valley master, taught the basic method of drawing energy into the body and burned the spirit-drawing incense. More than 1,000 disciples finally snapped out of their repeated shock, sat cross-legged one by one, and began to enter meditation to sense the energy drawing. When Yuan just appeared, he had actually crushed many spirit stones, transforming them into golden flowers that sprinkled over the entire square. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the square was extremely dense, reducing the difficulty of drawing energy into the body by several degrees. In the shadows, Gu Qingzhu watched this scene silently. Usually, Yuan was quite low-key, wasn't he? Why did he appear so high-profile here in Immortal Seed Valley? This was way too much pretending. He didn't know that Yuan possessed a fame system. Each time he pretended, his fame would rise. Outside, Yuan wouldn't dare to show off, but here in Immortal Seed Valley, facing a bunch of novices, he could afford to act as much as he wanted. Even if he overdid it, it was fine. If other cultivators heard about his outrageous claims, they would just laugh it off. Who would care about a kindergarten teacher's incredible talk? The incense stick burned. Yuan stood calmly nearby, waiting patiently. Within less than half an hour, spiritual energy fluctuations began emanating from one disciple's body, rapidly intensifying. Yuan looked over in surprise. This cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. It was a male disciple who immediately approached Yuan after standing up. The disciple bowed respectfully. Guyu pays respects to Valley Master Su. Excellent, excellent. Your talent is remarkable, breaking through to the Qi refining stage so quickly. The younger generation truly surpasses the old. Yuan praised. Guyu said earnestly, With my heavenly spirit root aptitude, may I formally become your disciple now. Yuan chuckled awkwardly. You're quite direct, but that's really unnecessary. Everything I know is already in the scripture pavilion. You can study directly there. However, please continue, Valley Master. Guyu urged. You should consider carefully whether to learn it. Actually, I was just bragging earlier. At best, I'm only half-step golden core. So take my word with a grain of salt. I never prepare drafts for my boasting anyway. Su Yuan smiled proudly. Guyu stared blankly shocked. What? Valley Master is only half-step golden core? Your earlier demeanor felt stronger than our sect leader. Su Yuan waved his hand. All special effects. Don't take it seriously. Really? While Guyu questioned his life choices, 8 more disciples broke through to Qi refining stage within the hour. These were all top-grade spirit root disciples. Normally, finding one would be fortunate, but now 9 appeared at once. Nangong Xianweng stood among them at the edge, appearing completely unremarkable. Guyu still couldn't believe it. Valley Master, you must be joking. If you're so weak, how could you write 630 scriptures? Su Yuan shrugged. There's something called padding content. Turning 10 scriptures into 1,000 through padding is quite normal. Scanning the 9 top-grade spirit root disciples, he advised, you'd better not study those nonsense scriptures I wrote. They're just to fool ordinary disciples. Stick to your own paths. Reaching nascent soul will be effortless for you. Xia Ying blinked curiously. Valley Master, you're so young. How old are you? Su Yuan gave the female disciple a helpless look. I'm only 2 years older than you. I joined the sect just 2 years ago, meaning I'm actually your senior brother. That's why I had to hide my identity earlier. Remember, don't study my scriptures. They're for those conceited upper-grade spirit root disciples to study, making them question their life choices so they train harder. With your talents, you don't need that. The top-grade disciples exchanged bewildered glances. When the Valley Master had been showing off earlier, they were completely awestruck, thinking they'd encountered some supreme expert. Turns out he was just a half-step golden core cultivator, and half-step meant not truly golden core, still at foundation establishment. Hearing such a Valley Master brag about ascending to immortality and nascent soul transformation was like listening to flatulence. One top-grade disciple shook his head. So that's how it is. And here I was getting excited for nothing. Forget it. I have my family's heritage. I'm too busy with that to bother with this nonsense. Not learning. I'm not even interested in nascent soul elders' teachings. Why would I learn from some golden core fake? Am I stupid? The top-grade disciples vehemently shook their heads, refusing to learn while complaining about the Valley Master's deception. Guyu sighed. Valley Master, I misunderstood earlier. My request to become your disciple was presumptuous. Su Yuan looked at them contentedly. I know you feel tricked, and I admit it. Tell you what, if any of you reach Qi refining 4th layer before leaving the valley, I'll personally give you resources worth 10,000 spirit stones each. It's not much, but helpful for early cultivation. Thank you, Valley Master. Xia Ying immediately chirped. Thank you, Valley Master. The other disciples also expressed gratitude. Though only 2 years their senior, Su Yuan's cultivation far surpassed theirs. Showing basic respect was proper etiquette for cultivators. The disrespectful died quickly. Su Yuan waved off their thanks and continued waiting for other disciples to begin Qi absorption. The top disciples started chatting quietly, complaining about the unreliable Valley Master and how they'd never touched those scriptures. Everyone spoke so earnestly that the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Following the old Valley Master's teachings, Su Yuan smoothly completed the new disciples' initiation ceremony. As for inner sect lectures, the sect stewards would handle those. After finishing the opening, Su Yuan clapped his hands and leisurely departed. He returned to the trial's secret realm to play with little Li and little Kai. Not that he stopped paying attention. With his mind echo ability, Su Yuan could remotely observe the disciples without needing to appear personally. Nangong Xianweng watched Su Yuan enter the secret realm gate and waited 3 full days without seeing him emerge. While cursing Su Yuan's laziness, he also rejoiced. With Su Yuan distracted, he could act boldly. He hurried to the scripture pavilion. 3 days was enough for top talents to reach Qi refining 2nd layer. But upon entering, he found 8 disciples already studying. The 70 scriptures occupied prominent positions, immediately visible. Before them, The 8 top-grade spirit root disciples were reading intently. When Nangong Xianwing entered, all 8 looked up. 9 pairs of eyes met in the pavilion, creating palpable awkwardness. Seeing them, Nangong Xianwing's mouth twitched. Unable to resist, he asked, "Didn't you all say you wouldn't study these?" Guyu coughed. "I'm not studying, just browsing. As a heavenly spirit root, I learn everything quickly and have spare time to broaden my horizons. You wouldn't understand. My grandmother made me come," Xie Yingying said playfully. "If I don't study, I'll get beaten when I go home." Nangong Xianwing was speechless. Clearly these disciples had received advice. Cough, cough. Want to read? Wait until Qi refining second layer. Inqin seemed awakened by the commotion, but kept his eyes closed, reclining on his rocking chair. "I've already reached Qi refining second layer," Nangong Xianwing said calmly. "Oh." Inqin opened his eyes in surprise, looking at Nangong Xianwing. "You look like an old janitor colleague of mine. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him lately. Didn't even say where he was going." Inqin muttered before producing a jade stone. "Place your hand here." Nangong Xianwing sighed. Talking behind his back like this deserved punishment. He complied, and the jade emitted 2 beams of light, startling Inqin. "Incredible. The 9th one already. Did this batch raid a genius nest? Unbelievable." Inqin found it astonishing. Nangong Xianwing properly entered the pavilion, surveying the disciples inside. One was from the Wang family, top-grade dual spirit root, and another. Wait. Nangong Xianwing locked eyes with a female cultivator, both flashing looks of embarrassment. Previously unnoticed, but now under spiritual sense observation, her concealed aura became apparent. This was none other than 7 extremes, sex, nascent, soul, eldering Yuan. She'd had the same idea as Nangong Xianwing, coming early to examine Su Yuan's new techniques. Normally fine, but being caught was awkward. They turned away wordlessly by unspoken agreement. Nangong Xianwing approached a scripture and began reading. 7 Stars Mystic Truth Body Refining Art, Volume 1. Prerequisites. Big Dipper Formation Diagram, Volume 1. Astrology, Talisman Guidance, Introductory. Mystic Truth Derivation Art, Simplified Version. Body Refining Primer, Su Yuan Compilation. Ignoring the prerequisites, Nangong Xianwing dove into the first volume. Soon, rows of complex body refining methods filled his vision. As he read, his brow furrowed. He understood about half, but the rest remained obscure. After much reading, accumulating many questions, he finally turned to the prerequisite texts. The more he read, the more astonished he became. The difficulty was substantial, extremely challenging for Qi refining cultivators. Yet remarkably, Su Yuan's teachings were extraordinarily detailed. How detailed? The body refining primer, Su Yuan compilation alone contained 365 body refining methods, each with thorough explanations, purposes, step-by-step instructions, and cross-references indicating exactly which bookshelf in which pavilion held relevant reference materials. Breaking it down, just completing this single primer might require studying 1,080 reference texts. Detailed indeed, but also tremendously difficult. These 70 scriptures were essentially 70 catalogs. Mastering them all would mean reading most of the scripture pavilion's contents. Nangong Xianwing's eye twitched, unsure how to evaluate Su Yuan's so-called supreme techniques. These were the most exhaustive, learner-friendly techniques he'd ever seen, systematically categorized with clear progression. Yet they were also 10 times harder than normal techniques. Those lacking comprehension would inevitably get stuck midway. But Nangong Xianwing found them immensely valuable for developing cultivators' comprehension, deduction, perception, and perseverance. Nangong Xianwing smirked. Still not enough to stump me. But why did Su Yuan divide this in 9 volumes? This first volume alone seems complete enough to reach beyond foundation establishment. Something fell off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Scripture Hall. Yi Bufan sat in the lecturer's seat, giving a lesson to the newly admitted disciples. Now, at Qi refining stage 8 and reaching the peak of qi refining, he was an outstanding inner disciple with the qualification to come to Immortal Seed Valley and teach. He had heard that Su Yuan had become the valley master of Immortal Seed Valley, which surprised him greatly. So he came to see for himself what kind of person Su Yuan really was. But after arriving at Immortal Seed Valley, aside from seeing Su Yuan's ostentatious entrance on the first day, he had not seen him again. That's all for today's lesson. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yi Bufan said according to custom, addressing those below. Immediately, many disciples raised their hands to ask questions, even some sitting in the front rows. Yi Bufan noticed Guyu, who possessed a heavenly spirit root, raising his hand to ask a question and curiously gestured for him to speak. Disciple, what is your question? Greetings, Master Yi. My name is Guyu. Guyu said, I have recently been studying the book Essential Teachings on Instant Cast Spells Without Delay. It says that low-level spells must reach the level of instant casting, where the spell is cast immediately upon thought to be barely usable. But Master Yi, you just said that as long as hand seals or magical talismans are used, the spell can be cast within a few breaths and be practical in battle. Isn't that too hasty? Yi Bufan was puzzled by the question. Who wrote that? Instant casting is something only achieved after great comprehension of a spell. Without 3 to 5 or even 8 years of study, how can ordinary spells be instant cast? By the time you enter battle, the cultivation would have advanced, and the spell would be outdated. That book was written by Valley Master Su Yuan. He summarized the commonalities among the 3,000 commonly known spells into 118 shared traits. If you can master these shared traits and reach the rough understanding stage of spell comprehension, you can achieve instant casting. I personally think what Master Su says is not empty talk. I heard you were a disciple of Technique Extreme's Peak and should know about this, right? Guyu said. Yi Bufan was silent for a moment, lost in thought. He recalled the lessons the Golden Core Elder had given him and finally found similar content. Then he answered, This belongs to the realm of the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. In the cultivation world, these ultimate principles are currently divided into the realms of technique, momentum, intent, and spirit. The realm of technique requires cultivators to understand the essence and core of spells to reach the technique realm. Reaching this level means one can enter foundation establishment, condensing at least a mid-grade or even high-grade Dao foundation. He paused and continued. The spell commonalities you mentioned should be the 118 types of the technique realm. For ordinary people, comprehending even one could take decades. So talking about instant casting low-level spells at that point is putting the cart before the horse, isn't it? Guyu suddenly understood. So, this is what the sect leader meant by the technique realm? I didn't expect Master Su to have summarized 118 types. No wonder I feel the learning difficulty is so great and it takes several days just to get started. Yi Bufan nodded. You understand then? What did you say? You've gotten started. He showed obvious surprise. Yes, I've comprehended one and barely entered the realm. I happen to have some questions about this technique realm and would like Master Yi to explain. Just as Guyu was about to ask, Yi Bufan suddenly stood up straight and flew off on his sword from the scripture hall. Sorry, I have something to attend to. Your questions will be answered in the next class. Guyu looked at Yi Bufan's disappearing figure with a slight smile. Xie Yingying pouted. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Teasing the previous senior brothers is fun. Huh. Guyu's expression turned serious. What did you say? I don't understand. I just barely got started as a disciple. So, isn't it reasonable not to understand? Xiang Ying pouted and ignored him. She turned to Nangong Xianwen and curiously asked, Nangong Shanyu, I think I saw you studying that book before. Have you comprehended any spell commonalities? Nangong Xianwen glanced at Guyu, whose tail feathers were slightly raised, and said calmly, I've comprehended some about 5. Guyu looked over in surprise. You must be bluffing. Nangong Xianwen calmly raised his palm, spiritual energy flickering on his fingers. It condensed into the shape of mountains, then transformed into flying birds, and then into the shape of falling leaves. The spiritual flair matched perfectly with the book's description of entry-level manifestations. You. Guyu's faint smile stiffened. He stared at Nangong Shanyu in disbelief, his expression turning serious for the first time. I didn't expect there to be such a master, Guyu said, staring at Nangong Shanyu. Nangong Xianweng said calmly, don't look at me. Yingying has already comprehended 3 kinds. What? Guyu looked at Xie Yingying, who had wide, innocent eyes. In Xie Yingying's eyes, flames flickered occasionally, making her look extremely mysterious. She was startled and said, I've comprehended 3 what? I haven't read that book. Try simply condensing your spiritual energy into the forms of a firebird, a volcano, and flames, Nangong Xianweng said. Oh, Xie Yingying raised her palm with some spiritual energy appearing on her fingers. She then transformed it according to Nangong Xianweng's instructions, succeeding one by one. The spiritual flare was even more vivid than what Guyu and Nangong Xianweng had displayed. Clearly, Xie Yingying had already made significant progress in these 3 technique realms. Guyu stood up and hurriedly left. Doesn't that silhouette look like Master Yi? Xie Yingying said with a smile. Several top-tier spirit root disciples nearby silently watched the scene, lowered their heads, pretended to be bystanders, and quietly left as if there was a monstrous beast behind them. Nangong Xianweng smiled and also left. Hey, Shanyu, wait for me. Xie Yingying chased after Nangong Xianweng curiously. How did you know I had these 3 technique realms? I didn't even realize it myself. You didn't realize? Nangong Xianweng twitched the corner of his mouth. Aren't you always showing off in front of me, playing with spiritual energy to mess with the little beasts? I was just playing. I always thought you were practicing seriously. Really? Oh, that's right. I was practicing seriously. Nangong Xianweng shook his head and continued walking toward the scripture pavilion, with Xie Yingying following behind. Don't follow me. Hee, I'm just going the same way. At the scripture pavilion, the top-tier spirit root disciples gathered again. They no longer cared about others' gazes, and each seriously read the scriptures in front of them, as if holding back a surge of energy. Among them was Yi Bufan, frowning as he studied a copy of Essential Teachings on Instant Cast Spells Without Delay. The fine lines on his forehead were twisted like braided ropes, sweat covering his forehead. This is a scripture written by Su Yuan? Impossible. Although he surpassed me before, the gap can't be this huge, right? Who exactly has the top-tier spirit root? I can't even understand one of his scriptures, and he has hundreds more like this. Yi Bufan fell into a state of terrified doubt. Nangong Xianweng was about to enter the scripture pavilion when his steps paused. At the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Su Yuan. Su Yuan was both amused and speechless. He had been observing the disciple situations over the past few days in the secret realm since he had taken over as Valley Master of Immortal Seed Valley. Using Mind Echo, he occasionally observed each disciple's learning progress, cultivation preferences, personality traits, comprehension, perseverance, and so on, recording everything carefully in his notebook. But soon, when observing Nangong Shanyu, he found something unusual. Through simple deduction based on appearance and name abbreviation, he easily confirmed Nangong Shanyu was actually Nangong Xianweng, whom he had briefly met before. After recognizing him, Su Yuan naturally wanted to meet in person. This old guy liked to play around. If he wanted to read books, he could just do it directly without all this fuss. Su Yuan looked at Nangong Xianweng helplessly and saluted. Disciple, would you like to come to my residence for a cup of tea? Nangong Xianweng's expression did not change, and he immediately replied, How could I refuse when the Valley Master invites? The two stepped away together toward another location. Xie Yingying's eyes widened as she watched this scene and immediately followed. Neither Nangong Xianweng nor Su Yuan paid attention to Xie Yingying following them. After a while, the 3 arrived at the Valley Master's temporary residence. This was Su Yuan's temporary cave dwelling, already cleaned by Song Kai's men and ready for occupancy. In the courtyard, Su Yuan poured a cup of tea for Nangong Xianweng and one for the lively Xie Yingying. Then Su Yuan asked, "What do you think of my ultimate teachings?" "Extremely exquisite." Nangong Xianwen took a sip of tea and praised. Su Yuan said, "Personally, I think my ultimate teachings can only be used as a reference for disciples." "Oh, so you hope they don't get too absorbed in it," Su Yuan said. "Oh, why is that?" Nangong Xianwen asked in surprise. "Well, how to put it? Those who learn from me live. Those who try to imitate me die. The first volume is just the foundation. Later volumes become increasingly difficult. It's good for those who can comprehend the essence and become invincible at their level. But those who can't reach the essence and try to find their own path will have a hard time. They'll be constrained by my Tao." Su Yuan sighed. Seeing the questions between Yi Bufan and Gu Yu today only confirmed this further. "Wait," Nangong Xianwen interrupted Su Yuan directly. "You were spying on the scripture hall earlier?" Nangong Xianwen frowned. "I wasn't spying. I was just curious and took a look. I'm just normally checking on the students' learning progress." Su Yuan defended. "But I never sensed your spying," Nangong Xianwen said, a hint of shock in his tone. That belongs to a more profound part of the ultimate teachings," Su Yuan coughed. He had accidentally revealed a secret. The effects of some entries sometimes seemed ordinary, but their subtle details were extremely strange. Su Yuan hadn't really noticed before. Nangong Xianwen grew even more curious about the follow-up content of this ultimate teaching. He was a nascent soul cultivator, barely a golden core cultivator, yet Su Yuan could avoid his perception. That was not just a bit absurd, it was extremely absurd. Back to the topic just now, Su Yuan said, "I think my ultimate teachings are most suitable for disciples with mid-grade spirit roots. They can learn a lot from it, but since they can't delve deeply, they'll eventually stop studying further and not get trapped. This will lay a solid foundation for them. But top-tier spirit root disciples are troublesome. They can comprehend a lot from the first volume and get more and more excited. When they reach the second volume, they get trapped deeper and deeper, harder to break free. I hope you can advise them. I've tried before, but they didn't listen." Nangong Xianwen said, "Your ultimate teachings are excellent. How can the world resist learning them? Everything depends on their fate." Su Yuan bluntly said, "Actually, I want to remind you, Nangong, it's best you don't get trapped either. I don't want the sect to suffer too much loss." Only then did Nangong Xianwen snap back to reality. "So you were hinting at me all along?" "I agreed." He glanced at the wide-eyed Xie Yingying, paused, then continued. "Just wait and see. I'm going back to read. Farewell, Valley Master." He stood and walked toward the scripture pavilion. After walking for a while, he sensed something was off, frowned, and suddenly turned back. He saw that Xie Yingying was not following, but was holding her chin with both hands, curiously asking Su Yuan question after question. Su Yuan wore a helpless expression. Nangong Xianwen's frown relaxed. "That little girl finally stopped following me." He shook his head and left. After several dozen steps, he turned back to look at the courtyard. Xie Yingying seemed to sense something and turned to Nangong Xianwen. She lifted her skirt and hurried to catch up. "Shan Yu, wait for me." Nangong Xianwen's expression remained unchanged. "I have no interest in waiting for you." He walked steadily toward the scripture pavilion. Xie Yingying quickly caught up and chirped around him. Nangong Xianwen occasionally responded with a few words, his expression showing little patience. Returning to the secret realm, Su Yuan felt quite helpless. Little Li beside him asked curiously, "Su Yuan, what's wrong?" "I underestimated the severity of the situation." Su Yuan replied, "My ultimate techniques have problems." "What problems?" "You've been worrying about Senior Nangong being affected. That's too exaggerated. You're only at, well, what you call the Golden Sand stage." Little Li said dismissively. Su Yuan shook his head. "You don't understand. The issues can't be explained in detail." The main problem with his ultimate techniques lay in the entries. He had included many things as self-evident, but soon realized matters weren't so simple. For example, Tao follows nature. Even the simplified version of the natural array restrictions in the ultimate techniques represented incredibly profound insights into the workings of heaven and earth extremely difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. Then there was the seemingly insignificant balance of work and rest. While cultivating in this state, his comprehension soared to such heights that he had casually written descriptions like easily obtained, as the question suggests, or easily proven in places. Those without sufficient comprehension would suffer greatly. As for 7 stars shining bright, without the help of entries, understanding the many wondrous applications of the Big Dipper would require years of dedicated study. Thus, his ultimate techniques were actually a pinnacle synthesis combining parts of the 10 Extremes Wanderers techniques, numerous texts from the Scripture Pavilion, and his system entries. The key issue was that the current 9 volumes only represented his past classics. Once he activated balance of work and rest, again for cultivation and comprehension, he could produce another volume or more. Ahead lay an endless sea of suffering, waiting for geniuses to plunge into it. Why worry about them? The Tao is walked individually. They'll make their own choices. If they can't understand this, why cultivate at all? Little he said carelessly. Instead, it urged, hurry up and continue the game. You transform into another creature, and I'll try to find you. This game isn't fun. Su Yuan protested. Play or not? Fine, let's play. Su Yuan had Little close its eyes. Then he dashed into the Silverlight Lake, transforming into a spirit fish to play with Little Kai. When Little opened its eyes, it began searching the entire secret realm for Su Yuan. It passed by Silverlight Lake many times, but each time Little Kai would nonchalantly block Su Yuan's figure, making the search much more difficult. Su Yuan unexpectedly discovered that Little Kai's intelligence had increased significantly. Since parting with the other spirit fish last time, its intellect had grown substantially, gradually developing a mischievous side. Eventually, Little still found Su Yuan. Aha, Little Kai, so you're helping Su Yuan, huh? After all those precious spirit fruits I gave you. Little glared angrily at Little Kai. Little Kai covered its eyes with its fins, pretending not to see, but its wildly wagging tail betrayed its little scheme. The 2 small creatures immediately began frolicking in the lake. Meanwhile, Su Yuan casually contemplated the heavenly principles of the Silver Spirit Waterfall, accumulating insights while secretly observing his disciples' progress. 3 months passed quickly. The disciples who had been studying diligently in Immortal Seed Valley gathered once more in the square. The 7 peak masters descended again in a dazzling display that filled the disciples with awe and envy. Su Yuan, however, chose a low-key entrance, taking his seat among the peak masters. Wang Siming smiled and said, Su Yuan, there's no need to hide anymore. The sect's reorganization is complete. You can officially announce your identity as Peak Master of 3 Extremes Peak. Su Yuan waved his hand. Let's keep it low-key. I'm not one for showing off. Wang Siming's smile froze. He'd heard about the grand display Su Yuan had put on when opening the valley. Hardly the behavior of someone who preferred staying low-key. Yu Chunli, Peak Master of Divine Extremes Peak, asked curiously, Junior Brother Su, are there any promising seedlings in this batch suitable for Divine Extremes Peak? Introduce some to your elder sister. Sister Chunli, I know a few, but whether they're willing to join Divine Extremes Peak is beyond my control. Su Yuan replied. Yu Chunli waved dismissively. No worries about that. In 7 Extremes Sect, our Divine Extremes Peak specializes in spiritual sense cultivation. Any disciples with talent in that area will naturally join us. Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he said, Oh, all right then. Let me introduce a few. Among the top-grade spiritual roots, Li Yuexin is most suited for spiritual sense cultivation. Among the high-grade spiritual roots, there's Qian Defa and Zhong Jia. I see. Yu Chunli nodded in understanding. Next, Tao Yao Yao, Peak Master of Pill Extremes Peak, asked with a smile, Are there any promising seedlings suitable for alchemy? Su Yuan answered similarly. There are, but again I can't guarantee they'll choose Pill Extremes Peak. Tao Yao Yao covered her mouth with a laugh. Junior Brother Su is so amusing. In 7 Extremes sect, only our Pill Extremes peak offers alchemy cultivation. Talented disciples will naturally come to me. Well, that's true. Among the alchemy talents, top-grade spiritual root holder Meng Changle shows promise. As for high-grade spiritual roots, Su Yuan proceeded to introduce them one by one. Tao Yaoyao nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Following this, Shi Jian, peak master of Artifact Extremes Peak, also inquired about potential disciples. Su Yuan answered somewhat uncomfortably. As introductions continued with Technique Extremes Peak, Spiritual Extremes Peak, and Mysterious Extremes Peak, Su Yuan's expression grew increasingly solemn. Only when conversing with Lei Ming, peak master of Thunder Extremes Peak, did Su Yuan's demeanor relax somewhat. Wang Siming had been observing Su Yuan's changing expressions throughout, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding he couldn't quite place. After concluding discussions with all peak masters, Su Yuan addressed all the disciples. Now I, Su Yuan, declare the exit examinations for Immortal Seed Valley officially begun. All disciples will take the tests according to their ranking from the first round of assessments. The disciples immediately grew serious. Guyu stepped forward first to begin his examination. Wang Siming scanned the disciples, generally sensing their spiritual energy fluctuations, and exclaimed in surprise, "This batch of disciples' cultivation progress is exceptionally good." Su Yuan explained, perhaps because the top-grade spiritual root holders worked so hard that the high-grade ones had to work harder, causing the medium-grade ones to not dare slack off, while the low-grade ones barely had time to sleep. When those more talented than you work harder, the average cultivation level naturally rises without anyone noticing. Wang Siming couldn't help but ask, so why were the top-grade spiritual root holders so diligent in the first place? That is hard to explain. Su Yuan shook his head. He knew the reason, and the peak masters would learn eventually, but there was no need to mention it now. Guyu's examination concluded quickly. The results showed he had reached the peak of Qi refining 4th layer. This caused an uproar among both peak masters and disciples. The progress was simply astonishing. Just 3 months to reach peak 4th layer Qi refining, an achievement ordinary disciples might not reach even after 10 years of effort. Guyu's performance stunned everyone, and unsurprisingly, he was invited to stand among the peak masters. This time, Huang Shambua, peak master of Spiritual Extremes Peak, extended the first invitation. He smiled warmly at Guyu. "I am peak master of Spiritual Extremes Peak. I've heard you showed exceptional talent in body refining techniques during your time in Immortal Seed Valley, with good aptitude in spiritual energy as well. Our peak specializes in these areas. Would you join Spiritual Extremes Peak as a core disciple?" Guyu asked in response, "I've heard that during the exit examination, there's a selection process where becoming a core disciple allows one to study directly under a peak master. Is this true?" "Correct. This has always been the tradition of 7 Extremes sects Immortal Seed Valley," Huang Shanhua affirmed with a smile. "In that case, may I choose a different peak instead of Spiritual Extremes Peak?" Guyu inquired. "Oh, your cultivation path aligns perfectly with Spiritual Extremes Peak. Which other peak would you choose?" Huang Shanhua asked, puzzled. Guyu turned and bowed respectfully to Su Yuan. "May I ask which peak Valley Master Su belongs to?" Su Yuan regarded him calmly. "I am peak master of 3 Extremes Peak." Hearing this, Guyu's eyes brightened as he immediately declared, "I wish to join 3 Extremes Peak as a core disciple. I beg Peak Master Su to grant me this opportunity." The other peak masters were stunned by this request. Wang Siming, at this moment, finally realized where that sense of foreboding had come from. Su Yuan responded calmly, "I have no interest in taking disciples. You may come to my 3 Peaks Valley and I can offer some guidance, but I make no promises about your progress. I suggest you choose Spirit Peak Valley instead. It's truly more suitable for your cultivation." Guyu shook his head. "I still choose 3 Peaks Valley. Valley Master Su's teachings are as vast as the sea. I feel I need your guidance more. Given this opportunity to join 3 Peaks Valley, I naturally won't give it up." Su Yuan shrugged at the other peak masters. He's stubborn. Nothing I can do about it. Then he told Guyu, stand behind me. Guyu immediately moved behind Su Yuan's seat, standing there with visible delight. The peak masters exchanged glances. Two looked grave, while the others remained composed. Next came the second disciple's test, Xie Ying. Her results showed she'd reached the fourth layer of qi refining, though only at the late stage, not yet peak. She approached under the peak master's expectant gazes. Wang Siming, master of Mystic Peak Valley, spoke first. Xiangying, I'm Wang Siming, master of Mystic Peak Valley. We specialize in mystic communion techniques to connect with all things. Since you excel in fire techniques, cultivating with us would help you communicate with fire spirits, establishing deeper connections. This would greatly aid your comprehension of fire aspect and its essence. Among all peak masters, I was first to grasp an aspect and open the path to nascent soul precisely because of this. So choosing Mystic Peak Valley is undoubtedly right. Su Yuan smiled. Wasn't this just an inferior version of Tao follows nature? And likely harder to learn with mediocre effects. Not even 1/10,000th as good as Tao follows nature. Xie Ying blinked in confusion. But I can already talk to fire spirits. Why would I need to learn that? Wang Siming was stunned. What kind of talent was this? So powerful? With such innate ability, Mystic Peak Valley's signature techniques became instantly irrelevant. Before he could explain further, Xie Ying immediately bowed to Su Yuan, sweetly saying, Valley Master, I want to join Three Peaks Valley. Su Yuan waved her off. Stand behind me. Oh, Xie Ying happily skipped behind Su Yuan, then turned to wave at Nangong Xianwang, signaling him to join Three Peaks Valley too. The third candidate was another girl, Li Yuexin. Blessed with stronger innate spiritual sense, Li Yuexin had advantages in cultivation, having reached mid-stage fourth layer qi refining. Also astonishing. This time, Divine Peak Valley's master Yu Chunli spoke first. Young lady, come with me. Yet Li Yuexin didn't budge. Apologies, Peak Master Yu, but I can't join Divine Peak Valley. Yu Chunli frowned. Aren't you pursuing the divine sense path? Why reject Divine Peak Valley? Li Yuexin explained. Among Valley Master Su's teachings is a manual called 7 Stars Mystic Truth Spirit Tempering Art. Volume 1. Exceptionally profound for spiritual sense cultivation. There's also Sword Resonance, Su Yuan's revised edition, containing divine sense attack techniques. Mastering these 2 texts alone could let me dominate the cultivation world. Yu Chunli looked puzzled at Su Yuan. You have divine sense cultivation techniques? Our founder wouldn't have created 2 identical legacies, surely? Su Yuan coughed. This manual contains my own spirit cultivation method, not the founder's legacy. So your techniques are the orthodox tradition, mine are not. Turning to Li Yuexin, he added, You've only seen my manuals, they might not surpass the founder's. Choosing my teachings so hastily isn't wise. Li Yuexin smiled instead. Teacher Su, before joining, I studied many cultivation texts. I'm certain your teachings are extraordinary. Since you created them yourself, you'll surely innovate further. Surpassing the founder isn't impossible. Intrigued, Yu Chunli challenged Su Yuan. Let's spar and see your current divine sense prowess. Su Yuan waved dismissively. I'm truly not skilled. What? Afraid of hurting me? Or of me hurting you? Yu Chunli scoffed. No, I've rarely used divine sense, genuinely inexperienced. Then a simple test will clash using just 1% of our divine sense. Fine, Su Yuan agreed. Under everyone's curious gazes, Su Yuan and Yu Chunli rose into the air, standing parallel at a distance. Su Yuan looked inward at his consciousness sea. Unlike ordinary misty consciousness seas, his resembled endless darkness with 7 shining stars, his divine sense manifesting as starlight, while the stars themselves were condensed from his soul. Humans have 3 souls and 7 earthly aspects. Su Yuan had used each earthly aspect as foundation to form the Big Dipper constellation, constantly drawing external energy to transform into divine sense starlight, gradually illuminating his consciousness sea. Around the Big Dipper floated smaller star fragments, condensed from abundant divine sense starlight, radiating noticeably stronger divine sense than normal. After consideration, Yuan still mobilized just 1% of his divine sense, readying himself. Yu Chunli called, "Ready? Begin." Now, focusing, Yuan willed his 1% divine sense to surge forth toward Yu Chunli's consciousness sea. Yu Chunli simultaneously attacked Yuan's consciousness sea with her divine sense. For this test, neither dodged. Both strikes landed simultaneously. At the edge of Yuan's consciousness sea, Yu Chunli's divine sense materialized as a peculiar plant with hundreds of vines, lashing inward. Yuan's 7 soul stars immediately shone brighter, activating the Big Dipper formation to protect his soul core. Yu Chunli laughed. "Only defending your soul? Now your consciousness sea itself. Damage there still harms your soul." Her vines whipped the consciousness sea. Yet to her shock, it proved steel-like in resilience, utterly unharmed. During her assault, Yu Chunli's divine sense detected faint array patterns. Concentrated attacks revealed more patterns blocking her efforts. The array's complexity made Yu Chunli, a third-grade array master, gasp. "What level is this array? Impossible. How?" Though unable to decipher the patterns, she felt inexplicable familiarity. This feeling, after several attempts, she recognized certain array transformations. Her pupils shrank. "These are Yuan Pool Valley's natural array restrictions. How did you transplant them into your consciousness sea?" Yuan was equally surprised she recognized them. Sharp eyes, sisterly. "During my foundation establishment breakthrough, I felt natural array restrictions would stabilize my spiritual apertures well, so I tried integrating them internally. I thought they only gathered spiritual energy, never expected defensive properties." Yu Chunli was dumbfounded. "Impossible. This is absurd. Unbelievable." Yuan said, "During foundation establishment, perhaps heaven assisted, when all forces aligned. I succeeded by luck." Sisterly, continuing your attack. Taking a deep breath, Yu Chunli abandoned attacking the consciousness sea itself, instead directing hundreds of vines against Yuan's Big Dipper formation. Her divine sense attacks were razor-sharp. Just a few strikes made Yuan's Big Dipper tremble, its starlight dimming significantly. As a peak golden core cultivator, Yu Chunli's divine sense vastly surpassed Yuan's. Even at 1%, Yuan struggled against her onslaught. But then, the natural array restrictions in his consciousness sea brightened. A certain array function activated, rapidly drawing true essence from his body and external spiritual energy, converting it into divine sense to replenish the Big Dipper formation. The depleted formation quickly regained its radiant brilliance. Both Yu Chunli and Yuan were stunned by the consciousness sea's divine sense recovery speed. Having never depleted his divine sense so severely before, Yuan knew the natural array restrictions could restore it quickly, but not this outrageously fast. Nearly 40% depletion recovered in less than one breath. Yuan Pool's natural array restrictions were monstrously effective. This was precisely why Yuan spent over 100 million spirit stones to construct 118 aperture natural array restrictions. They were simply too powerful. The consciousness sea, like the dantian, was among the spiritual apertures influenced by these restrictions. Yu Chunli was equally shocked. Her attacking divine sense had depleted considerably, and she realized her efforts were futile. Had this not been an agreed test of defensive capability, Yuan could have erased her divine sense instantly using the natural array restriction suppression effects, despite their primary function not being offensive. She dispersed her divine sense attack. Meanwhile, in Yu Chunli's consciousness sea, Yuan's divine sense had formed a Big Dipper sword array, assaulting her defenses. Her consciousness sea was fortified like an impregnable city, A golden pagoda shielded her soul, surrounded by dense divine sense forests. Su Yuan's attack only advanced slightly before being worn down by her defenses, though dozens of her divine sense trees were felled. Minor damage, quickly recoverable, but Su Yuan had indeed left his mark. Thus ended their simple contest. Opening her eyes, Yu Chunli immediately asked, "That consciousness C defense method, is it included in your teachings?" Her voice brimmed with desperate longing. "You mean natural formation restrictions? That's extremely difficult. I only managed to condense them through sheer coincidence, but I did record them in my legacy, specifically in the 9th volume of scriptures," Su Yuan said. Yu Chunli eagerly responded, "Could you let me try learning it? I can exchange contribution points for it." Su Yuan replied, "Of course you can. I've already placed it in the scripture pavilion, clearly marked for exchange with contribution points. However, I'd advise against learning it. It purely depends on luck. But if you're truly determined, you should start with the 1st volume." "Great, wonderful. Thank you," Yu Chunli immediately exclaimed. Their conversation left the other peak masters below somewhat bewildered. How had the discussion shifted from their duel to Yu Chunli wanting to learn Su Yuan's techniques? What had been the outcome of their battle? Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Siming asked, "Peak Master Yu, what was the result of your duel? How is Su Yuan's spiritual sense attainment?" Yu Chunli snapped back to reality and returned to her seat with a sigh. "I can't compare the merits of Su Yuan's techniques with our ancestors' legacy, but I believe his expertise in spiritual sense defense surpasses that of our ancestors' teachings. Combining both might elevate the 7 Extreme Sect's spiritual sense legacy to new heights." After a pause, she continued, "Of course, this is only Su Yuan's current level. His cultivation can still advance, and his techniques can be further refined. I dare not speculate about his limits." Hearing this, Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "I clearly lost just now. My spiritual sense was depleted by 50%, while I only managed to inflict 10,000th of the damage on Peak Master Yu. There's simply no comparison." Yu Chunli's expression darkened. "What's your cultivation level compared to mine? If you could injure me at all, that would count as my failure. And the damage I dealt to you, what difference does it make to you? It's practically negligible." The other peak masters exchanged glances, all seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. When Yu Chunli had mentioned Su Yuan's strong spiritual sense defense, they had assumed his offensive capabilities were weak. Yet he had still managed to cause damage, proving his spiritual sense attacks were indeed formidable. This suggested Su Yuan's spiritual sense legacy might not be inferior to their ancestors' teachings, at least not below the Golden Core level. Yu Chunli turned to Li Yuexin and said, "You should go to 3 Extremes Peak. Focus on cultivating Su Yuan's methods. If you encounter difficulties, you can always come to Divine Extremes Peak for guidance on spiritual sense cultivation." "Thank you, Peak Master Yu." Li Yuexin expressed her gratitude before moving to stand behind Su Yuan. Now, Su Yuan had 3 disciples standing behind him, while the other peak masters didn't have a single disciple by their sides. It was only at this point that the previously interrupted cultivation assessment resumed. The 4th disciple to undergo assessment was named Meng Changle, who remarkably possessed dual top-grade spiritual roots of fire and wood, perfect for the path of alchemy. Tao Yaoyao smiled at Su Yuan and said, "Little brother Su, you can't possibly take this one from me, can you? I've never heard of you practicing alchemy. This disciple should rightfully be mine." Su Yuan nodded with a smile. After being assessed at the early stage of Qi Refinement Level 4, Meng Changle also came before the Peak Masters. Tao Yaoyao said warmly, "I'm the Peak Master of Pill Extremes Peak. I heard you wish to pursue the path of alchemy. Pill Extremes Peak welcomes you." However, instead of immediately bowing in gratitude, Meng Changle looked towards Su Yuan. This action made Tao Yaoyao's heart skip a beat. What was happening? Su Yuan coughed lightly. "Meng Changle, why are you looking at me? Hurry and pay your respects to Peak Master Tao. Show some manners." Meng Changle cupped his hands towards Su Yuan and said, "This disciple wishes to join 3 Extremes Peak." Tao Yaoyao looked puzzled. Why would you want to go to 3 extremes peak? Peak Master Su doesn't know alchemy. I don't believe that. Meng Changle shook his head. Peak Master Su's legacy includes a book titled Introduction to Alchemy, compiled by Su Yuan, which details the refinement of various pills and explains hundreds of alchemy techniques. After 3 months of study, I've only mastered 5 techniques, but I feel my alchemy skills have already improved significantly. Although I haven't actually refined any pills yet, I believe I could produce mid-grade yellow rank pills now. Tao Yaoyao looked at Su Yuan in confusion. You really don't know alchemy? Su Yuan explained, I've merely read some herbology and alchemy texts, mentally simulated alchemy techniques, and then recorded all my conjectures. I clearly stated in the book that these were just my theories. I couldn't guarantee their effectiveness. I've never actually refined a single pill, so technically I don't know alchemy. He added, my main focus was researching the principles of heaven and earth. The transformations of medicinal properties in pills should also embody these principles. I incorporated some of my own insights into the pill refinement process, which probably made my theories even more unreliable. So they're fine as references, but not worth serious study. Both Tao Yaoyao and Meng Changle were stunned. Meng Changle's eyes widened. They're all your theories? That can't be. They all seem so logical to me, albeit somewhat challenging. Tao Yaoyao immediately said, let me see that book right now. With resignation, Su Yuan took out a jade slip, a copy he had made earlier. Just take a look, Su Yuan said as Introduction to Alchemy landed in Tao Yaoyao's hands. Tao Yaoyao's expression shifted from disbelief to skepticism, then to increasing astonishment as she progressed, occasionally flashing with sudden understanding. While the content was relatively basic for Tao Yaoyao, the details opened her eyes to new perspectives. Many of Su Yuan's alchemical views seemed peculiar at first glance, but upon careful comparison with her own refining processes, she found them surprisingly accurate. For instance, it mentioned that some auxiliary materials used in the refinement process don't actually end up in the final pill. They serve as catalysts to facilitate the fusion of other medicinal properties. These materials initially integrate, but must ultimately be expelled. This concept, like a brand new philosophy, expanded Tao Yaoyao's understanding. Validating it against past experiences, she realized many of Su Yuan's insights were correct. While these details might seem insignificant, they often made the crucial difference between success and failure in pill refinement. Treating the text as a priceless treasure, Tao Yaoyao became completely absorbed, forgetting all about recruiting disciples. Su Yuan coughed lightly. Ahem, ahem. He reminded Tao Yaoyao to maintain some decorum. The disciples were watching. Tao Yaoyao waved him off. Continue without me. With resignation, Su Yuan turned back to Meng Changle. Please accept me as your disciple, Peak Master Su, Meng Changle said with cupped hands. Stand over there, Su Yuan instructed, and Meng Changle naturally took his place behind Su Yuan as a provisional disciple of 3 Extremes Peak. The other Peak Masters exchanged glances, noting Yu Chunli's eager expression as she longed to study Su Yuan's legacy, Tao Yaoyao's state of complete absorption, and the 4 top-grade spiritual root disciples standing behind Su Yuan. Their expressions became increasingly complicated. Su Yuan coughed. Let's continue. The 5th disciple came forward, a top-grade dual spiritual root of fire and metal, who should logically go to Artifact Extremes Peak. But this time, Peak Master Shi Jian didn't extend an invitation. He simply looked at Su Yuan. Maintaining a neutral expression, Su Yuan remained silent. This disciple wishes to join 3 Extremes Peak. Please grant your permission, Peak Master Su. As expected, the disciple straightforwardly pledged allegiance to Su Yuan. Introduction to Artifact Refining, compiled by Su Yuan. Let me see that. That should be the name, right? Shi Jian suddenly asked. Su Yuan was speechless. Peak Master Shi Jian had actually discerned his naming pattern. Here you go, Su Yuan said, handing over a thick tome of over 1,000 pages. Shi Jian took it and began reading casually. There's some substance here, but not much. Soon, he became engrossed in the content. Everyone, unsurprisingly, this disciple also ended up behind Su Yuan. Now, Su Yuan had 5 top-grade spiritual root disciples. Personally recruited to 3 extremes peak, they would naturally become his core followers. Once they matured, they would form his faction, far more reliable than the current disciples at 3 extremes peak. Therefore, Su Yuan accepted them all without hesitation. After all, he only needed to spare some time to guide them occasionally. Unlike other peak masters who had to focus on their cultivation, Su Yuan could accumulate inspiration while mentoring his disciples and simultaneously boost his reputation. A win-win situation. The next 3 top-grade spiritual root disciples all joined 3 extremes peak without exception. One nascent soul transformation elder disguised as a disciple declined, stating she had other plans. Thus, Su Yuan ended up with 8 top-grade spiritual root disciples behind him. Su Yuan's only regret was the absence of a lightning spiritual root among them. He couldn't even attempt to remedy that. Nangong Xianweng should have abandoned his disguise by now. Yet for some reason, he continued playing the role of a disciple, inexplicably becoming Su Yuan's nominal follower. Watching Nangong Xianweng bow to him, Su Yuan mused to himself, is this nascent soul elder tempering his Dao heart through worldly experiences? I've heard many nascent soul cultivators need to experience mortal life to refine their Dao heart and comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. Like posing as ordinary mortal sculptors, spending decades carving stone statues from youth to old age to grasp life's truths and elevate their mental state. Could Nangong Xianweng be doing something similar just by reliving the cultivation journey? Deciding to play along with the Elder's Act, Su Yuan thought, if enemies come after me in the future, I can just send out my disciple. They'd have to at least defeat my disciple, a nascent soul cultivator, before even qualifying to face me. A rainbow light swiftly descended from the main peak. Gu Qingzhu appeared before the gathered peak masters. Who sent the message? What happened? Sect leader Gu asked suspiciously as he glanced at the peak masters. None of the peak masters met Gu Qingzhu's gaze. Some are reading books, others admiring the scenery. Su Yuan's lips twitched. Someone had snitched. Gu Qingzhu observed the 8 supreme spiritual root disciples behind Su Yuan, then glanced at the empty spaces behind the other peak masters. Sect leader Gu raised an eyebrow. Su Yuan, these disciples behind you, have they all joined 3 extremes peak? They made their own choices. I didn't do anything. Su Yuan immediately defended himself. Rubbing his temples, sect leader Gu said, "All right, I understand the situation now. I realize now that making you Immortal Seed Valley's Valley Master was ill-considered. Since you're already a peak master, the Valley Master position no longer suits you. We'll appoint someone else later." The peak masters collectively sighed in relief. This time was an exception, but at least future supreme spiritual root disciples wouldn't all be snatched away by 3 extremes peak. Only Wang Siming pondered deeper. This incident wasn't accidental. It wasn't just about the Valley Master position. Su Yuan's inheritance was simply too attractive. Future supreme spiritual root disciples would likely still choose 3 extremes peak. But then he reconsidered. Why should he worry? He was preparing to advance to nascent soul anyway. Let the next peak master deal with this headache. The Valley exit tests continued, though with less spectacle. The peak masters and sect leader lingered for a while before departing midway. Su Yuan oversaw the remaining tests, recorded all disciples' results, and had the stewards and outer sect disciples archive the data. Then he led the 8 supreme spiritual root disciples to a silver portal deep in the valley. This trial secret realm was established by our founding ancestor, Su Yuan explained. It offers you a rare opportunity for early trials. Consider it valuable experience. Go explore inside. One disciple asked, Peak Master, I heard there are supreme inheritances in the trials. Can we still obtain them now? Gone. Su Yuan shook his head. All inheritances have been claimed. However, There's a natural wonder called the Silver Spirit Waterfall, where those with exceptional comprehension might gain insights into heavenly truths. It's worth seeing, so your trip isn't wasted. Thank you for the guidance, Peak Master. Guyu immediately responded. Su Yuan waved them forward, and the disciples entered one by one, except for Nangong Xianweng, who remained outside. Su Yuan looked curiously at Nangong Xianweng. Aren't you going? Nangong Xianweng's face darkened. I'm not actually a new disciple. I can't enter. Oh, I thought divine transformation cultivators could enter. Shall I go in first then? Su Yuan said. After cupping his hands in salute, Su Yuan stepped into the secret realm. Nangong Xianweng fell silent. That brat, pulling out a scripture titled Big Dipper Formation Diagrams, Volume 7. Nangong Xianweng began reading while frowning contemplatively. Conceptualization? By the 7th volume, one must use conceptualization for comprehension. Such an outrageous supreme technique. And it's meant for Qi refining stage? There are 69 equally difficult scriptures in this series. Nangong Xianweng's sudden reluctance to leave wasn't due to foolish romantic notions. He'd realized how poor his foundational Tao base was. His cultivation progress had stagnated for years without explanation, until he saw Su Yuan's inheritance. Only then did he understand how crude his so-called supreme Tao foundation truly was. Compared to Su Yuan's perfect foundation, his wasn't even fit to carry its shoes. Thus, Nangong Xianweng conceived a bold plan, reforging his Tao foundation. The problem? He already had a nascent soul. How could he rebuild his foundation? His solution: transform his existing nascent soul into a secondary soul, then cultivate a new primary nascent soul. Perfect. The 7 extremes sect possessed secondary soul techniques he'd previously disregarded. The materials were too precious. But now, using his original nascent soul as the secondary would eliminate most material requirements. This method was rare and required immense courage. A secondary soul couldn't surpass the primary, meaning his cultivation would stagnate for a long time. And if the reforging failed, decision made, I'll do it. Nangong Xianweng resolved. Though Su Yuan's current realm is low, he's at least at founding ancestor level potential. Following his path might give me future guidance, unlike my current bottleneck state with no mentors. Lacking guidance is true suffering. Having witnessed Su Yuan's astonishing progress over 2 years, Nangong Xianweng was thoroughly impressed. Other divine transformation cultivators wouldn't believe Su Yuan's freakish talents without seeing them firsthand. Whoosh! Transforming into a streak of light, Nangong Xianweng returned to his cave abode to begin converting his nascent soul. Unaware of Nangong Xianweng's thoughts, Su Yuan observed the disciples inside the secret realm. Guyu chose martial trials, demonstrating exceptional combat skills by clearing 8 stages before narrowly failing the 9th after 15 minutes of intense battle. This performance approached founding ancestor-level standards, astonishing Su Yuan. While Su Yuan's inheritance contributed, Guyu's innate talent and diligence were undeniable. After his trial, Guyu proceeded to the Silver Spirit Waterfall at the realm's center, where Su Yuan already stood. Peak Master! Guyu bowed upon seeing him. Try comprehending the waterfall. It contains 18 heavenly truths. See if you can perceive one, Su Yuan instructed. Yes. Guyu nodded solemnly, standing by the lake to meditate on the distant waterfall. Little Li appeared beside Su Yuan. Your disciple? Essentially, Su Yuan replied. He's quite good. Nearly clear the martial trial. Little Li wagged her tail. But comprehending heavenly truths? Impossible. Not necessarily, Su Yuan disagreed. He has potential. Changing topics, he asked. Little Li, do you want to leave? What? She gasped. Of course. But I'm the realm spirit. I can't leave. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed strangely. After careful observation, I've realized this entire realm is actually a treasure. You're not a realm spirit. You're a treasure spirit, he revealed. What? Impossible. Little Li's eyes widened. At first I doubted too, Su Yuan nodded. But months of studying the realm's rhythms revealed inconsistencies, like artificial construction. Except for the waterfall, the entire realm is one complete object. Essentially, it's a colossal storage treasure designed to house the Silver Spirit Waterfall, he concluded. I thought you were just playing with me. Instead, you were researching while humoring my antics. Little Lee's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Yuan, you're amazing. Su Yuan coughed. He wouldn't admit he'd been playing around and only noticed the anomalies accidentally due to his passive, Dao follows nature, ability, and improved cultivation. So what now? Little Lee asked nervously. If it's a treasure, it can be refined, but not easily, Su Yuan mused. Little Lee blinked expectantly. First, you need complete cooperation. As a sentient being, being refined means becoming part of another, something all intelligent life instinctively resists. That's the first hurdle, Su Yuan sighed. If it's you, maybe I could try. Little Lee hesitated. Su Yuan patted her fur. This resistance isn't voluntary. It's fundamental to your existence. Your instincts and your true form would rebel. Gritting her teeth, Little Lee declared, if my true form resists, I'll fight it. Let's try. Her eyes shone with longing for the outside world. Su Yuan waved his hand. Additionally, the treasure's core must contain complex array patterns and restrictions. Refining requires understanding these, difficulty unknown. Tell me, are there places in the realm you've never visited or can't enter? Little Lee scratched her head in thought, then brightened. Yes, the small palace where the founding ancestors stored treasures and inheritances. He forbade me from entering to prevent mischief, so I never did, not even now. Su Yuan nodded understandingly. That must be the core. Since the entire realm is your body, nowhere should be inaccessible. The ancestor only used rules to stop you. Let's investigate. Okay. Little Lee cheered, floating eagerly as she led Su Yuan toward the small palace. Guyu was deeply focused on comprehending the Silver Spirit Waterfall, but he couldn't grasp the essence. Just as he was growing increasingly frustrated, a splash of water suddenly hit him. Startled, Guyu quickly tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He was soaked through and through by the lake water, sending a chill straight to his bones. When Guyu looked closely, he saw a fish head emerging from the lake's surface. It was a two-colored fish whose hues alternated continuously, its large eyes gleaming with obvious amusement as it looked at him. Its mouth opened again, shooting a stream of water that drenched Guyu once more as he tried to evade. Noticing the angry expression rising on his face, the spirit fish flicked its tail and darted away. Guyu originally wanted to teach this spirit fish a lesson, but he quickly sensed the powerful aura radiating from the fish. No way. It's a top-tier first-grade spirit fish. Seems like it's already at peak level. Not worth provoking. Definitely not worth it. Guyu gloomily shook off the lake water. He then noticed that some two-colored light glimmers clung to his body. Seeing no harm done, he ignored them. He found another spot by the lake and resumed meditating on the Silver Spirit Waterfall. As he immersed his mind into the comprehension, the two-colored light gradually merged into his body, and his mind instantly became clearer. In that quiet moment, he began to perceive a power of heaven and earth slowly revealing its secrets to him. But soon, the feeling vanished. Frowning, Guyu snapped back to reality. He looked down at the fading two-colored light on his body, his expression turning thoughtful. Those glimmers contain a kind of insight into the natural order of the world. It seems to be the spirit fish's sensation. It shared its comprehension with me. His eyes flickered as he gazed toward the lake's surface, quickly spotting a spirit fish peeking out cautiously. Noticing Guyu's gaze, the spirit fish immediately dived back into the lake. Guyu chuckled awkwardly, then rummaged through his pocket, finding a few pieces of snacks. They tasted good, and, since they contained no spiritual energy, he could bring them into Immortal Seed Valley to improve his meals. He still had some on hand. He threw a piece of snack toward the spirit fish. After a while, a fish head surfaced and ate the snack. Guyu smiled and waited a moment, then saw the spirit fish return beside him and spray a stream of water toward him. This time, Guyu didn't dodge. He let the water soak him completely. The spirit fish laughed. Guyu wasn't annoyed, but instead smiled, saying, "How about you keep drenching me? I'll try to comprehend the waterfall." The spirit fish looked at him curiously and nodded. Guyu immediately resumed his comprehension of the silver spirit waterfall. Sure enough, inspiration returned. His understanding of the power of metal gradually deepened. Whenever the sensation of insight faded, the spirit fish would spray water on him to refresh that state. After dozens of cycles, Guyu finally succeeded in grasping a sliver of the power of heaven and earth. A surge of energy flashed through Guyu, causing a ripple in the environment and releasing a pressure that extended 10 meters around him. The spirit fish was tossed back by this aura, flipping onto its belly and angrily spraying water at Guyu. Snapping back, Guyu laughed heartily. "Thanks a lot, little guy." He crouched down and asked, "Are you a spirit beast from the secret realm? Are you bored staying here? Want to come out with me? I'll sign an equal contract with you." The spirit fish looked at him with surprise, hesitating. "Do you have a family? We're both metal attribute. We'd make great partners." Guyu invited warmly. "An endless sweet meat jerky." After a moment's hesitation, the spirit fish dove into the lake. Guyu stood at the lakeside, feeling somewhat regretful. At this moment, the spirit fish had already swum to the lake bottom and found little Kai, who was fast asleep. The spirit fish woke little Kai up. Little Kai blinked awake and looked at the spirit fish in confusion. Then, a secret conversation passed silently between the two fish. Little Kai first became very angry, then hesitated, and finally sent a mental message to Su Yuan. At this time, Su Yuan was inside a small palace, scratching his head at the complex and intricate ceiling core layer by layer. Receiving little Kai's mental message, he was stunned for a moment. "Little 13 wants to leave with a human cultivator, asking if I approve." This sudden question left Su Yuan dumbfounded. He had affectionately nurtured those spirit fish in the lake, but never expected that one day a spirit fish would voluntarily choose to leave. This feeling made him somewhat lost, like a daughter he had raised for a long time, deciding to marry and leave. Yet, when he glanced at the eager Little Lee beside him, a trace of relief appeared in his heart. Just like Little Lee, the founder probably never considered giving Little Lee freedom. The spirit fish must also yearn for freedom for the outside world. They have their own thoughts, but Su Yuan had been suppressing them. His nurturing was indeed a kindness, but he could not demand these spirit fish to stay with him forever just because of this kindness. If it wants to leave, then let it leave. That's its choice. Su Yuan sent his thoughts to little Kai. Little Kai glared angrily at little 13, but finally patted its head with reluctant eyes and turned away, not wanting to see little 13 anymore. Little 13 slowly left, looking back to see a group of spirit fish waving their fins farewell. Pausing for a moment, little 13 finally turned and departed. Guyu was waiting by the lake when suddenly the spirit fish reappeared and jumped onto his palm. He showed a delighted expression. "You're willing to come with me?" Little 13 nodded. At that moment, Su Yuan's voice suddenly echoed in Guyu's ear. "You brat, you silently kidnapped my spirit fish. Treat little 13 well from now on." "Got it." Guyu was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and bowed toward above. "Disciple understands." Then, a contract of equality was forged between the man and the fish. Little 13 jumped into Guyu's pocket, poking its head out to look at the lake's surface. Guyu sensed a wave of rejection from the secret realm. Soon, when he regained full awareness, he found himself outside the secret realm's portal, with little 13 curiously observing the surroundings. Guyu petted little 13 and smiled. "Come on, my home has a huge spirit pond. With me, you'll never worry about food or drink." Little 13 pouted, obviously skeptical. Inside the secret realm, inside the small palace, Little Lee, who governed the entire secret realm, naturally saw this scene and felt thoughtful. If a fish can decide its own fate, why couldn't she? Although the founder raised her and even created her, was she only meant to be trapped in the secret realm? The founder's task had been completed, so naturally, she could choose her own destiny. Just as Su Yuan gave the spirit fish he nurtured for so long the chance to choose, she could also give herself a chance to choose her fate. Actually, Little Lee had been hesitant just moments ago, not fully resolved, but the spirit fish's choice gave her a perfect example. Perhaps Little 13's rebellious spirit was ignited, for when several other top-tier spirit root disciples arrived by the pond to comprehend the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, more spirit fish chose to sign contracts with these top-tier spirit roots. These top-tier spirit roots, sensing the special abilities of the spirit fish, also extended goodwill and signed contracts. Including Little 13, a total of 7 spirit fish signed contracts with the disciples of top-tier spirit roots and left. Su Yuan, observing the secret realm's core in the palace, sighed. The children have grown up, their wings have strengthened. Though they're well fed and cared for here, they want to leave. Do you not approve of their actions? Little Lee asked curiously. Su Yuan sighed. The outside world is dangerous. It's very possible that once they leave, there's no returning. I even warn them by transmission, but they insist. In the future, I might have to collect their bodies. Then why don't you refuse them? Little Lee asked. Their hearts are no longer here. What use is refusal? Besides, they are independent lives. I respect their choices. As rational beings, they have a right to choose. Though I gave them the opportunity to transform into spirit fish in the best conditions, that can't be a reason to stop them. I just hope they won't regret it later. Su Yuan shook his head. Though he sighed, he had no intention of stopping them. Hearing this, Little Lee nodded, her resolve gradually firming. She would also choose her own destiny. Even if she fell outside, it would be her own choice. If spirit fish could choose, so could she. Su Yuan's attention was focused on the secret realm's core, so he didn't notice Little Lee's mental shift. Even if he deliberately observed, it would be hard to detect her change. After all, she was an old monster-level existence. So complicated. Su Yuan looked at the layers of formations and seals in the secret realm's core and felt a headache coming on. Though it looked somewhat familiar, it was only somewhat familiar. He felt that only those above the nascent soul stage could comprehend the complexity of these seals. He suddenly felt uncertain about the attribute balance of work and rest. Not because of the description, but because there wasn't enough rest time. He only had 93 days of rest left. Little Lee asked, "How is it? Can you refine it?" "Unlikely, but let's try." "Little Lee, get ready, we'll give it a shot." Su Yuan turned to Little Lee and asked, "Are you really willing to come with me? If you stay here, you could live a very long time. But if you leave with me, you might face danger in the future." Little Lee smiled cheerfully. "It's fine, I understand." Su Yuan was puzzled. "Understand what?" "Not telling you." Little Lee's 9 tails swayed happily. Su Yuan looked deeply at Little Lee, then activated the attribute, balance of work and rest. In an instant, the world became much clearer. Without hesitation, he activated the second and third activations, compressing cultivation time to 130 minutes. Daoist techniques naturally activated. The rhythms of heaven and earth became visible and clear. 7 stars shine bright activated. The Big Dipper stars in the night sky lit up, and 7 beams of starlight descended, passing through the secret realm's portal and merging into Su Yuan's eyes, sharpening his perception of heaven and earth. Su Yuan looked at the secret realm's core. The originally chaotic core became distinctly layered. A total of 1,118 layers of seals appear before him. Su Yuan's eyes widened. Is this the Yuan Pool Natural Formation Seal? He was stunned to discover that the secret realm's core seal was actually just a variation of a natural formation seal. The natural formation seal within his body perfectly matched the core seal of the secret realm, refining it with the true essence converted from his special spiritual orifices would greatly reduce the difficulty. What a coincidence! Originally, he only wanted to see how difficult it was to refine the secret realm core seal and planned to come back after his cultivation improved. but now refining it seemed possible. Su Yuan's expression momentarily went blank, feeling as if fate had arranged this. But thinking carefully, he realized it might not be coincidence at all. To sustain the Silver Spirit waterfall indefinitely, there must be a formation that continuously replenishes spiritual energy to support it. What formation could be better than the Yuan Pool Natural Formation Seal? He had been curious why the water of the Silver Spirit waterfall could flow endlessly and how its energy was replenished. Now he understood. It was all for a reason. "Little Li, let's begin," Su Yuan immediately said. "All right." Little Li nodded quickly, though she wasn't sure what exactly she needed to do. Within Su Yuan's body, 118 spiritual apertures simultaneously released divine sense and true essence. Among them, 36 apertures led by the Sea of Consciousness aperture poured out vast amounts of divine sense, transforming into 36 streams of power that entered Little Li's body. Little Li stiffened momentarily. In that instant, she felt the illusion that her entire body was being completely seen through. For the first time, she discovered how peculiar her internal structure was. Those 36 streams of power followed illusory meridians, forming a complete meridian rotation diagram. Her body also contained 118 hidden spiritual apertures, which Su Yuan's divine sense activated one by one. This process was filled with extremely unusual sensations. Little Li instinctively wanted to stop Su Yuan's actions, but she restrained herself, suppressing her natural impulses with great effort. After completing a full meridian rotation, Su Yuan's power finally reached the Sea of Consciousness aperture, quickly penetrating into Little Li's Sea of Consciousness. Little Li also saw for the first time a purple illusory crystal core floating in her Sea of Consciousness. She had never noticed this before. It seemed to have appeared only after Su Yuan completed the meridian rotation diagram. "How does it feel? It might hurt a bit soon, but it'll be over quickly." "No problem," Little Li affirmed. Su Yuan nodded, his gaze fixed on the illusory purple crystal core. It bore 118 overlapping layers of patterns that formed a mysterious diagram, so complex it could make one dizzy at first glance. Yet Su Yuan could clearly see traces of natural formation restrictions within it. By analyzing the 118 restrictions of the natural formation, Su Yuan understood its operational logic, and his divine sense began rapidly circulating along these patterns. Su Yuan, what should I do?" Little Li asked as she felt a sharp pain in her consciousness. The purple crystal core trembled slightly, affecting Su Yuan's engraving movements. "Open your mind and accept my divine sense. Don't worry, there won't be any major issues." Su Yuan's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. Little Li calmed down internally and tried her best to cooperate with Su Yuan in refining the purple crystal core. Simultaneously, 82 of Su Yuan's spiritual apertures, with the Dantian aperture at their core, released vast amounts of true essence that merged into the secret realm's core within the palace ahead. Here, the formation core, composed of 118 layers of formation patterns, was equally extremely complex. Normally, refining it would require at least the power of a divine transformation realm cultivator. But because Su Yuan's energy was so compatible, the requirements for refinement were significantly reduced. Su Yuan's true essence flowed into the formation, following the most correct path until it reached the first formation core, where it imprinted Su Yuan's mark. Everything proceeded smoothly. Su Yuan sighed in relief and began refining the second and third formation cores. During this process, the large reserve of spirit stones Su Yuan had prepared were rapidly consumed, drawn by his 118 natural formation restriction apertures before being directly transferred to the refinement process. Both the formation core and the core in Little Li's Sea of Consciousness were being refined simultaneously. No accidents occurred. In this completely safe secret realm where no one could disturb them, it was truly difficult for unexpected factors to emerge. After 118 minutes of methodical refinement, Su Yuan finally completed the dual refinement of both Little Li's Sea of Consciousness core and the Palace's Formation core simultaneously. In an instant, Su Yuan established an extremely close connection with the entire spiritual treasure. Little Li opened her dazed eyes, looking at Su Yuan with complete dependence. Her body also underwent changes at this moment. Originally only capable of maintaining a spirit form, under the supply of Su Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, she began developing a physical body. She now possessed the ability to switch between spirit and physical forms. Little Li looked at her changes in amazement, exclaiming excitedly. Meanwhile, Su Yuan closed his eyes, rapidly absorbing massive amounts of information. Fortunately, Su Yuan still had some time remaining on his superlative comprehension entry, allowing him to quickly grasp this information and preliminarily understand this spiritual treasure's functions. The treasure's true name was Floating Light Sun-Moon Vessel, a peak 6th grade cave heaven-type spiritual treasure that normally required a void refining expert to fully control. First function was storage. It could contain one type of heaven-earth wonder, currently occupied by the Silver Spirit Waterfall. The second function was suppression, using the power of the entire cave heaven to suppress cultivators. Those below divine transformation would have no power to resist, while it could suppress up to 70% of a void refining cultivator's power, making it incredibly powerful. But Su Yuan couldn't activate this yet. He lacked sufficient magic power to drive it. Currently, he could at most suppress Golden Core Realm cultivators and slightly affect low-level nascent soul cultivators. The third function was spirit gathering, just as Su Yuan had guessed earlier. As a cave heaven spiritual treasure constructed on the foundation of a Yuan pool's natural formation restrictions, it naturally possessed the ability to accumulate spiritual energy. Beyond being convenient, this ability gave Su Yuan a pleasant surprise. He could fully activate the floating light vessel once. Although it would require 100 years to naturally accumulate enough energy for another use, this was already sufficient and became Su Yuan's current strongest trump card. Beyond these three main functions, there were many others, but they weren't particularly necessary to explain. Su Yuan actually estimated that the founding ancestor had likely reached the 7th grade body unity realm. To him, this treasure might have truly been just a storage item, and an outdated one at that, hence why it was left as an inheritance. The ancestor didn't die before leaving the inheritance. He left it behind before departing. If this spiritual treasure had been truly important to the ancestor, he wouldn't have left it behind so casually. A crisp voice interrupted Su Yuan's thoughts. Su Yuan, you succeeded. Little Li pounced, nuzzling against Su Yuan's chest. Su Yuan stroked Little Li's newly fleshy body and smiled. We succeeded. Now you'll have to follow me. No chance to regret it now. I don't regret it, Little Li said, lifting her small face. Little Kai also poked her head in through the doorway. Su Yuan praised. Little Kai also did well protecting me. Little Kai happily floated around. Meanwhile, Little Li's eyes sparkled with an idea. Su Yuan, since I've essentially been reborn now, shouldn't I get a new name? Little Li is too casual. Oh, do you have any ideas yourself? Su Yuan asked, surprised. No, you pick one for me. How about Su Li? That's still Li. No, Su Li. Su Yuan shared his thoughts with Little Li. Her eyes brightened as she nodded. That's acceptable. She smugly glanced at Little Kai, who looked back with innocent confusion. Only then did Su Yuan notice particularly strong thought echoes in his surroundings. Previously occupied with refining the floating light vessel, he hadn't paid attention to these. Activating his mind echo entry, Su Yuan's consciousness instantly crossed most of the sect, arriving at a particular peak, the Three Ultimates Peak. In the inner disciple courtyard area of Three Ultimates Peak, several newly promoted inner disciples, including Gu Yu, were engaged in successive challenges with senior disciples. Several disciples had already been defeated, their bodies covered in bruises. Frowning, Su Yuan followed the thought waves past these disciples to the core disciple area, where others were also thinking of him. Soon he passed the core disciples and reached the true disciple area, finally locking onto a golden core true disciple. How interesting. Su Guangwen, former top true disciple of Hidden Peak at Golden Core Peak Cultivation, wants to seize the position of Hidden Peak Lord. When 3 Ultimates Sect Peak Lords accumulate enough contributions and resign, they receive resources to break through to Nascent Soul. Su Guangwen covets these resources and thus targets the Hidden Peak Lord position, with me being the biggest obstacle now. Su Yuan understood clearly. He could confirm Su Guangwen likely didn't know the true meaning of the Hidden Peak Lord position. This secret was known to few even among elders. Of course, one could find it by thoroughly researching the library, but most cultivators were too busy with their training to bother with unnecessary books. Reactivating Mind Echo. Scenes from throughout the sect appeared before Su Yuan's eyes until he focused on a secret realm where dozens of nascent soul elders and several divine transformation elders were discussing Su Yuan's future resource allocation. The resources were divided into 3 tiers, the lowest being at nascent soul elder level, while the highest matched the full allocation for sect's divine transformation elders. The elders argued intensely over which tier to choose, with some mentioning 3 Ultimates Peaks Su Guangwen, wanting to use this to test Su Yuan's true potential before deciding the resource tier. Watching these scenes, Su Yuan gradually understood the whole situation. No wonder there was such a cliché scenario of seniors bullying juniors. It was actually related to his future resource allocation. TSK. This Mind Echo entry seems insignificant, but can be quite useful sometimes. Su Yuan prays silently. Even when observing those divine transformation elders, none noticed him. The entry's concealment effect was remarkable. Without it, he might not have intervened to help those newcomers. What harm was there in letting them suffer a bit? It might even increase their cultivation enthusiasm. Su Guangwen is at Golden Core Peak. These old fellows really think highly of me. Su Yuan rubbed his chin. I'm leaving Immortal Seed Valley first. I'll release you too after reaching 3 Ultimates Peak, Su Yuan told the 2 little ones. Littlely immediately grew excited. What's the outside world like? Su Yuan smiled. You'll find out soon. With a flash, he exited the trial secret realm. When he reappeared, he was outside the secret realm's entrance. With a wave of his hand, a cyan jade vessel materialized in the air, adorned with depictions of sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and floating lights. The vessel flew into Su Yuan's hand before disappearing. The secret realm entrance remained. Within a certain range of the floating light vessel, he could freely open and close the secret realm portal. Leaving Immortal Seed Valley wouldn't affect this portal's operation, so he decided to leave it here unchanged for now. Su Yuan turned and took a step forward, leaving behind trails of starlight as resplendent as the Milky Way in his wake. Somewhere within the 3 Peaks sects intersect, 7 senior disciples were engaged in a domineering standoff with 7 new disciples. For the new disciples bore visible injuries, clearly wounded quite severely. Are you really this pathetic? So-called supreme spiritual roots, yet this is all you can do. One senior disciple's voice dripped with disdain. Li Yuexin angrily retorted, Have you no shame? You've cultivated for several more years than us, bullying newly enrolled disciples. Can't you show some decency? When you venture out for training and encounter demonic or evil cultivators, do you think they'll care whether you're new or experienced? Losing means death. We seniors are just giving you an early taste of the cultivation world's cruelty. You supreme spiritual root disciples are too ambitious and arrogant. We're doing this for your own good. The senior disciples spouted justification after justification. TCH. Meng Chengle laughed loudly. You wouldn't dare do this without someone backing you. Who wants to teach us a lesson? Step forward openly instead of this hypocritical act. The senior disciples exchanged glances before attacking the 7 new disciples again. One supreme spiritual root disciple who was already injured couldn't take it anymore and shouted, 24 attack now. As soon as the words left his mouth, A fish head emerged from his sleeve and spat out a water sword. A spirit pet too? The inner sect disciple at Qi refining 7th layer showed surprise, but calmly cast defensive spells. How strong could a mid-Qi refining spirit pet be? Wait, this spiritual pressure is too intense. When the water sword approached, he immediately sensed something wrong. He instantly strengthened his defenses while activating his magical equipment. SSSSHHH. The water sword tore through the golden shield before him. The thick golden barrier couldn't withstand the attack at all. The water sword's momentum didn't slow, directly striking the disciple's protective robe. The robe flickered briefly before dimming completely within one breath. The water sword pierced through and sent the disciple flying, spraying blood across the air, leaving him severely wounded. The other senior disciples collectively gasped. One senior disciple came to his senses and rushed over, crushing a medicinal pill to sprinkle on the wounds. The injuries healed quickly, but the disciple's energy remained weak, clearly unable to continue fighting and needing rest. The other senior disciples glared at the supreme, spiritual root new disciple. Were you trying to kill a fellow disciple? That was far too heavy-handed. The new disciple flushed red with frustration. Guyu immediately spoke up. You were the ones pushing us too hard. Even rabbits bite when cornered, let alone new disciples unfamiliar with combat. Isn't it normal to misjudge strength? Aren't deaths from inferior skills common in the cultivation world? Since you dared attack us, you should be prepared for injuries or even death. Using spirit beasts to intentionally harm others, severely wounding fellow disciples, and endangering lives. It seems you'll need to visit the confinement cliff. A senior disciple immediately sent a message requesting a Foundation establishment enforcer to handle the matter. Before Guyu could fully grasp the situation, a team of black-clad law enforcers descended from the sky, their leader clearly at early Foundation establishment. What exactly are you trying to do? Xiangying also protested angrily. She knew the sect's normal atmosphere well. This situation was absolutely abnormal and definitely suspicious. The enforcement captain looked down at the 14 people below and declared, "Take them all away." Feeling the 7 new disciples' anger and resentment, spirit fish emerged one after another from their sleeves. They performed the 7 stars mystic leap, their figures flashing through the air, leaving behind starry afterimages with each pause. The 7 spirit fish converged midair, forming an array as they simultaneously spat water swords at the captain. "Oh, daring to resist? That adds to your crimes," the captain shouted. The 7 water swords formed a Big Dipper sword formation in midair, attacking him from all sides. Wait! The captain's expression changed as he immediately drew his flying sword to counter. Unexpectedly, the sword formation's power multiplied dramatically, locking his flying sword in a midair stalemate. Guyu and the others stared dumbfounded, never imagining their spirit fish could coordinate into the Big Dipper sword formation. From the leaping footwork and swordplay, they clearly saw Su Yuan's influence. These weren't wild spirit fish from secret realms, but one Su Yuan had raised. But now wasn't the time to ponder this. 13, return. Guyu immediately called. At worst, they'd face a few days of confinement, but resisting law enforcement would change the situation entirely. 13 glared fiercely at the captain, but obediently descended at Guyu's command. The other spirit fish followed suit. The enforcement captain darkened his expression and ordered, "Take them all, seal their cultivation, and guard them strictly." Just as the enforcers moved to act, "Hold!" A voice resounded through the heavens. Everyone looked skyward to see 9 lifelike, true dragons pulling a throne through parting clouds. Upon the throne sat a strikingly handsome young man, cradling a silver-white spirit fox, gazing down upon the mountain like an immortal deity. The dragons roared as sword hymns shook the entire 3 peaks. Every cultivator who heard them felt their minds struck as if by massive temple bells, their spirits shaken. This scene stunned all disciples into mental paralysis. The shocking part wasn't Su Yuan's dramatic entrance, but that three peaks protective formations should prevent even nascent soul elders from descending so brazenly from the summit. Since Su Yuan clearly wasn't the sect leader or likely a spirit transformation elder, the only remaining identity was the long-appointed but never-seen new peak master. In a secluded chamber within three peaks, Su Guangwen opened his eyes and frowned. After just a few years in seclusion, such an unfamiliar golden core cultivator appears. At most early golden core stage. How can he be peak master? But that nascent soul elder recently said I could contend for this position. In that case, I must stake my claim. Guyu cried out joyfully, "Peak master, please uphold justice for us." Su Yuan glanced at them, but ignored their plea, instead looking toward a particular three peaks location. "Su Guangwen, come out. Haven't you been looking for me?" His words sent shockwaves through three peaks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden core elders flew into the sky one after another. Some immediately bowed to Su Yuan. "Greetings, peak master." Seeing this, Su Yuan's expression softened slightly. Recently occupied with Immortal Seed Valley matters, I hadn't appeared at three peaks. Today I formally assume my position. Any objections must be raised now. Hereafter, anyone disrupting sect harmony will face severe punishment. The remaining neutral golden core elders exchanged bewildered glances at those who'd immediately taken sides, unable to grasp the situation. Clearly this was the consequence of neglecting studies. What was plainly recorded in the library, these golden core elders didn't know. Su Guangwen emerged from seclusion, flying to Su Yuan's altitude. Surprised, he asked, "You know of me?" Then solemnly declared, "I am Su Guangwen. I did instigate this incident. For that I'll accept punishment at the enforcement hall. But I truly oppose your peak master appointment. After decades at Hidden Peak with outstanding contributions and achievements, plus peak golden core cultivation, by all rights, I'm most qualified to be peak master. Yet suddenly an outsider is appointed. Naturally, I object." Su Yuan smiled. "At any other peak, you make a fine peak master. But at Hidden Peak, well, there are issues. Not that you can't serve. After my tenure, the position could be yours." "What do you mean?" Su Guangwen frowned, sensing hidden meaning. Su Yuan asked curiously, "Do you usually bury yourself in cultivation? How many years to reach peak golden core?" Proudly, Su Guangwen declared, "With supreme spiritual roots, I reached peak golden core in just 98 years. Nor did I only cultivate. I frequently ventured out, slaying multiple peak golden core beasts and notorious demonic/evil cultivators. I've survived life-and-death situations and dangers. By any measure, I surpass you." Su Yuan nodded calmly. "You're outstanding, but some matters must follow protocol." "Protocol?" "Sect peak master requirements are threefold. Sufficient contributions, nascent soul elder nomination, and profound same-realm cultivation. I meet all three. Assuming you satisfy the first two, I challenge the third. The cultivation world's ultimate protocol is strength. Let me test your mettle. Dare you accept?" Around him, several golden core elders subtly moved closer, making both sides appear evenly matched. Some elders besides Su Yuan exchanged exasperated glances. This wasn't about strength. The first hidden peak master position wasn't about cultivation level. This could potentially rename the entire sect. They worriedly watched Su Yuan. He couldn't possibly fight yet, right? Even as the founder, his cultivation time was still too short. But Su Yuan nodded serenely. "Very well, I'll grant this opportunity. But know this, if I defeat you, you may leave three peaks or stay, but your punishment doubles. And if you lose?" Su Guangwen pressed. Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Simple. I'll yield the peak master position. After all, I've held it 3 months already." Su Guangwen frowned, again detecting something peculiar in Su Yuan's words. Vaguely, he felt he'd overlooked something. After careful consideration, finding no major flaws, he steadied himself. Outwardly calm, he said, Then before all witnesses, let us battle. Yuan chuckled agreeably. A small jade pot materialized in his palm, seemingly unremarkable, yet likely the Seven Extremes sect's most valuable treasure currently. Was using a 6th-grade spirit treasure against a 3rd-grade golden core shameful? Yuan thought not. The treasure was part of his strength, and no one would know it was 6th grade anyway. Possessing such a treasure had clearly inflated Yuan's confidence. Within the sect, he felt ready to make a splash. Guangwen hovered in midair and reached out to Yuan. You go first. Yuan smiled. Then I won't hold back. 9 flying swords shot out from Yuan's sleeve. Then Yuan channeled a higher-level true essence from near the 9 golden sands in his dantian into the flying swords, causing them to unleash even greater power. Big Dipper, 7 stars, sword formation, 7 stars fall. The 9 flying swords immediately rose into the sky, intertwining to form a grand Big Dipper, 7 stars formation. Among them, 2 flying swords hid within the formation, showing only 7 flying swords. As the 7 flying swords descended, the metal-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn by the golden realm, converging on the surface of the swords, coating them with a dazzling golden light. Realm. Guangwen instantly recognized the significance of this display of heavenly spiritual energy. The power of heaven and earth only brought oppression, but the realm itself could not only amplify power, but also mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, doubling the enhancement. Facing an early golden core cultivator who had already comprehended the realm. What a remarkable talent! Guangwen suddenly realized he had been too hasty. Such talent justified becoming peak master. However, the fight had already begun, so naturally, it had to continue. Guangwen flicked his finger, and a wisp of flame appeared at his fingertip, quickly expanding into a vivid fiery bird. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The fiery bird collided with the Big Dipper 7 stars sword formation midair, causing a violent tremor. The brilliant golden light and dazzling firelight dispersed each other upon impact. In the end, the 9 flying swords flew backward, and the spiritual awareness within the swords conveyed a trace of discomfort to Yuan. On the other hand, although the fiery bird dissipated on Guangwen's side, it seemed the outcome was already within his expectations, possibly even precisely controlled by him. Guangwen's peak golden core cultivation was pure strength, unrivaled within Hidden Peak, so it was no wonder he had always wanted to become peak master. My turn. From Guangwen's sleeve flew out a flaming red flying sword, emanating a powerful aura. It was evidently a treasure weapon. Magic tools, spiritual tools, treasure weapons. Treasure weapons were items used by golden core cultivators. The word treasure implied preciousness. Each treasure weapon was extremely valuable and cherished. Some nascent soul cultivators also used treasure weapons, illustrating their rarity. Go! The flying sword blazed with flames and shot forward instantly, unleashing a terrifying power. Yuan remained calm. When the flying sword approached him, he immediately activated the jade pot in his hand. An invisible suppressive force instantly enveloped Guangwen and the fiery red flying sword before him. At that moment, the fiery red flying sword seemed as if a giant dragon had seized its vital point, freezing midair. The terrifying flame energy could not be unleashed. The spiritual awareness within the treasure weapon had reached an extremely high level, and at this moment, it emitted feelings of fear, helplessness, and extreme panic towards Guangwen. However, Guangwen himself felt the same. He sensed a force suddenly descending upon him, directly affecting his body, sealing his consciousness and dantian. His internal golden core felt as if all lifelines had been locked, losing all power instantly. He felt the entire world radiating intense hostility toward him, a life-or-death crisis with no escape, which made his heart tremble and his pupils contract sharply. He could not even maintain his suspension in midair, yet the suppressive force held him there, preventing him from falling. Suddenly, the suppressive sensation vanished. Su Guangwen returned to normal. Then he saw his fiery red treasure sword, carrying immense momentum, crash directly into Su Yuan. Even Su Yuan's peak master-grade robes dimmed by 30%, and he could not withstand the impact, flying backward and crashing into the forest below. Wait! Su Guangwen widened his eyes. He tried to recall his flying sword, which obediently flew back this time. The spiritual awareness within conveyed a grateful feeling of having survived a disaster. He realized the previous experience was not an illusion. He had indeed been attacked by some technique of Su Yuan's without any ability to resist. If someone had simply flicked a sword finger then, he would have died. He could not even activate the defense of his robes. At that moment, Su Yuan, covered with leaves and broken branches, flew up looking a little disheveled. He cupped his hands and said, "Su Guangwen, I lost. Your strength far surpasses mine. I am willing to hand over the position of Peak Master." He waved his hand, producing the Peak Master's token and a brand new set of Peak Master robes. Su Yuan immediately lifted his recognition of the position and then tossed them to Su Guangwen. While Su Guangwen was stunned, Su Yuan added, "From now on, I am just an ordinary elder of 3 peaks. I hope Peak Master Su will look after me and not assign me any tasks." After saying this, he bowed again and then fled swiftly into the distance. Because of his speed, the leaves and branches on his body kept falling off. Sharp-eyed cultivators noticed that Su Yuan showed no injuries, and even his clothes had no wrinkles. Su Guangwen was still in a daze. Nearby, a golden core true Immortal approached. "Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations to Peak Master Su on his promotion. Peak Master from now on. We must follow your lead. The name 3 Peaks is too casual. Shouldn't the Peak Master apply to change it?" The voices of the surrounding Golden Core elders awakened Su Guangwen. He frowned at the token in his hand and glanced at another group of Golden Core elders. They did not immediately come forward to congratulate him, but wore strange expressions, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Su Guangwen looked at the Peak Master token and eventually suppressed the urge to return it. What just happened? I should have already been defeated. So Su Yuan deliberately lost to me? Why? He just became Peak Master and hasn't contributed much. Wouldn't he want the resources of the Peak Master position? Su Guangwen wondered. At this moment, somewhere in the secret realm of the 7 Absolute Realms, the nascent Soul Elder Council members were reviewing the recent battle. One nascent Soul Elder couldn't help but ask, "What kind of technique was that? I don't understand it. It seems like a method of manipulating heaven and earth, but how can it control a peak golden core cultivator?" Many nascent soul elders looked toward the several transformation spirit elders in the main seats, especially at Nangong Xinwen. He was the transformation spirit elder most familiar with Su Yuan. Nangong Xinwen frowned and shook his head. This should be a suppressive technique, triggered by Su Yuan using some treasure, but it's not a one-time use treasure or talisman. It's truly his own power. After speaking, he exchanged glances with several transformation spirit elders, who all nodded. The dozens of nascent soul elders showed varied expressions. I propose raising Su Yuan's resource supply to the highest level. Agree or disagree? Nangong Xinwen said. The dozens of elders began voting. Each nascent soul elder had 1 vote. Each transformation spirit elder counted as 10 votes, and the sect leader had 10 votes. Nangong Xinwen confirmed the vote count, 128 votes in favor, 32 abstentions. The proposal passes. Thus, the high-level meeting concluded. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, watching remotely, smiled faintly. "Peak Master, whoever wants the position can take it. As long as his resources are in place, that's enough." At the meeting, Gu Qingzhu frowned. Is the position of 3 Peaks Peak Master really transferred, just like that? Isn't that too frivolous? Obviously, he wanted to help Su Yuan reclaim the Peak Master position. Su Yuan saw this remotely and spat blood in frustration. "Sect Leader Gu, I really thank you. The nascent soul elders began discussing. Nangong Xianwen was unconcerned. It's nothing. Originally, the opening Vane founder becoming peak master was only symbolic. He has already served. After leaving behind a legacy, he will soon go out to train, and the peak will quickly have a successor. This doesn't affect anything. Didn't you see Yuan doesn't want to be peak master himself? Gu Qingzhu heard this and stopped mentioning it. Seeing this, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Looks like I can relax and lie low now. Besides, I won't go out to train. I'll wait until I truly hit a bottleneck." Yuan soared over 3 peaks and soon arrived at a brand new cave dwelling. This was one of the rare 4th-tier cave dwellings within 3 peaks, which he had previously secured as his future residence with the Peak Master token. Looking down from midair, it was a small, exquisite hill about 700 meters tall. The mountain had waterfalls, valleys, gorges, high cliffs, forests, rivers, and grasslands, all perfectly complete. The entire hill was his cave dwelling, surrounded by a 4th-tier formation. Yuan placed his token on the formation, officially claiming this cave dwelling. Crossing the formation and entering the mountain, he immediately felt the thick spiritual energy rushing toward him. As expected of a 4th-tier cave dwelling, the spiritual energy density was astonishing, enough to satisfy the training needs of nascent soul cultivators. Buildings were already constructed throughout the mountain. Yuan went directly to the summit, where he immediately saw a large area of spiritual fields filled with dense, pure spiritual energy currently empty. This is such a waste. Such high-grade spiritual fields, and yet no spiritual plants are grown here. Isn't this pure waste? Yuan lamented deeply. There were 10 acres of 4th-tier spiritual fields, 300 acres of 3rd-tier spiritual fields, even more 2nd-tier spiritual fields, but he couldn't see any 1st-tier spiritual fields. Such resources were simply wasted here. Previously, on Mystic Peak, when he saw those 2 acres of 1st-tier spiritual fields, he had wanted to plant spiritual plants, but sensed he wouldn't stay there long, so he didn't. Now, he estimated he would stay in this cave dwelling for a long time, so the urge to farm was becoming harder and harder to suppress. Surrounding the spirit fields flowed a spirit-rich river formed by spring water, gushing from a spiritual spring at the mountain peak, mixed with other water sources, perfectly suited for irrigating the fields. With a thought from Yuan, 35 spirit fish and little Kai suddenly materialized mid-air before splashing into the river below. Little Kai looked around in amazement, leaping from the water to hover in the air as she playfully circled Yuan. "This will be your new home from now on." Yuan chuckled as he patted little Kai, then examined the condition of the spirit fish before nodding in satisfaction. "You've absorbed enough nourishment from the 3rd-grade spiritual water. Now it's just a matter of slowly refining it and absorbing spiritual energy to advance to 2nd-grade spirit beasts. Little Kai, help them out. Once they reach 3rd grade and take human form, I'll have plenty of helpers." Little Kai nodded enthusiastically, flapping her fins as if to say, "Leave it to me." Another thought from Yuan summoned Little Li. A small silver fox abruptly appeared on Yuan's shoulder, its bright eyes scanning the surroundings. Not seeing anyone around, it asked curiously, "Yuan, where is this? You put me away before I could get a good look at all those people earlier. You'll have plenty of chances to explore later, don't worry." Yuan placed his hand on his sect token. With a flash of light, a slightly smaller token appeared in his palm, which he then hung around Little Li's neck. "Here, with this you can freely access most areas of the sect. The sect is huge with over 100,000 resident disciples, more than enough to keep you entertained for ages. There's some contribution points stored inside too, so you can buy whatever you like." Little Li happily played with the token using her tiny paws, clearly thrilled. "Come on, I'll take you to explore 3 Peaks Peak and pick up some spirit herb seeds." The little fox immediately nodded in agreement. Yuan carried Little Li as he first left 3 Peaks Peak. Before long, he returned with his purchases to find Little Li had already slipped away to play. Yuan didn't mind. Though appearing like an ordinary creature, little Lee was actually a spirit artifact's manifestation. As long as her true form remained unharmed, she would be fine. If she wanted to play, he'd let her enjoy herself freely. Otherwise, wouldn't his promise to her be meaningless? Landing in the spirit fields, Yuan took out a spiritual hoe and began tilling the soil. While using spells would be more efficient, actually working the land by hand was more enjoyable when farming. For him, this level of labor was hardly tiring. As he worked, Yuan glanced back at the turned earth. While the soil had loosened, the flow of spiritual energy had become completely disordered, seemingly creating negative effects. Interesting. Farming isn't as simple as it seems. Yuan turned back and continued hoeing. With each strike, his true essence followed, the magical patterns on the hoe, spreading underground to collide with the earth vein's spiritual energy. The field's energy became more active, yet remained chaotic, some areas extremely vibrant while others stubbornly inert. Raising an eyebrow, Yuan checked his system panel and realized his rest time hadn't stopped counting despite all this work. Apparently, farming didn't count as cultivation. His interest peaked. Yuan started over, carefully tilling while organizing the earth energy. The spiritual veins beneath the fields contained abundant elemental energies, predominantly earth attribute, though far more sluggish than the air's energy. Each hoe strike used true essence to stimulate and guide this vein energy upward, forming nourishing currents to feed both the fields and future spirit plants. What seemed simple proved unexpectedly difficult. No wonder these second-grade spirit fields had gone unused. Caring for fourth-grade fields would require substantial cultivation strength. Moreover, Yuan only managed this thanks to his Daoist techniques naturally, trait allowing him to clearly see the energy flows. Ordinary cultivators had to rely on intuition, making understanding earth energy patterns a specialized study. Thus, spirit farming was one of cultivation's 100 arts, and a significant one at that. Recalling farming texts he'd studied, Yuan contemplated further. Spirit plants needed more than earth energy. They also absorbed atmospheric spiritual energy, using the heaven's purity to balance the earth's turbidity in an yin-yang harmony. Heaven-earth spiritual energy was always spoken together. Rarely did plants absorb only heavenly or earthly energies, except for certain special varieties. The earth vein energy here is plentiful, but heavenly energy isn't guaranteed. Yuan mused silently. Earth vein energy flowed abundantly without plants needing to actively draw it in, while heavenly energy required their active absorption for proper growth. This distinction explained what made spirit plants special. Ordinary vegetation couldn't actively absorb heavenly energy, just as mortals couldn't absorb spiritual energy, preventing them from becoming spirit plants or higher-grade specimens. Pondering this, Yuan looked skyward. Though sunlight dominated, he could still perceive the faint Big Dipper constellation present even during daytime. Gazing at the 7 stars, he entered a state of enlightenment. His 7 stars shine bright, trait lit up on the system panel. Simultaneously, balance of work and rest also activated. Though his rest had been brief, it sufficed. Entering this trait-enhanced state sharpened Yuan's thinking considerably. Daoist techniques naturally likewise brightened at this moment. The Big Dipper, too, represented a wonder of heaven and earth. With 3 traits resonating together, Yuan's farming insights coalesced into a new idea. Taking up the hoe again, he struck the earth with metal attribute-infused true essence that spread evenly underground, clearly delineating the earth energy channels while activating them. More crucially, Yuan used his true essence to trace a miniature Big Dipper formation on the field's surface, connecting it to the earth energy network to form an integrated whole. Where the 7 formation points intersected the earth veins, perfect conditions emerged for normal spirit plant growth. Yuan quickly planted 7 spirit herb seeds at these locations. Then he drew spiritual water from the river, transforming it into a fine mist that gently nourished the seeds. Releasing his pure wood attribute true essence, Su Yuan guided the wood aspect with his spiritual sense, converting it into vibrant life force that infused the seeds. Under his watch, 7 tender sprouts emerged from the soil, growing to about an inch tall, with leaves exuding vitality. Starlight from the Big Dipper, drawn by the formation, concentrated specifically on these plants. This starlight carried pure heavenly energy that combined with earthly energy to accelerate their growth remarkably. Yet Su Yuan frowned as he noticed the formation gradually weakening under the earth energy's pressure. His true essence could only sustain it for about 3 days. This limitation wasn't entirely bad, though, since earth vein patterns naturally shifted over time, requiring periodic formation adjustments anyway. Rubbing his chin, Su Yuan declared, "I'll call this farming method the 7 stars farming technique. Simple, natural, and worthy of inclusion in future teachings." The depth behind that single host strike alone could occupy ordinary cultivators for years of study. Observing earth energy, tracking the stars, channeling starlight, regulating earth currents, determining optimal planting positions. Each detail presented significant challenges. Su Yuan took out a jade slip to record his insights systematically. Then, producing 9 blank books, he divided the knowledge into volumes before storing them away for later placement in Three Peaks Scripture Pavilion. No rush, though. More insights might come soon. As balance of work and rest faded, Su Yuan reviewed the jade slip's contents with partially blocked memory and immediately felt dizzy. Damn, I'm insane. This actually incorporates principles from Yuan Pool's natural restrictions. No wonder the starlight and spiritual energy automatically converge. This is ridiculously complex. Frowning at the now obscure knowledge without trait enhancement, Su Yuan shook his head and restored his full memory with sudden understanding. So that's how it works. Still pretty difficult, though. Resuming his work, Su Yuan found farming much harder without trait support. His true essence control, earth energy sensitivity, and starlight guidance all diminished incrementally, making the labor genuinely challenging. Might as well treat it as leisure activity. Unconcerned, Su Yuan continued farming at a relaxed pace. He also enlisted the spirit fish's help with watering. Thanks to the 7 stars farming technique accelerating plant growth, their water needs increased proportionally. The fish lined up along the riverbank, spraying water onto the plants under Su Yuan's strict instructions to produce fine mists rather than heavy streams. This grueling task left the fish exhausted. Little Kai proudly patrolled above them, swatting any slackers back into the water with her tail, like a strict foreman. The fish being smacked would hide underwater to rest before resuming work later. Interestingly, Little Kai only targeted fish slacking after finishing their tasks, ignoring those taking breaks mid-work, making it seem like an amusing game of whack-a-mole that Little Kai thoroughly enjoyed. The fish, however, simply endured it as forced combat and evasion training, creating a peculiar harmony where everyone appeared content. Su Yuan paused his hoeing motion and turned his head to look toward the foot of the mountain. The cave-dwelling formation and the mind echo activated simultaneously, allowing his true body and subconscious to see the scene at the mountain foot at the same time. The two perspectives overlapped, giving Su Yuan a sense of wonder. He realized that mind echo was still the more advanced power. From this perspective, he could sense the formation's spying gaze. Using the formation's perception, he locked eyes with his own mind high above. The formation still couldn't find the exact location of the mind, but the mind could clearly perceive the formation spying. This feeling was extremely strange. After sensing it for a while, he finally focused his attention on the entrance. 4 disciples stood at the cave-dwelling's entrance, continuously discussing among themselves. "Senior brother Su lives here, right?" One disciple hesitated as he looked at the mountain in front of him. "This cave-dwelling should be 4th rank, right? This is the residence of a nascent soul elder." "Are you sure?" Another disciple said doubtfully. "That's right." Zhuge Jian shook his head. "I just asked the sect leader." The sect leader confirmed that this is the cave-dwelling. "I'll go knock on the door." Nangong Huiyu said as she stepped forward. The moment she approached the formation gateway, the formation automatically opened a door. Su Yuan's voice came from inside the formation. So it's you all. Come up to the mountaintop. Zhuge Jian and the others were stunned. Zhuge Jian hurriedly said, All right, senior brother Su. The group exchanged glances and quickly ascended the stone steps. A stone staircase led straight to the mountaintop. They did not ride swords, but politely walked up step by step. Upon reaching the top, the four saw Su Yuan still working in the fields, hoeing the earth. All four were a bit stunned, clearly not expecting Su Yuan to be farming at this moment. Su Yuan put down his hoe, walked out of the field, and smiled as he led them into a vacant courtyard. With a wave of his hand, he produced a tea table and several chairs. You came pretty quickly. Please, I'll take a seat. Su Yuan smiled and guided them to sit down. Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu quickly bowed. Then the four took their seats. Senior brother Su, don't rush. Su Yuan waved his hand. He took out tea leaves and put them into the teapot. With a gesture, the spiritual water from the mountain tops springs swiftly flew into the teapot. Su Yuan spread out his left hand, and a ball of flame appeared from thin air, gently burning beneath the teapot. Nangong Huiyu's expression flickered, and as she looked at the flames, a faint realization stirred in her heart. Zhuge Jian noticed Nangong Huiyu's reaction and was immediately surprised. He focused intently on Su Yuan's tea-making movements, as if he saw the essence of heaven and earth, the burning fire refining, the gentle vitality circulating. Within that small space, fire and wood, the Tao essence was boundless. Zhuge Jian was completely absorbed. Nangong Huiyu's eyes were fixed tightly, while the other two disciples did not notice Su Yuan's actions, but looked around curiously at the fourth-rank cave dwelling. Su Yuan glanced at the two disciples and shook his head slightly. After a while, the tea was ready. Su Yuan poured tea for everyone one by one. Thank you very much, senior brother Su, the four said together. Su Yuan smiled and nodded. As the four drank the tea, their previously complicated emotions gradually calmed down. Only then did Su Yuan slowly say, You came to find me about the Blackwood Forest incident, right? Hearing this, Zhuge Jian's calm mood immediately stirred with excitement again. Was it really senior brother Su who acted? We are so grateful. The four of us came today, especially to thank you. We should have come earlier, but due to the rules of Immortal Seed Valley, we couldn't enter. Nangong Huiyu also showed admiration and gratitude. The other two disciples looked somewhat stunned, clearly initially doubting that it was really Su Yuan who helped. Su Yuan waved his hand. That night, I observed the stars and predicted you would be in trouble. So I used the Big Dipper constellation to intervene. It was just my best effort. I'm glad I could help you escape. Luckily, you left 2 strands of hair for me to locate you. Consider yourselves fortunate. Zhuge Jian breathed a sigh of relief. I see. Luckily, before we left, we asked senior brother to simulate the situation. In the secret realm, we indeed encountered danger exactly as you described. We successfully escaped the deadly calamity and even gained some benefits. He exchanged glances with the 3 others, then solemnly took out a purple-sealed wooden box from his pocket and handed it to Su Yuan. The box was covered in intricate patterns, seemingly a very advanced sealing formation. This is a treasure we obtained inside the secret realm. The seals on it are extremely complex. We have not opened it yet. Please accept it, senior brother Su. Su Yuan glanced at it and said, We're all disciples of the same sect. Seeing fellow disciples in danger, I naturally must act, even if it costs some spiritual stones. It's no big deal. Zhuge Jian was stunned, his hand holding the wooden box stiffening a little. Nangong Huiyu gave Zhuge Jian a side glance and transmitted spiritual stones. Zhuge Jian suddenly understood, hurriedly putting down the wooden box and taking out a storage pouch. Our lives were saved by senior brother. How could we let you spend so much? This is the spiritual stones we raised together as a token of thanks. Su Yuan cleared his throat. No need to spend so much. He sent his divine sense into the storage pouch. There were a great many spiritual stones inside. After counting carefully, there were over 9 million spiritual stones. Previously, he had used many spiritual stones to refine the cave heaven's spiritual treasure, leaving the pouch almost empty. Now these stones came just in time. He was somewhat surprised. So many spiritual stones? Are you not going to cultivate foundation establishment? He could tell all four had not yet reached foundation establishment. Zhuge Jian shook his head. Foundation establishment doesn't consume that many spiritual stones, only about 20,000. The most important foundation establishment spiritual items we also obtain from the secret realm. We just need to make some adjustments, then we'll be ready to establish foundation. Only 20,000 spiritual stones. Su Yuan's expression was a bit strange. Zhuge Jian was stunned and hesitated before asking, "Senior brother Su, how many spiritual stones did you spend to establish foundation?" Su Yuan hesitated but said, "I spent 200 million spiritual stones when I established foundation." 200 million? Not 20,000. Nan Gonghui's beautiful eyes widened greatly, and her mouth dropped open. The others were also dumbfounded, momentarily doubting if they had heard correctly. Su Yuan took a sip of tea. "I'm different from you. I was trying to build a perfect Tao foundation. I also arranged an internal formation, so the spiritual stones consumed were a bit more." "How was that possible?" "Senior brother, what's the difference between the perfect Tao foundation and the supreme Tao foundation?" Zhuge Jian couldn't help but ask. But after saying that, he immediately realized, "Sorry, that's a secret of senior brothers. I shouldn't have asked." Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "How old are you?" 30, Zhuge Jian replied. "That's fine," Su Yuan said. "I left my inheritance in the scripture pavilion of 3 peaks. It contains the concepts of the perfect Tao foundation. It's a method I created myself." He glanced at Zhuge Jian's dantian and sensed his foundation slightly. Then he said, "I suggest you spend another 30 years studying my secret inheritance. Establish foundation by 60 years old, and it will still be fine. I wouldn't actively advise others, but you once helped me, so I can't bear to see you use such an ordinary foundation to establish foundation." Zhuge Jian twitched the corner of his mouth. "Mine is already a supreme Tao foundation. I even prepared a third-rank spiritual item. Is that still ordinary?" "Go and take a look yourself," Su Yuan paused and said. "Of course, you only need to study the first 3 volumes. The later scriptures aren't necessary. The first 3 volumes are enough." The 4 exchanged glances, all somewhat curious. At that moment, Su Yuan turned his head again to look toward the mountain foot. Zhuge Jian said with surprise, "Senior brother Su, do you have guests? Should we leave first?" "Heh, it's nothing," Su Yuan waved his hand. His gaze looked toward the mountain foot and saw a figure through the formation, Su Guangwen. At this moment, Su Guangwen's heart was truly turbulent. After successfully succeeding as peak master, Su Guangwen immediately asked sect leader Su Yuan about his background. Unexpectedly, sect leader gave him a book to look at. "What book?" "Biographies of past founders." After glancing through it, he caught the keywords. Reserve Peak. The first peak masters of the 7 peaks were all founding founders. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. He finally understood why, despite his merits and strength, he had never become the peak master of Hidden Peak. Now he knew. Hidden Peak was Reserve Peak, prepared for the founders. What kind of people were founding founders? The biography said they combined talent, comprehension, fate, supreme techniques, and fortune all in one body, destined to become peerless ancestors. The 7 major sects, 7 great flourishes in history, accompanied the legendary rise of each founding founder. Such a person could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Now, the 8th founding founder has appeared. Though still young and inexperienced, the next great rise of the 7 Extremes sect was imminent. At this moment, it was crucial to seize the opportunity and cling tightly to the founder's leg. Yet he was actually competing with the founder for the peak master position. Su Guangwen hurriedly said goodbye to the sect leader. Then he came to Su Yuan's cave dwelling entrance. Peak Master Su, what business do you have? Su Yuan's voice came from inside the formation. Su Guangwen cupped his hands. I apologize for any previous offenses. I feel unworthy of the Peak Master position. Please, Peak Master Su, take it back. No, that's not up for discussion. You are the new Peak Master of 3 Peaks. I won't take on this responsibility. But the supreme techniques matter. I've already put all the supreme techniques into the scripture pavilion. But I don't know them. If I recruit core or true disciples in the future, I won't be able to teach them. Su Guangwen complained. Simple, just learn them yourself, Su Yuan said. Su Guangwen was stunned and fell into thought. It seemed logical, but something felt off. Can I meet with you for a detailed talk? Then come up. The formation opened. Su Guangwen took a deep breath and quickly ascended to the mountaintop. He saw Zhuge Jian and the other Qi refining disciples there and was also surprised. Then he bowed his head and said, "Greetings, Founder." This scene stunned Zhuge Jian and the others, who dared not sit, and all stood to the side, looking confused. Founder? What is that? Su Yuan was almost thrown off balance by Su Guangwen's move. What are you doing? Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Founder? I'm only 18. 18. Su Guangwen fell silent. What had he been doing at 18? Probably struggling against a rat demon. This revelation about Su Yuan's age instantly silenced everyone present, including disciples like Zhuge Jian. Su Yuan's power and composure had nearly made people mistake him for an elder, yet he had only joined the sect for just over 2 years. As for the Peak Master position, you're suitable. It's yours now. No more arguments. Su Yuan waved dismissively. Then regarding the secret techniques, could Elder Su, consider taking some disciples to pass them on? Su Guangwen asked again. About the secret techniques, Su Yuan pondered briefly. I'll establish a monthly lecture series. Disciples interested in learning can attend. Su Guangwen sighed in relief. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. He paused, glancing at Zhuge Jian and the other 3. Understanding the cue, Zhuge Jian and the others immediately clasped their hands. Senior Brother Su, we have matters to attend to. We'll take our leave. Su Yuan nodded. Go ahead. The 4 quickly departed. Along the way, Nangong Huiyu transmitted her voice. Are you going to study Elder Su's legacy? Zhuge Jian responded swiftly. Didn't you get the hint? From now on, address him as Elder Su or Ancestor Su. Of course I'll learn it. Clearly, Zhuge Jian had also heard about the lineage-founding ancestor matter. Back in the courtyard, Su Guangwen continued. Elder Su, with 3 Peaks Peak now officially open, there are many matters to handle. The most critical is the issue of assets. Oh, explain in detail. Su Yuan nodded. From what the sect leader told me, it's customary that whenever a new peak opens, other peaks will each allocate portions of their assets to the new peak. These assets include marketplaces, shops, mines, forests, fisheries, cultivation cities, mortal nations, defense points against demon sects, border guards, immortal demon battlefields, secret realm guardianship and exploration, management of affiliated forces within the territory, maintaining territorial order, expanding territory, and numerous other responsibilities. There's also new disciple training, veteran disciple instruction, elder mission assignments, matters concerning neutral associations, alliance affairs, negotiations with equivalent sect forces, coordination with higher sects, a whole series of matters requiring handling. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with post-disaster relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Perfect timing to pass on the Peak Master position. Just hearing about these responsibilities gave him a headache, let alone actually doing them. Su Yuan's gaze towards Su Guangwen transformed. What a good man, truly a great man. If anyone dared say Su Guangwen obtained his position improperly, he'd argue with them. Ahem, Peak Master Su, since you're now the Peak Master, all these matters are yours to handle. Go ahead boldly. Su Yuan waved grandly, eyes full of trust. But Su Guangwen also looked overwhelmed. These assets are too numerous. We don't have enough golden core elders in our peak, and we have 0 nascent soul elders. The demon sect's hostility toward our sect has become quite evident recently. These assets will require more people for defense. Elder Su, perhaps you could think of a solution? Su Yuan rolled his eyes. What can I do? I can't command nascent soul elders either. After the asset handover, do disciples from other peaks withdraw? Exactly. With authority transferred, responsibility transfers too. I'm curious. How did previous lineage founding ancestors handle things after taking over? Su Yuan asked. I just checked the biographies. It records that after taking over reserve peaks, lineage founding ancestors also faced countless tangled threads, found asset arrangements stretched thin, and constantly faced external harassment. The ancestors all acted decisively. While handling asset issues, their strength advanced rapidly. They encountered successive fortuitous opportunities, comprehended secret techniques in battle, and even fought against nascent soul enemies in adversity. They achieved consecutive victories, ultimately breaking through like butterflies emerging from cocoons through continuous tempering, reaching divine transformation and void travel stages before departing freely. Su Yuan remained silent for a moment, then said, "Let me see that." Su Guangwen quickly retrieved a book titled Biographies of Past Ancestors from his storage ring, handing it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan rapidly flipped through it. He kept rolling his eyes, laughing angrily. The recorder exaggerated outrageously. Is this even believable? Golden core fighting nascent soul? Nascent soul fighting divine transformation? 1 against 5? Consecutive victories. This is cheating. Definitely glorified. These can't be humans. The last generation of ancestors was 9,000 years ago. This is a multiply revised version. Absolutely wrong. Su Yuan vented furiously. Your breakthrough speed and comprehension of cosmic principles seem to corroborate these records. Su Guangwen said. I'm just. Su Yuan swallowed his words. He had a cheat system, buddy. Did they think every ancestor had a terminology system? Indeed, Su Yuan believed these ancestors ultimately reached the void travel stage and ventured to higher realms, possibly overcoming level gaps, but probably minor ones. Later generations just glorified them. Su Yuan said, Here's what you do. Tell other peaks to allocate fewer assets to us. We don't need so many. It's already divided. Su Guangwen whispered. So fast. Su Yuan's eyes widened. Well, perhaps they wanted to quickly establish connections with Ancestor Su. Before I could speak, they'd already transferred all assets, just waiting for us to send disciples to take over. Su Yuan shook his head. I'm not the peak master now. Su Guangwen panicked, bowing deeply. Ancestor, you can't abandon us. You'll receive a share of those assets, output too. Su Yuan's expression shifted. How much? Su Guangwen paused, quickly catching on. He calculated rapidly. Our 7 Extremes sect has numerous assets. Roughly estimating, the assets allocated from other peaks can produce 370 billion spirit stones annually. After deducting various expenses, sect contributions, disciple support, etc., typically 10 billion spirit stones remain for the peak master's allocation. Normally, these would still be used for the peak, but if the lineage founding ancestor requires them, they could be directly given to you. 10 billion? Are you sure? That much. Su Yuan's tone grew urgent. Correct. 10 billion seems enormous, but it's just 100 top-grade spirit stones. For those below golden core, it's a fortune. For nascent soul cultivators, merely decent income. These aren't the sect's main wealth. I've heard nascent soul cultivators guard more valuable assets where output is truly staggering. Su Yuan understood, falling into thought. He glanced at the Big Dipper formation in the spirit field, deep in contemplation. Su Guangwen also curiously looked toward the spirit field, noticing many spirit plant sprouts emerging. With his spiritual sense, he detected mysterious formation patterns on the soil surface. How to reduce long-distance consumption? Su Yuan murmured. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a jade pot mark in his palm, then back to the formation patterns. An idea struck him. Got any blank formation discs? Su Yuan asked. Ah, yes. Su Guangwen immediately produced one. Su Yuan took it and, channeling true energy, quickly imprinted it. Soon, a Big Dipper formation appeared inside the disc. Activating it slightly, a faint starlight descended from the Big Dipper above. This wisp of starlight seemed insignificant, but provided excellent spatial positioning and transmission pathways. Su Yuan handed it to Su Guangwen. Take this disc far from the sect, the farther the better. When you feel sufficiently distant, activate it while calling my name. I'm testing something. Su Yuan instructed. Though puzzled, Su Guangwen complied. Understood. I'll proceed immediately. Su Guangwen flew from Su Yuan's cave abode toward the sect's outskirts. Meanwhile, Su Yuan set up a 7-star magic altar atop his cave's mountain. This time, he didn't just use the 9 stars Link Pearl Sword for the formation core. He summoned the Jade Pot, placing it at Alcade's position, the brightest, fastest responding star. When the 6th grade spiritual treasure joined the altar, the formation's grade instantly rose several major levels, reaching 5th grade. Through this altar, Su Yuan perceived the Big Dipper with unprecedented clarity, even clearer than during balanced cultivation. Didn't expect such dramatic effects. Su Yuan hadn't anticipated this. And this was just one spiritual treasure's effect. With 7, it would be even more remarkable. Ding, fame points plus 60. Su Yuan looked at the system panel in surprise. Ever since he discovered he could block fame points below 10, his system notifications had decreased significantly. This sudden appearance of fame points shocked him greatly. Being in the mind echo state at that moment, through that peculiar sensory connection, he saw a fleeting white light flash across Su Guangwen's body. If his guess was correct, that was the mark of fame points. These fame points came from Su Guangwen, but he actually gave me 60 points. Is this a deeper level of recognition? This means there's still great potential to tap within the 7 Extremes sect. At the same time, Su Yuan realized something. Whenever fame points increased, it would inevitably activate Mind Echo. After activation, he could likely directly lock onto the person providing those fame points. This made perfect sense. The person providing fame points must be thinking about Su Yuan at that very moment. If his mind was connected when the fame point notification appeared, he just needed to lock onto the source of intense mental fluctuations at that instant to identify the target. Although this function wasn't particularly useful, there were times it could work wonders. For example, he could now identify who was providing large amounts of fame points. The unknown was always the source of worry. Knowing the origin of potential dangers would allow him to handle many situations calmly. Su Yuan immediately began testing. He turned on the system notification sounds. Ding, fame points plus 1. At that moment, Su Yuan activated Mind Echo. Instead of manually selecting a target, he directly focused on the fame points plus 1 system notification when releasing the skill. Unexpectedly, it worked. His consciousness instantly traversed space and arrived at an unfamiliar market. In a remote corner of the street, a 3rd-level Qi refining rogue cultivator was happily caressing a medicine bottle in his hands. Excellent pills, finally got them. These are the pills from Su Yuan's Emporium, great quality at affordable prices. This time, I'll definitely break through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Thank you for your generosity, Elder Su Yuan. May Elder Su Yuan bless my breakthrough. The rogue cultivator mumbled a few words toward the shop's signboard before leaving excitedly, yet nervously. Scratching his head at this scene, Su Yuan wondered, where is this? After sensing his surroundings, he confirmed this was a small market 5,000 miles from the 7 Extremes sect. The highest grade items sold here barely reached mid-stage Qi refining level, with most transactions involving beginner Qi refining items, extremely low-end with minimal trading volume. Yet in such a market, Su Yuan's Emporium was doing booming business. Su Yuan saw many people scrambling to buy goods from the shop, which were quickly sold out. Empty shelves were the most common sight, with shop assistants constantly apologizing and promising to restock soon. Frowning, Su Yuan thought, business is this good? This is stealing others' livelihoods. Competitors wouldn't just stand by watching this shop take all their customers. Happening to be near the 7-star magic altar, Su Yuan began performing the 7 stars derivation art. Starlight descended from the heavens, bringing him divination insights. Surprise flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. No trouble in the short term, surprisingly. After brief consideration, he understood. Currently open shops were mostly within 7 Extremes sect territory. Market managers usually had direct or indirect connections with the sect and would naturally show some favor to Su Yuan's shops. As long as core interests weren't threatened, one extra shop wouldn't cause significant waves. Su Yuan also noticed these shops still operated under his status as a core disciple. A core disciple shop was deterrent enough against most petty troublemakers. While these shops didn't generate massive profits, they proved quite useful to Su Yuan. He decided to pay more attention to them going forward. Checking his system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Green Vine Continent. Level: widely renowned 49 875/100,000. Realm: Early Foundation Establishment 60/100 Mid Golden Sand Stage. Trait 1: Work-life balance. Current rest time 11.5 hours. Trait 2: Daoist techniques naturally. Trait 3: 7 stars shine bright. Trait 4: Mind echo. Unconsciously, his fame points had reached 50,000, with 10,000 coming specifically from the reputation of Su Yuan's emporium. Those low-level rogue cultivators might seem insignificant individually, but their numbers were vast. Even if only 1 in 10 provided fame points, 100,000 people would mean 10,000 fame points. The rogue cultivator population was enormous, and each one interacted with many mortals. Through their influence, Su Yuan's fame would spread to ordinary mortals who could also provide fame points. Influence multiplied exponentially. As long as the shops kept operating, Su Yuan's fame points would continue rising. Lowering his eyes, Su Yuan murmured, unintentional actions bearing fruit. A faint smile appeared as he sat back down and calmly sipped his tea. Just 1 hour later, Su Guangwen returned in a hurry, his face full of excitement. Elder Su, is this some kind of curse technique? What's its effective range? Su Yuan looked up at the sky, pointing at the Big Dipper. Wherever the 7 stars shine, I can strike. To the Big Dipper, billions of miles across the earth make no difference. Such is the might of the 7 stars. Su Guangwen inwardly marveled at this display of power. With countless stars in the sky since ancient times, why had no one else accomplished this? It wasn't the Big Dipper's strength, but Su Yuan's. Immediately understanding, Su Guangwen suggested, if Elder Su creates formation discs for disciples on missions, they could call your name when in danger for remote assistance. Su Yuan wagged his finger. First, I won't personally make the discs. This formation is in Volume 1 of my teachings. Have someone else produce them. Second, using this technique consumes resources, spirit stones. Glancing at the expended stones, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, even with his 6th-grade spiritual treasure, reducing the cost. Understand. Seeing Su Yuan raise one finger, Su Guangwen ventured, 1 million spirit stones? Pausing briefly, Su Yuan reconsidered, 100,000 will suffice. So little. Su Guangwen's eyes widened. We can't have Elder Su wasting time without compensation. Disciples seeking help should pay at least 200,000 stones or equivalent contribution points. We can't let Elder Su suffer losses. Waving his hand, Su Yuan insisted, 100,000 is enough. It's for the sect. Su Guangwen looked at him with admiration, deeply moved by this selfless attitude. Of course, but please don't think you'll always be available immediately. You have your own cultivation to focus on. Naturally, elders should prioritize your own advancement. Su Guangwen nodded. As if remembering something, Su Yuan added, however, if anyone discovers places of peculiar wonder, they can call my name too. Consider it a reward mission. Successful finders will receive compensation. Su Guangwen quickly responded, No need for Elder to provide rewards. This could be the peak's expense. Anything Elder requests, I'll fully support. Good, that settles it. Now if you'll excuse me, I must resume cultivation. I won't disturb you further. As Su Guangwen rose to leave, he noticed Su Yuan following. No need to see me out, Elder. I'm not. We're just going the same way. What? Exiting the courtyard onto the path by the spirit fields, Su Guangwen watched in bewilderment as Su Yuan stepped into the fields, took up a hoe, and began farming. After staring blankly for 15 minutes, confirming this wasn't a joke, Su Guangwen pondered deeply. Could farming be some profound cultivation method? Leaving with this question, Su Guangwen departed, while Su Yuan suddenly remembered something. Returning to the courtyard, he examined the wooden box Zhuge Jian had brought. He'd been unconsciously ignoring it until now, as had Su Guangwen earlier. Though Zhuge Jian's group had presented it solemnly, they didn't seem to value it highly, treating it more as an extra gift alongside the main reward of spirit stones. This puzzled Su Yuan. Carefully inspecting the box, he guided it with his spiritual sense into his 6th grade Grotto Heaven treasure. Shall Li, come back for a moment. Moments later, the little fox Su Li teleported back, appearing beside him. What is it? I've obtained a treasure. Help me keep watch. Nodding curiously at the box, Su Li agreed, while Su Yuan studied the ceiling formations on its surface. Somewhat complex, but within my comprehension. Having studied the 1,000 Formations tome, his formation skills were considerable. Quickly analyzing the box's restrictions, he carefully channeled true essence along each formation line, perfectly unlocking every corner of the seal before instantly retreating to a safe distance. The box slowly opened, revealing a gray bowl missing a corner, utterly plain, like a dog's feeding bowl from a mortal household. Upon closer inspection, it bore no patterns, and the material resembled neither fine ceramic nor jade. Had he seen this elsewhere, Su Yuan wouldn't have glanced twice. But coming from a sealed box retrieved from ancient ruins, it piqued his curiosity. Eyes widening, Su Yuan exclaimed, "This broken bowl! Who are you calling a broken bowl?" A voice both childish yet ancient came from the cracked vessel. Su Yuan stared at the bowl in astonishment. "You have sentience? You're a spiritual treasure. At least you have some knowledge." The bowl snorted. Shao Li curiously approached to examine the bowl. "Oh, you actually possess another spiritual treasure, and not a low-grade one at that. You're full of surprises. No wonder I ended up in your hands." The bowl exclaimed in surprise. "Tell me then, what kind of spiritual treasure are you? And how much power do you still possess?" Su Yuan asked with great interest. The bowl immediately puffed up with pride. "I am the 10,000 treasures heaven-earth cauldron, capable of gathering the effects of countless treasures into one. Whenever you forge a treasure, I can absorb its essence, allowing me to replicate its function. The more treasures you create, the stronger I become, with effects that can stack together to increase my power exponentially." "Hold on." Su Yuan suddenly interrupted with a strange expression. "What's your current grade?" "7th grade. I'm a 7th grade spiritual treasure. Impressive, isn't it?" The bowl boasted. "But what level of power can you currently manifest?" Su Yuan pressed. After a brief silence, the bowl admitted about lower 1st grade. "But that just means I have tremendous room for improvement." Su Yuan nearly choked. "Why does it have to be personally crafted by me? When you create treasures for me to absorb essence from, you're simultaneously refining me. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, refining me would be impossible. Once the refinement process begins, I can only absorb essence from your creations," the bowl explained. "But I don't know how to craft anything." Su Yuan spread his hands helplessly. "How is that possible? What cultivator doesn't have some specialty? You must already be a master in some field." The bowl refused to believe him. Su Yuan smiled wryly. "I'm not lying, but I can learn." "What? You really don't know? Then I'm doomed. My condition is too poor right now. Without substantial essence replenishment, I might dissipate completely. This can't be." My divination clearly showed that whoever obtained me would be the most suitable master in this era. How could you not possess any crafting skills? The bowl seemed utterly confounded, its divination completely contradicted by reality, sending it into an existential crisis. Then quickly find me another master, someone who can craft fifth-grade treasures, preferably at the divine transformation realm or above. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The bull screeched impatiently. Calm down. Su Yuan waved his hand. What's your name? It sighed. My past life is gone. No need to mention former names. Then I'll call you Su Qian. That name is acceptable. The bull's sentience conceded. Do you have any crafting techniques to pass down? Su Yuan asked hopefully. You can't expect a spiritual treasure to know how to craft treasures, can you? I've witnessed many forging processes, but only as an observer. The bull admitted. Su Yuan was speechless. This damn bull. After some thought, he said, I understand. Do pills, magical tools, and talismans all count? Basically anything physical, and the more precious the better, little Qian replied. Got it. Su Yuan left the pocket dimension treasure and flew by sword toward Pill Extreme's peak. Peak Master's Hall. Tao Yaoyao was surprised to receive Su Yuan. What an unexpected guest. I heard you resigned as Peak Master. Tao Yaoyao asked with a smile. Indeed, being Peak Master was too exhausting, and since someone wanted the position, I naturally stepped aside, Su Yuan replied. What brings you here today? Tao Yaoyao inquired curiously. I want to learn alchemy from you. Su Yuan stated bluntly. You want to learn alchemy? Tao Yaoyao was shocked. But your legendary techniques include many alchemical methods, don't they? Those were all made up. Su Yuan waved his hand. I've never actually practiced them, which is why I've come to seek your guidance. When I start refining, I'd appreciate your pointers. If you're too busy, having an elder supervise would suffice. I have time, of course I have time. Tao Yaoyao still couldn't believe it. Those writings of yours were truly fabricated? Impossible. I couldn't find any flaws. Su Yuan explained, I have some understanding of deduction techniques, so they appeared flawless on paper. Whether they'd actually work, I couldn't guarantee. Tao Yaoyao's lips twitched. If you've truly never refined pills before, you should prepare yourself mentally. Alchemy isn't simple. The refinement and fusion of ingredients, ratio control, heat regulation, timing precision, and pill-forming techniques. Be ready for failure on your first attempt. I'm well aware. Su Yuan nodded firmly. Then follow me. I'll arrange a refining chamber for you. Su Yuan followed Tao Yaoyao to an exceptionally high-end refining chamber. He curiously examined the central cauldron, carefully observing every detail. This is a third-grade cauldron with multiple refining enhancements. Familiarize yourself with it. Tao Yaoyao barely maintained her composure, seeing Su Yuan's awestruck expression. He was clearly a complete novice. Tao Yaoyao prepared 100 sets of fasting pill ingredients along with the pill formula. Start with fasting pills. They're among the simplest pills to refine. These are fasting pill ingredients. Su Yuan examined the materials in surprise. Spiritual grains, common ginseng, and spiritual spring water. Just 3 components. Correct. Tao Yaoyao nodded. Pointing at the ginseng, Su Yuan asked, Is the bitter taste of fasting pills from the ginseng? Wait, that doesn't make sense. These 3 ingredients combined shouldn't taste that bad. Tao Yaoyao coughed awkwardly. That's not important. Flavor is important too. Su Yuan insisted. Couldn't we add some sweetening ingredients during refinement? Tao Yaoyao fell silent. I've never seen anyone critique the fasting pill formula before, she said, massaging her temples. Beginners should minimize ingredient types. Adding even one more could multiply the difficulty several times over. First succeed with this basic formula. Fair point. Su Yuan conceded. Then I'll begin refining. Su Yuan declared seriously. Tao Yaoyao nodded and stood aside, extremely curious whether Su Yuan could succeed. This was the legendary founder of the Open Meridians technique. If he failed, it would make for excellent unofficial historical records. Su Yuan channeled his true essence into the cauldron, activating an earth flame that emerged from below. Controlling the flame with his spiritual sense, Su Yuan manipulated it effortlessly thanks to his comprehension of fire principles. After glancing at the absurdly simple formula, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel exasperated. Add 1 portion spiritual grains, extract essence. Add 1 portion ginseng, extract essence. Mix with small amounts spring water. Condense in a pill form. That was the entire formula, stunningly vague. What constituted 1 portion? How much was small amount? What size should the pills be? Everything was undefined. Fortunately, Tao Yaoyao had pre-portioned the materials, though Su Yuan noticed the portions weren't uniform, with some grain portions containing 50 extra seeds and some water portions being double others. Suspecting intentional mischief but lacking evidence, Su Yuan recalled that this was typical alchemist behavior according to texts. Beginning now, without hesitation, Su Yuan tossed in about 120 grains. With a gentle sweep of flame, all husks were incinerated, leaving white rice that gradually melted under precise heat control. Adding the ginseng next, Su Yuan directed part of the flame to refine it into medicinal liquid while the rice became semi-liquid essence. Introducing the spring water, Su Yuan first warmed it before combining all 3 components, using his spiritual sense to thoroughly mix them. As the flame continued its work, the mixture gradually solidified. With a precise spiritual sense division, Su Yuan separated the mass into 10 equal parts, shaping each into spherical pills. Almost effortlessly, the pills formed. Removing the cauldron lid, 10 pills flew out onto a jade plate. Simultaneously, an imperceptible wisp of essence energy flowed into the hidden bowl against Su Yuan's chest. At this moment, Su Yuan established a faint connection with the bowl. No, the 10,000 treasures heaven-earth cauldron, completing a crude refinement. Finally, I've tasted essence again. Little Qian's voice held deep emotion before accusing. You lied earlier, producing 9 superior-grade pills and 1 supreme-grade pill on your first attempt. Even if they're just fasting pills, is impossible for a beginner. Little Qian spoke with absolute certainty. Tao Yaoyao was equally astonished. You succeeded on your first try. Examining the supreme-grade pill, she marveled. Perfectly balanced medicinal properties, exceptionally smooth texture. This quality suggests you've refined thousands of batches. Are you truly a beginner? Su Yuan sighed. My cultivation records in the sect should be easy to verify. When would I have had time to study alchemy? Tao Yaoyao fell silent. Peak Master Tao, where should I focus on improving? Su Yuan inquired. Tao Yaoyao coughed. Just keep practicing. Others' advice can't replace personal comprehension. Understanding her meaning, Su Yuan noticed various common medicinal herbs stored nearby. Selecting a fragrant leaf herb, he returned to the cauldron. What are you doing? Tao Yaoyao asked suspiciously. Refining more fasting pills, of course. Su Yuan replied, while privately communicating with Little Qian. Does your cauldron stop absorbing essence from identical items? Correct, Little Qian confirmed. But if I modify the fasting pill formula, can you absorb essence again? Technically, yes, but the effect diminishes each time. Ultimately, there's still fasting pills, and low-grade pills aren't worth excessive absorption. A single high-grade pill equals 10 low-grade ones. Little Qian advised. On the contrary, I believe maximizing low-grade essence absorption first will optimize high-grade gains later. Su Yuan countered. Consider, everyone hits bottlenecks where advancing becomes impossible. When you can't craft higher-grade items, you'll need essence from same-grade creations, which will also be difficult. By then, low-grade items might no longer satisfy the cauldron's needs, leaving you essence-starved for prolonged periods. Little Qian seemed persuaded. But how many varieties of low-grade items exist? Have you heard of 100 flavors fasting pills? Su Yuan asked meaningfully. 2.5 hours later, the jade plate in Su Yuan's hand now held 10 more pills. Their pale cyan color looked different from ordinary fasting pills, and they emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance. A faint divine aura, slightly weaker than before, flew out from the pills and merged into the broken bowl. Little Qian smacked his lips and muttered, "This flavor really is a bit better." Beside him, Tao Yao curiously picked up one pill to examine it. "Is this a fasting pill?" You added a completely new ingredient. Not only did it not affect the medicinal properties, but the number of supreme-grade pills increased to 2. Su Yuan asked, "What do you think, Peak Lord Tao? Does this kind of fasting pill have a market?" Tao Yao shook her head. "Not at all. The cultivators who buy fasting pills are usually in the qi refining stage. For them, spirit stones are limited, and fasting pills are just used to suppress hunger, so the cheaper the better. You added aromatic leaf grass, which undoubtedly raises the cost. The increased difficulty in refining also reduces the final yield, so the price will definitely rise. Naturally, there's no market for it." As an alchemist, she knew well that fasting pills tasted terrible. But over the years, many in the cultivation world had tried to improve them, only to find the effort unrewarding since few would buy them. Ultimately, the bitter version had become the norm. Su Yuan pondered and said, "Aromatic leaf grass belongs to the spiritual herb category, so it's costly. If I add ordinary mundane materials that change the taste without raising the cost too much, it should be fine." Tao Yao looked puzzled. "Why are you studying this? The profit margin for fasting pills is negligible. It's not worth researching. You could try refining first-rank, mid-grade pills instead." Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Peak Lord Tao. I want to study fasting pills a bit more. Sorry for troubling you. Call me Sister Tao." Tao Yao scolded. Yes, Sister Tao. All right, since you want to research, I won't disturb you. If you need any materials, just tell the disciple at the entrance." Tao Yao clearly wasn't interested in watching Su Yuan refine fasting pills anymore. "Farewell, Sister Tao." She left, unconvinced that Su Yuan's tinkering would yield any results. Su Yuan continued attempting to refine a new type of fasting pill. He kept trying and produced over 20 varieties of fasting pills. But the refining efficiency was too low. At this moment, he glanced at the work-rest balance entry and found it still counted as resting. This surprised him. Apparently, the system regarded his pill refining as rest. "Well, I might as well experiment." Su Yuan immediately started refining a first-rank mid-grade pill. But halfway through, he stopped. He saw that the work-rest balance timer was still running. He continued experimenting until he began refining a second-rank high-grade pill, at which point the work-rest timer instantly reset. His mind instantly cleared. He didn't continue refining the second-rank high-grade pill. Instead, he stopped as before and turned back to contemplate the fasting pill refining process. Mind Echo activated. In an instant, his consciousness appeared in various refining rooms. He saw many people refining pills, and many mentioned Su Yuan. I heard a big shot came to the refining room. Even the Peak Lord went to greet him. Who? Don't know, but definitely someone beyond our level. Let's focus on refining. Right. In various refining rooms, several Qi refining stage disciples attempted to refine first-rank low-grade and mid-grade pills. Su Yuan observed each refining process carefully, absorbing and understanding their experiences. He had read much theory, but had little practical experience refining. Thus, he needed to learn from others' methods to improve his own. He saw many ordinary alchemists refining attempts and the countless reasons for their failures, many of which he had never considered. Su Yuan returned to refining fasting pills. He opened the furnace lid and threw in various materials, quickly reaching dozens of types. "What are you doing?" Little Qian asked in confusion. "I'm refining fasting pills," Su Yuan replied. "But aren't you adding too many materials? Is this still a fasting pill?" Little Qian teased. "This is called adding more without raising the price. No matter how many ingredients, it's still a fasting pill," Su Yuan smiled. After throwing in 100 types of materials, he began fusing them together. The process was extremely delicate. He split his divine sense into 100 parts, controlling each liquid portion to merge. The medicinal properties changed during fusion, but Su Yuan firmly used the essence of Spirit Valley as the core integrating the auxiliary materials around it. The essence from Spirit Valley grew larger as more materials merged, and its color became strange. Finally, after fusing all auxiliary ingredients into one, the color turned multicolored. Su Yuan spun it and produced a full 1,000 fasting pills. The earthly fire skillfully burned them all once to solidify perfectly. When the furnace lid opened, over 1,000 fasting pills flew out, piling into a small mountain before Su Yuan. The broken bowl flew out, ready to absorb a portion of divine aura. But at that moment, it exclaimed in surprise, "My old master, how did you do this?" Among the 1,000 pills, each emitted its own divine aura. Over 1,000 auras simultaneously flowed into the broken bowl. This wave made little Qian feel as if he had taken a powerful tonic. A glow flashed across the broken bowl's surface. The previously broken corner instantly repaired itself, and its color brightened, shimmering like a first-rank, low-grade magical tool. How did you do it? This batch should be all one kind of pill. So how did you refine over 1,000 kinds? Little Qian asked excitedly after digesting the divine aura. Su Yuan had already exited cultivation state. He smiled and explained, "I told you, I'm refining 100-flavored fasting pills. Each pill randomly produces its own unique flavor. They look similar, but have completely different ingredient ratios. So, each is a different type. You really are a genius. How did you come up with this idea?" "Amazing." Little Qian was amazed by Su Yuan's approach. Su Yuan was curious. "What effect do you have now after absorbing so much divine aura?" Little Qian immediately said, "I've gathered so many fasting pill effects that I can release various scents and convert spiritual energy into a fasting pill essence liquid. After taking it, one can fast for 100 days. The effect is strong." And then, Su Yuan asked further. "That's it," Little Qian said. "Just that." Su Yuan was surprised. "I think I just absorbed the divine aura of the fasting pills. Having those effects is normal, right?" Little Qian said quietly. "What's the actual grade?" "Still first-rank low-grade. Mostly, the divine aura was used to repair the cauldron." "All right, I'll refine another batch." Su Yuan opened the refining room, asked the disciple at the door for more spiritual herbs, and started refining again, still 100-flavored fasting pills. This time, it wasn't as smooth as before in cultivation state, but he could still refine using 80 kinds of materials. After refining, over 700 fasting pills flew out of the furnace, forming another small mountain. From the mountain, over 600 kinds of divine aura flew out, merging into the 10,000 treasures heaven-earth cauldron. On the cauldron's surface appeared a multicolored pill, constantly shifting its colors. Little Qian exclaimed happily, "First rank mid-grade now. So fast. This speed is incredible." Su Yuan frowned instead. "Are there repeats so soon?" "Keep going." "Huh. I'm already at first rank mid-grade. Refining first rank low-grade pills now is pointless, right?" Little Qian said. "Can it absorb the aura?" "Yes. If it can, then don't talk." Little Qian fell silent. Su Yuan continued refining 100-flavored fasting pills in the refining room. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Tao Yaoyao came to the refining room again. She hadn't expected Su Yuan to stay inside for 7 full days. Knowing he was refining low-rank pills and not wanting to disturb him, she knocked and then entered directly. She saw piles of pill mountains surrounding Su Yuan in the center. She could only see half of his head. The rest was hidden behind the pill mountains. Tao Yaoyao was stunned by the colorful array of pills in the entire refining room. She asked in shock, "Su Yuan, what are you refining?" "Ah, Sister Tao, you're here. I'm refining fasting pills. This is the last batch, almost done." Tao Yaoyao floated up to Su Yuan's side. She saw Su Yuan placing various refining materials into the furnace one by one. At a glance, she saw dozens of types. Soon, the number reached 100. Then Su Yuan began controlling these materials to fuse together under her shocked gaze. What grade of pill are you refining? Why do you need so many spiritual herbs? Tao Yaoyao couldn't help but ask. Fasting pills. Just wait a moment, it'll be quick. I'm very experienced at refining fasting pills now, Su Yuan said. She saw Su Yuan skillfully ignite the fire, control it, and condense it. His true essence surged endlessly from his body into the furnace. His divine sense seemed infinite, delicately controlling all 100 materials. The entire process flowed like a master alchemist refining a peerless divine pill. Tao Yaoyao even sensed the fire and with spiritual energies of heaven and earth fluctuating with Su Yuan's movements. The two natural forces blended into his refining, enriching the medicinal properties of the herbs. Such changes easily cause refining failures or mutations in medicinal properties, but Su Yuan was instead enjoying it calmly. His refining technique was extremely profound. His divine sense seemed to merge with the essence of metal, like the sharpest, most precise knife delicately carving patterns in the liquid medicine. This process lasted only a quarter of an hour. Su Yuan raised the fire in a final wave, and over 1,000 fasting pills solidified. He opened the furnace, and 1,000 fasting pills flew out, which he placed in an empty spot, forming another pill mountain. Only then did Tao Yaoyao carefully inspect the pill's quality. Flawless. Flawless. Still flawless. Are these flawless fasting pills? Tao Yaoyao was extremely shocked. Above supreme grade is flawless, meaning pills without any poison. This is the highest grade for low-rank pills. High-grade pills have an additional concept called pill veins, but since fasting pills are too low rank, flawless is the best. Most alchemists don't produce flawless pills more than a few times in their lives, and treasure even one is precious. She often refined low-rank pills that could be flawless, but this whole batch was flawless, something she had never seen before. No, she scanned the entire refining room and found almost all were flawless fasting pills. Su Yuan glanced at the final batch of fasting pills. 3 wisps of divine essence flew out and landed in the 10,000 treasures heaven-earth cauldron. What grade have they reached now? What effects do they have? They've reached upper first grade already. They can simulate various flavors and aromas, while extending the fasting effect to 1 year. Little Qian hesitated before adding, but this function seems rather useless. You don't understand. If we ever find ourselves in a place without food or spiritual energy replenishment, this spiritual liquid could sustain us for a very long time. This effect is absolutely necessary. We must prepare for rainy days. Su Yuan replied calmly. You really are, Little Qian muttered, exceptionally paranoid. Tao Yaoyao spoke up. Su Yuan, I notice your pill refining technique has reached an extremely profound level. Would you consider participating in the next alchemy conference? Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What are you talking about, Peak Master Tao? I have no interest in leaving the sect. You wouldn't need to go elsewhere. The alchemy conference is held within our 7 Extremes sect. Every 5 years, we invite alchemists from various sects and factions to participate. Cultivators under 100 years old are all eligible. Tao Yaoyao sighed. Our 7 Extremes sect often wins the championship, though not every time. This year's conference begins in 6 months. With your skills, you could easily claim victory by then. Su Yuan looked puzzled. What's the significance of winning? Of course there is. Tao Yaoyao exclaimed. Fate may seem intangible, but it's crucial for cultivators. The Alchemy Conference gathers the young generation's most talented alchemists. The champion absorbs a portion of alchemical destiny, making future cultivation smoother and enabling higher quality pill refinement. Hearing this, Su Yuan fell into thought. Tao Yaoyao's explanation reminded him of his own fame system. In a way, this was another method of gathering destiny from the masses, albeit more straightforward. After consideration, he decided experimenting at the conference might be worthwhile. He didn't need to win. Just making a name for himself would earn substantial fame points. Moreover, he'd thought of a brilliant idea. What kind of person gained fame most easily? Naturally, a grassroots alchemist rising from obscurity. Remembering his previously mastered transformation technique, he suddenly saw its perfect application. Having decided, Yuan sighed and shook his head. Apologies, Sister Tao. The path of alchemy isn't my true pursuit. I only refine these fasting pills out of casual interest. I don't plan to participate in the conference. Tao Yao persisted. There's no danger. It's held within our sect. Honestly, I'm not interested. But perhaps you could share some conference materials for me to review first. Yuan countered. Very well. Tao Yao handed him a jade slip. After examining it, Yuan exclaimed in surprise. There's an artifact conference too? Indeed. The artifact conference occurs around the same time, but starts 3 months later, also hosted by our sect. Additionally, there are formation and talisman conferences, though those are held by other sects, Tao Yao confirmed. Others need to qualify through preliminary rounds, but if you participate, I can arrange direct entry to the main competition, she added with a smile. Winning isn't essential. The experience itself would be valuable. I'll consider it. Thank you for the suggestion, Sister Tao, Yuan replied warmly. Tao Yao glanced at the surrounding pills. How should we handle these? Please dispose of them for me, Yuan said casually. These high-grade, flawless fasting pills are perfect for Qi refinement disciples nearing breakthrough. They should avoid impure foods. We could offer them as special provisions for late-stage Qi refinement disciples to exchange with contribution points, which would transfer directly to you. Yuan hesitated. For them to consume? Would that be appropriate? Why not? Tao Yao asked, puzzled. Well, these pills have rather unique flavors. Unique? How bad could fasting pills taste? She casually scraped powder from a pill and licked it. Yuan immediately closed his eyes. Tao Yao's face contorted violently, her eyes bulging. She tried spitting out, but the flawless quality ensured instant absorption. Frantically gulping spiritual water to rinse her mouth proved futile. That minuscule amount had imprinted its indescribably bizarre flavor onto her very soul. Only after considerable time did the sensation fade. When Yuan reopened his eyes, Tao Yao was massaging her twitching facial muscles, gazing at him like he was a demon. Are you all right? He coughed. What in heavens was that flavor? It's beyond description, she gasped. We absolutely cannot give these to disciples. Yuan's eyes gleamed craftily. Actually, I intentionally created that taste. Oh, Qi refinement disciples seeking foundation establishment need not just solid foundations, but mental fortitude. These pills train their endurance and mental state, making future breakthroughs smoother. That makes disturbing sense, Tao Yao mused. The real test comes during the demonic tribulation at Golden Core breakthrough. These could serve as preparatory training. Just don't tell anyone I made them. Yuan hastily added. Of course. Tao Yao beamed with radiant, almost holy benevolence, prompting Yuan to retreat a step. It's getting late. I should return to farming. With that, Yuan departed, leaving behind flawless fasting pills and a contemplative Tao Yao. Back in his cave dwelling, he resumed farming without urgency. His 7-day pill refining marathon had merely served to stabilize the 10,000 treasures Heaven-Earth cauldron. Now that it was settled, alchemy could wait. 7 days later, as Yuan neared completion of his spiritual field work. Ding! Fame points plus 50. A powerful mental echo accompanied the system notification. Activating Mind Echo, his consciousness projected to a secluded training site within the sect. There, he witnessed a familiar figure. Old Valley Master? Yuan blinked in surprise. Damnable old bastard who crafted this abomination. Lan Si clawed at the ground, fingers leaving bloody grooves, his brow furrowed like mountain ridges as he desperately gulped spiritual water to purge the soul-penetrating fusion of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, astringent, numbing flavors assaulting his senses. Memories flashed chaotically across his consciousness before shattering against the horrific taste. After 15 minutes of writhing, he finally collapsed, gasping as the torment subsided. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he lamented. This is Pill Extreme's peaks, so-called flawless pills increasing breakthrough chances by 5%. I actually believe them. His bloated stomach and exhausted body made golden core breakthrough seem impossible. If anything, the effect seemed counterproductive. Cursing the mysterious alchemist responsible, he suddenly resolved, I can't suffer alone. After sharing this experience, I'll resume my breakthrough attempt. Otherwise, my thoughts won't find peace. Yuan only saw Lan Si rise with a sinister grin before departing, the mental projections fading before revealing his internal monologue. Could these pills affect cognition? Impossible. Aside from the taste, their efficacy is impeccable, a full month's sustenance. Having refined countless batches, Yuan knew fasting pills better than anyone. Old Valley Master has returned? May his golden core breakthrough succeed, Yuan sincerely wished. The next day, a strangely cheerful Lan Si re-entered his training chamber with renewed determination. Outside, several grim-faced disciples clenched their fists, vowing to wait however long necessary. They'd see this through to the end. After 10 days of vigil, golden core energy fluctuations finally emanated from the chamber. The disciples exchanged stunned glances. It actually worked? Inside the seclusion chamber, hundreds of golden lights burst forth, converging simultaneously at the chamber's entrance to form Lan Si's figure. His spell of transforming light into form had already reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Lan Si had practiced this spell countless times. Also, he could look more natural and flashy when showing off. This very spell had also unexpectedly given him an escape opportunity during his previous trials. It was through this experience that he comprehended the realm of momentum, breaking through the golden core threshold and returning to the sect. Now, this spell had been integrated into his golden core cultivation, becoming his life's signature technique. Using it felt more natural and effortless, fully pushing the spell to its limit and laying a foundation for future innovation. Lan Si glanced at the 5 disciples before him and smiled. What's this? Are you all here to congratulate me on my breakthrough? Yes. The 5 disciples nodded helplessly. Lan Si chuckled and nodded. He said, those flawless fasting pills really do improve your chances of breakthrough. You've all reached bottlenecks, so take some time to truly comprehend that feeling. Maybe you can break through because of it. Does it really work? That feeling was just pure torture. One core disciple recalled the experience and still shuddered. Lan Si grew serious. We cultivators consume spiritual food and spiritual meat, tasting all kinds of delicacies. This solidly strange experience might be a first in 100 years of cultivation. The greater the difference, the deeper the impression. When you can take those pills calmly, without frowning, your mindset will definitely surpass mine now. Breaking through the golden core will be a breeze. The 5 disciples exchanged glances, all feeling like Lan Si was tricking them. Of course, Lan Si could never tell them that he had tricked others into taking those pills, bringing them pain, which inexplicably enlightened his own mindset, thus breaking his mental tribulation. This was partly due to his mischievous nature, but that wasn't suitable for others. Still, he personally believed the pills genuinely exercised one's mindset, even if he himself hadn't improved from it. Well then, we'll believe once more. In that case, shall we exchange for another one? One costs 1,000 contribution points, or spirit stones. Quite expensive. Ordinary fasting pills only cost 2 fragment spirit stones each. Now that you mention it, maybe these pills really do have miraculous effects. Otherwise, why would the sect deliberately sell them for 1,000 spirit stones each and recommend them for cultivators stuck at bottlenecks? Indeed, the more I think about it, the more sense it makes. The 5 disciples left. Lan Si laughed and flew away. Unconsciously, after circling the sect, he arrived at Yuan's cave dwelling entrance. Yuan sensed Lan Si's arrival and was somewhat surprised. He opened the formation gate of the cave dwelling. Lan Si transformed into a streak of golden light and quickly arrived at the mountaintop. Old Valley Master, long time no see. Su Yuan greeted him. The old Valley Master smiled and floated several steps before Su Yuan, each step radiating golden light with a shimmering lotus beneath. Su Yuan, I heard you took over as Valley Master after me. Why did you suddenly step down? The old Valley Master had just returned from seclusion and, during this time, met several former disciples. Hearing that Su Yuan had succeeded him as Valley Master, he specifically came to find him. He looked around curiously and asked, Is your master here? My master. Su Yuan was stunned. Yes, this is the cave dwelling of the nascent soul elder, right? Since you're at Foundation Establishment, and here, you must have been accepted as a disciple by the nascent soul elder. The old Valley Master said matter-of-factly. Then he floated a few more steps low to the ground in front of Su Yuan, deliberately shaking before him. The entire process had no magical fluctuations, relying solely on golden core traits to levitate. Su Yuan asked suspiciously, Old Valley Master, why don't you sit down? Lan Si coughed and said, Su Yuan, although you have good potential, you should read more books. Haven't you noticed anything different about me? Su Yuan floated up to Lan Si's height, circled him once, then sat down, sipping tea and shaking his head. I can't see it. Please be straightforward, Old Valley Master. Lan Si's eyes widened, his mouth gaping. He flipped through a calendar and counted time with his fingers, murmuring, That's right. Only 2 years have passed, not 20, not 200. Su Yuan smiled slightly. This old fellow still wanted to show off in front of him. It was quite amusing. Though he wasn't Golden Core, he was at the Golden Sand stage, still carrying the gold character. Did you really break through the Golden Core? The old Valley Master still didn't believe it. I'm 200 years old. You actually broke through the Golden Core like me? That's absurd. Su Yuan shook his head. I haven't broken through Golden Core. I'm currently at the Golden Sand stage. What? Golden Sand stage? Are you joking with me? The old Valley Master waved his hand, plopped down beside Su Yuan, and gulped down a mouthful of tea. The bitterness spread through his mouth. He sighed. I was going to recommend an excellent pill for you to buy, but unfortunately, you've already broken through. Probably won't need it. Su Yuan twitched at the corner of his mouth. Thanks for your kindness, Old Valley Master, haha. The old Valley Master mumbled. I remember Yi Bufan and Yuan, who were your peers. They seem to really need this kind of pill now. Looks like I should recommend it to them. Su Yuan's eyelid twitched. Old Valley Master, I haven't congratulated you on your Golden Core breakthrough yet. Su Yuan shouted. Xiao Li, quickly bring a portion of silver radiance water. Okay. A clear female voice sounded from inside the room. The old Valley Master looked on curiously. Soon, a silver-white little fox hopped over, holding a jade bottle in its paws. Xiao Li handed the jade bottle to the old Valley Master. This is for you. The old Valley Master looked at Xiao Li, surprised. Is this a spirit beast? Its aura feels even stronger than mine. Su Yuan nodded. Yes, you probably can't defeat it. The old Valley Master was silent for a moment before accepting the jade bottle. He casually opened it and immediately exclaimed, Third-grade spiritual water? And so much of it. Xiao Li's bathwater. It's suitable for consolidating your foundation. Take it back and refine it thoroughly. It will do only good. Su Yuan took a sip of tea. The old Valley Master twitched at the corner of his mouth. Who did you learn this from? Su Yuan gazed at the old Valley Master. The old Valley Master's face turned red. He rummaged through his storage pouch and finally pulled out a piece of wood about the thickness of a finger. Cough, cough. This is the juvenile form of the 10,000-year soul-nurturing wood. The 1-year soul-nurturing wood is my most valuable item right now. I'm giving it to you. Congratulations on breaking through the Golden Core. The old Valley Master handed the black wood to Su Yuan. When Su Yuan heard 10,000-year soul-nurturing wood, he actually reached out his hand but stopped halfway. He silently stared at the old Valley Master, as if questioning him. Are you kidding me? The old Valley Master coughed and said, "Well, I just broke through, so my realm is a bit unstable. I'll be going now." He flicked his blue-rimmed golden core elder robe and swiftly flew away. Shaoli chuckled softly. This old Valley Master is truly interesting. I've heard many genius disciples complain about him before. Meeting him in person, he's even more amusing. Don't be like that. We should respect the old and cherish the young. I'm the respect the old, and you're the cherish the young, Yuan whispered. Oh. The old Valley Master's ears twitched as he looked back at Shaoli and Yuan in puzzlement before flying away. Yuan smiled and waved goodbye. The old Valley Master felt a bit suspicious inside, and suddenly sensed Yuan had become mysterious. After leaving the cave dwelling, he immediately went to inquire more about Yuan. When he learned Yuan had once held the position of Hidden Peak Master, he suddenly understood everything and straightened his posture, instantly stiffening with pride. I was once the Enlightenment Mentor to the founder of channeling. Do you know what Enlightenment Mentor is? Haha, who else in the sect dares to provoke me now? Showing my identity will scare them to death. The old Valley Master proudly headed to Immortal Seed Valley. He was returning in glory to resume his post as Valley Master of Immortal Seed Valley. Don't ask why, just because he liked it. After the old Valley Master left, Yuan examined the piece of black wood in his hand. The 10,000 treasures heaven-earth cauldron flew out, and a young male voice with an unexpectedly mature tone said, "Not bad. This is a genuine soul-nurturing wood. Although it's juvenile, it still has plenty of vitality. If you cultivate it well, when your physical body is destroyed, you'll still have a refuge." Yuan rolled his eyes. "Can't you hope for something better?" At this, little Qian said, "My fasting spiritual liquid should also work on it." Yuan was surprised. "Oh, soul nurturing would usually needs soul power and spiritual energy to cultivate. But my fasting spiritual liquid can simulate the scent of spiritual energy, so it should have an effect." Little Qian pondered. "That's possible." Yuan was genuinely surprised this time. "Let's try it. Mainly because I've witnessed too much death and experienced soul power countless times. Plus, the 100-flavor fasting pill can imitate various energies, so yes, worth a try." Yuan felt a spark of interest. He went to a 4th-grade spiritual field and separated out a small section. Black veil shade formation, activate. Yuan arranged a relatively simple 2nd-grade formation, blocking out the dazzling sunlight. The small area immediately turned as dark as night. Northern Dipper 7 stars formation, establish. On the ground, a Northern Dipper 7 stars formation appeared, connecting downward to the earth veins. Yuan carefully planted the soul-nurturing wood into the soil, then connected it to the sky. 7 beams of starlight fell, passing through the shade formation, with some of the yang energy in the starlight filtered out. Pure starlight gathered on the soul-nurturing wood, causing it to emit a faint black phosphorescence. Little Qian praised, "The star energy is pure and gentle, perfect for the soul-nurturing wood's absorption. Your planting technique alone could secure a place in the cultivation world." Yuan smiled. "This spell is a bit difficult to learn, so it won't take a major position. Come, simulate the spiritual liquid." "Okay." A small bowl condensed a pale gray liquid. Yuan sensed abundant energy. This fasting spiritual liquid had a unique scent. It directly reached the soul. He poured the liquid into the spiritual field. As it flowed out, it transformed into a fine mist, enveloping the soul-nurturing wood. The soul-nurturing wood stretched its branches and leaves comfortably, slowly absorbing the energy in the liquid. Yuan released his divine sense, merging it into the soul-nurturing wood. Gradually, the wood began to carry Yuan's aura. Little Qian looked at Yuan, who continuously supplied soul power, and gradually opened his mouth wide in astonishment. "Why do you have so much divine sense?" "I feel it's equivalent to 10 early-stage golden core cultivators." Yuan shook his head. "It's not that I have a lot of divine sense. It's that my recovery speed is fast. My sea of consciousness is a natural formation barrier. That's impossible. Little Qian was shocked. Su Yuan had Little Qian take a look at his sea of consciousness. Then Little Qian fell silent for a long time before speaking. Just which great master reincarnated as you? How could you integrate a natural formation restriction into your body? I've never heard of such a thing in all my years. This natural formation restriction feels like it's at the 6th tier. Didn't you consider the risk of your body exploding when you put it inside yourself? Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. When I established my foundation, it felt like heaven and earth were cooperating with me. I just got lucky, heaven-defying. No wonder I ended up in your hands. Little Qian seemed to start feeling happy about falling into Su Yuan's possession. I have one too. Shaoli finally found an opportunity to interject. I also have a natural formation restriction inside me, and it's quite similar to Su Yuan's. Little Qian was surprised. You have one too? Aren't you just a storage artifact? What would you need a natural formation restriction for? I'm a grotto heaven spiritual treasure. Do you even know what a grotto heaven is? Shaoli huffed angrily and turned away to leave. Su Yuan chuckled, but didn't make anything of it. He continued supplying his spiritual sense as the soul-nourishing wood's aura grew increasingly vigorous. This piece of soul-nourishing wood acted as if encountering sweet rain after a long drought, not only greedily devouring the fasting spiritual liquid, Big Dipper starlight, and earth-vein spiritual energy, but also voraciously absorbing Su Yuan's spiritual sense. After a full hour, the soul-nourishing wood finally stopped its frenzy. The entire piece had grown 10 times larger, expanding from palm size to a meter tall, with Su Yuan's likeness appearing on its bark, though covered in wood grain patterns. This is a century-old soul-nourishing wood, not just a year-old one. The old valley master misjudged it. Su Yuan said cheerfully, without your abundant supply, this soul-nourishing wood couldn't have recovered to its peak state. Now it has completely fused with your spiritual sense and retained a wisp of your soul within. If you were to die unexpectedly, this soul wisp could gradually recover into a complete entity, restoring soul power at the golden core level. You've gained another life-saving measure. Little Qian praised. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction as well. This was an extra life-saving trump card, and Su Yuan naturally wanted as many as possible. If he could cultivate it to become millennium-old soul-nourishing wood, it might even be able to restore a nascent soul-level soul body, which would be even more perfect, as a nascent soul-level soul body could leave the wood to perform body possession and live again. Thus, the value of 4th-tier millennium-old soul-nourishing wood was at least 100 times greater than century-old wood. In the cultivation world, soul-nourishing wood was extremely rare. Even year-old pieces were quite valuable, more than sufficient to repay the kindness of the spiritual water Su Yuan had gifted. But now that it was century-old soul-nourishing wood with practical use value, it had become something comparable in worth to a life-bound magical treasure. Is my luck really this good? To casually obtain such treasures from others, though having too many karmic ties isn't ideal either. After brief contemplation, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. What does karma matter? With sufficient cultivation, I can bear any amount of karmic entanglement. Su Yuan calmly looked at the soul-nourishing wood before turning back to the courtyard, leisurely drinking tea. Half his field of vision was occupied by the silver light waterfall from the floating light pot, while the other half wandered through various scenes via mind echo. On one hand, he observed the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, comprehending the natural Tao and universal principles. On the other, he observed the various states of human affairs, experiencing the fickleness of the world and diverse experiences. As he sipped spiritual tea, tasting its bittersweet flavors, countless wisps of spiritual energy automatically entered his body, transformed by the natural formation restriction into Su Yuan's spiritual power, merging with his body, soul, and true essence. Every single moment, Su Yuan was growing stronger, and this was during his resting state. After accumulating for some time, his strength would make another rapid leap forward. The 10,000 treasures heaven-earth cauldron stood beside Su Yuan, watching him with an inexplicable gaze. Is he cultivating, comprehending the Tao, or just slacking off? This new master is really strange, but undeniably impressive. 10 days later. Ding! Fame points plus 5,000. What? Su Yuan was shocked awake and hurriedly checked his system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Green Vine Continent. Level, widely known, 89 for 25/100,000. Realm, Early Foundation Establishment Stage, 70/100 Late Golden Sand Stage. Trait 1, Balance Work and Rest. Current rest time, 22.3 days. Trait 2, Daoist Techniques Naturally. Trait 3, 7 stars shine bright. Trait 4, Mind Echo. My heavens, without noticing, my fame points have increased by about 40,000, almost reaching 90,000. Su Yuan instantly focused on the fame points notification. The next moment, Mind Echo instantly projected into a secluded cultivation chamber. Elder Nangong Xianweng had a dark expression as he spat out something, the remnants of a pill visible in his saliva. With a gloomy face, he cursed, "This is supposed to increase breakthrough success rates by 10% for any realm? What nonsense! It's just an ordinary fasting pill with a weird aftertaste. Who on earth concocted this thing? And who spread word of it to me? I actually believed it." Elder Nangong waved his hand, turning the filth before him to dust. He recited an incantation, sending a message afar. Nangong Huiyu hurried over and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, ancestor. I ask you, who told you this pill could increase breakthrough success rates?" Elder Nangong produced a multicolored fasting pill in his hand. Nangong Huiyu exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, how did you know about this, ancestor?" Elder Nangong stiffened, having forgotten he'd originally eavesdropped on this information. "I'm asking you." Elder Nangong glared at her. I heard it from the old Valley Master. He highly praised this pill, and many disciples have indeed broken through realms using it. Compared to previous data, the success rate really has increased by 10%. This is something everyone has witnessed, not just empty words from the old Valley Master. Elder Nangong looked surprised. "Really?" "Yes, it's true." Nangong Huiyu nodded. Elder Nangong frowned, sensing this couldn't be so simple. He immediately contacted the 7 Extremes Sex Formation Spirit. The Formation Spirit promptly appeared and, at Elder Nangong's request, replayed all events that had occurred in the sect over this period before him. Thousands of scenes played simultaneously at accelerated speed, yet Elder Nangong accurately observed each one while performing hand seals to deduce the reasons behind the recent changes. Gradually, numerous books repeatedly appeared in the images. Elder Nangong's eyes gleamed as he locked onto those texts. Primer on Qi Refining. Su Yuan's Revised Edition. 7 stars Mystic Truth Body Tempering Art. Su Yuan's Simplified Version. 7 stars Mystic Truth Spirit Tempering Art. Su Yuan's Simplified Version. Primer on Formations. Primer on Talismans. Primer on Alchemy. Volume after volume gradually coalesced into the image of a calm, gentle, smiling young man. Elder Nangong fell silent. Nangong Huiyu was stunned, seemingly understanding Elder Nangong's deduction results. She said in a trembling voice, "Could it be all this is due to Su Yuan's teachings?" Elder Nangong slowly nodded. "Exactly. It's not that weird-tasting fasting pill having any miraculous effect. Well, not entirely, as it does somewhat temper one's willpower, but the greater effect comes from Su Yuan's teachings." He provided detailed explanations on Qi refining and even foundation establishment realms, offering thorough discourses on body tempering, spirit forging, Qi refinement, alchemy, artifact forging, formations, talismans, spells, sword techniques, universal principles, and more. This has made realm breakthroughs much easier for disciples who studied his teachings. Thus, the credit belongs to Su Yuan's teachings, yet it was mistakenly attributed to some pill. Elder Nangong explained slowly. Then I should inform the old Valley Master to stop spreading rumors. I must set the record straight for Su Yuan. Nangong Huiyu said immediately. Wait. Elder Nangong shook his head, wisdom flashing in his eyes. Originally, our sect's disciple breakthrough rate was already high. An additional 10% would undoubtedly alert and interest other sections. But now, with this weird-tasting fasting pill, we can mislead other sects with false information, concealing the truth about Su Yuan's teachings. Su Yuan is still young. It's not yet time for full exposure. This excuse comes perfectly. One might say it's exquisitely timely, wonderfully fortuitous. Elder Nangong nodded approvingly. I must find the alchemist who made these pills and have them produce more. The timing of these pills' appearance is impeccable, and the old Valley Master's promotion was thorough and timely, perfectly coordinated, as if everything was prearranged. Elder Nangong, again, had the formation spirit display the identity of the disciple who concocted the weird fasting pills. Then a familiar young man's figure appeared before both their eyes. It was Su Yuan again. Elder Nangong was shocked. Su Yuan again? I wouldn't be surprised if he could make flawless fasting pills, but why would he make so many? There's an entire alchemy chamber full. How many is that? He searched the formation spirit's images for the old Valley Master's figure, soon spotting the old Valley Master visiting Su Yuan. Though the interior of the cave dwelling wasn't visible, it was clear that after leaving Su Yuan's residence, the old Valley Master intensified his promotion efforts, even making special trips to other peaks while frequently mentioning being Su Yuan's mentor. Everything had clear traces. This is the work of a founding ancestor, seeing the grand scheme in small details, planning long-term with careful consideration, coincidences aligning perfectly. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Elder Nangong praised endlessly. Nangong Huiyu was equally amazed. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Nangong Huiyu showed admiration. I never realized Elder Su had considered things so thoroughly. I didn't notice any of this. Couldn't even begin to think this deeply. Hesitating, she added, though I can't help feeling it might be coincidence. I know the old Valley Master's personality somewhat, precisely because of his personality that it's even more seamless. And if it truly is coincidence, that's even more terrifying. Elder Nangong said solemnly, this would mean Su Yuan's fortune is so strong it can turn misfortune into blessing, danger into safety, accumulating endless good fortune, truly worthy of celebration. Quickly bring me some food, a roast chicken, make it tasty to cleanse my palate. A yes. Nangong Huiyu complied with her ancestor's request, though she suspected the elder just wanted an excuse to enjoy good food. So it's that old fellow Nangong Shanyu. Su Yuan suddenly understood. Nangong Shanyu had developed secondary recognition for him, hence awarding 10 times more reputation points than before. With this, he only needed 10,000 more reputation points to obtain another entry. This thought made Su Yuan eager to accumulate reputation points quickly. 10,000 points, not too many, yet not too few either. Su Yuan suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I promised Su Guangwen I'd give lectures to the Peak's disciples. Might as well test how effective lecturing can be. With this thought, Su Yuan took out his token and sent Su Guangwen a message, asking him to arrange publicity for his lecture within the Peak and secure a venue. Understood, Ancestor Master. I'll make arrangements immediately. The lecture can commence within half a day, Su Guangwen replied promptly. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. I appreciate it. My duty, Su Guangwen responded. Though Su Guangwen was technically the Peak Master, Su Yuan commanded him with natural ease, and Su Guangwen found nothing unusual about this arrangement. 3 Peaks Peak had become properly organized. Golden Core elders each handled their responsibilities, with disciples managing various peak affairs. Having long operated within 3 Peaks Peak, Su Guangwen smoothly stabilized the peak situation after taking over. Yet because of this, many disciples still didn't know 3 Peaks Peak once had another master named Su Yuan. Many had heard about new supreme techniques being available, but remained indifferent. Since hidden peak disciples could previously study techniques from other peaks, they didn't particularly care about gaining another legacy. Though freely learning from other peaks became difficult after Three Peaks' establishment, those who had already learned could continue. Thus, the biggest impact fell on new disciples entering Three Peaks. They all learned Su Yuan's techniques, though only superficial aspects so far, causing barely a ripple. In an inner sect courtyard, 7 disciples, including Gu Yu, Xie Yingying, Li Yuexin, and Meng Chang'e, discussed Su Yuan's techniques with troubled expressions. This is so difficult. The first volume seemed simple at first, but gradually became incomprehensible. Now I'm completely lost, Xie Yingying complained. I wonder if Valley Master Su made a mistake. The first volume shouldn't be this hard. Li Yuexin sighed. I'm only focusing on 5 texts compared to Gu Yu's 71, yet my progress is slower. Mine is the real struggle. Meng Chang'e looked puzzled. Wait, what do you mean 71? Gu Yu explained. Brother Ming might not have noticed. Another text on spiritual plant cultivation was recently added to Ancestor Su's first volume. Meng Chang'e shook his head. I'll stick to alchemy texts. Ancestor Su is practically omniscient. I have this strange feeling that I can't learn as fast as Ancestor Su creates new techniques, lamented a top-grade spirit root disciple. No one could refute this. Even Gu Yu, with his heavenly spirit root, was stumped, stuck at 2/3 through the first volume. Though ahead of others, he felt suffocated knowing 8 more volumes awaited, and each might keep expanding. If only someone could guide us. Our discussions can't solve these problems, sighed another top-grade spirit root disciple. Before them, 7 spiritual fish played in a pond, occasionally demonstrating the 7 stars mystic technique. The 7 new disciples often observed them, progressing far beyond peers, even surpassing senior disciples like Yi Bufan and Lu Yuan from 2 batches prior. Thus they could only discuss among themselves. Others weren't on their level anymore. Brother Gu, can you defeat those senior disciples now? Xie Yingying suddenly asked. Gu Yu shook his head. I could hold my own against one, but not all 7 together. I need further progress to fight multiple opponents. They sighed, clearly remembering past humiliations and yearning to redeem themselves. Just then, someone knocked. Gu Yu opened the door curiously. Junior brothers and sisters, Peak Master announces that Elder Su Yuan will lecture on supreme techniques in the first-class scripture hall in 2.5 hours. All interested may attend. Message delivered. Farewell. An inner sect disciple departed immediately after speaking. Gu Yu and the others exchanged delighted looks. Our chance. Let's go. Mustn't miss this. We should secure seats now. Quick, quick. The 7 hastily prepared and rushed to the scripture hall, finding many disciples already gathered, mostly new Three Peaks disciples, plus some of Su Yuan's batchmates. Xie Yingying spotted a familiar figure and brightened. Shan Yu, where have you been? Nangong Xianwing sighed internally at her approach. Out training. Why didn't you take me? I've gotten much stronger. Xie Yingying clenched her fist, flames dancing over it. Nangong Xianwing glanced dismissively. Not bad. Halfway through elementary spell theory. Keep working. Xie Yingying gaped. How could you tell at a glance? Her expression turned odd. Regretting his habitual showing off, Nangong Xianwing turned away without another word. Among the crowd, Yi Bufan from Technique Extremes Peak arrived too. Having frequently visited Three Peaks lately, he'd heard the news and came specifically to listen. Persuaded by Yi Bufan, Lu Yuan had also begun studying Su Yuan's techniques and was present. Lu Yuan felt complex emotions. Never had she imagined attending a peer's lecture. She'd once surpassed Su Yuan, yet now he was an elder, having leapt from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core Realm. She considered leveraging their past connection to seek guidance, but pride stopped her. Scanning the hall, she noticed mostly Qi refining disciples from recent batches, some older Qi refining disciples, and very few Foundation Establishment ones. But when her gaze reached the front rows, she froze at the sight of blue robes. Blue robes. Looking closer, Her heart jumped. Those were golden core elders' garments. Some bore one stripe, some two or three. She even spotted four-striped elders, golden core pinnacle experts. When she saw five stripes, her mind blanked completely. Five-striped blue robes indicated either current or former peak masters, the strongest among golden core cultivators. And she counted 10 such figures. Moreover, the number of golden core elders exceeded 1,200. So many golden core elders attending a lecture? Arriving so early? Her mind reeled. She realized she knew nothing about Su Yuan's true standing. That a single lecture could attract so many golden core elders spoke volumes about his significance. Others gradually noticed the golden core elders in front too. Conversations died instantly as astonishment spread. Some quick-witted disciples immediately messaged friends to come. But the first-class scripture hall only held 3,000 seats. With over 1,000 taken by elders and many new disciples, fewer than 1,000 remained. Later arriving Foundation Establishment Core, disciples used speed-enhancing spells to claim remaining spots, leaving late Qi refining disciples out of luck. Thus the seating arranged strangely. Golden Core in front, Qi refining in middle, Foundation Establishment at back. As the hall doors closed at the appointed time, 7 points of starlight suddenly blazed across the sky. The Big Dipper shone brilliantly as 7 meteor-like stars descended with terrifying fire and metal energy, like doomsday manifesting. Explosive flames and tremendous impacts created fiery rings in the sky, roiling heat and deafening booms shaking the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors grew increasingly massive as they approached, their 100-meter diameters terrifying Qi, refining, and Foundation Establishment disciples. The falling stars seemed aimed directly at the scripture hall. Should they flee? This looked deadly. The terrifying momentum made some Qi refining disciples collapse in fear, some closing their eyes, awaiting death. Escape seemed impossible at such speeds. But observant disciples noticed the golden core elders remaining calm, realizing this wasn't an attack. The 7 stars carried overwhelming conceptual might. The 1,200 golden core elders intently observed the meteor's profound trajectories, seeking enlightenment. Some elders showed sudden comprehension, others joyful realization, while some still frowned in thought. Clearly, for golden core experts, the lecture had already begun, yet the meteors descended too quickly. Contemplation time proved brief. As the stars reached the hall's apex, they abruptly slowed and shrank, finally landing in a young man's palm at the front. There, the 7 stars orbited mystically as if held by an immortal capable of plucking stars from the sky. The Dipper illuminates sun, piercing starry vaults. 7 stars descend, linking abyssal depths. 300 nights meditating by silver falls. Enlightenment came, the Dipper in my grasp. I am Su Yuan. Today's lecture, The Big Dipper's 7 Stars. Excellent. Everyone's expressions were deeply shaken. Nangong Xianweng felt an overwhelming surge of emotions rise in his heart. The first 2 lines of this poem spoke of the unparalleled power of the Big Dipper's 7 stars, while the last 2 lines claimed that Su Yuan, after 300 days and nights, had comprehended the great Tao and mastered the Big Dipper's 7 stars. What kind of confidence was this? Of course, he didn't believe that Su Yuan had truly mastered the Big Dipper's 7 stars at this moment, but he recognized that this showed Su Yuan's immense confidence. He had heard legends that even immortals looked up to the myriad stars in the heavens. A mere golden core stage cultivator harboring such lofty ambitions could only be described as truly worthy of being a founding patriarch. Su Yuan looked at everyone, his expression calm and clear as still water. Today marks my first public lecture. I will briefly discuss 9 volumes of my ultimate teachings, focusing in detail on volumes 1, 4, and 9. Let us begin. The core of my inheritance is the Big Dipper's 7 stars. This is the foundation and also the fruition of the Tao. Man models after Earth. Earth models after heaven, heaven models after nature. Heaven and earth have wind, fire, and clouds, all containing the ultimate truths of the cosmos. Yet wind can cease, fire can extinguish, clouds can disperse, and the continent has its moments of rise and fall. However, the Big Dipper's 7 stars hang high in the 9 heavens, immortal and ageless, indestructible and eternal. Comprehending even a trace of their true meaning allows one to traverse heaven and earth freely. Hearing this, everyone yearned for it. Nangong Xianweng was also suddenly enlightened. Why did Su Yuan's ultimate teachings contain so much of the 7-star principles? It turned out this was the path of the future Tao. His own transformation spirit cultivation focused on fire, but what supreme fire could be found in the mortal world? Without fire, there is no Tao, and the path ahead is blocked. Yet the Big Dipper hung high, 7 stars shining forever, illuminating the way forward. In terms of intent, it was infinitely more exquisite than his own. This path led directly to immortality. Perhaps after becoming an immortal, one could continue climbing along it. Such great goodness indeed. The other transformation spirit elders and nascent soul elders who secretly listened each showed expressions of enlightenment and admiration. Many sighed with regret, bluntly stating that the Tao path was hard to change and that they were fated to miss the immortal path. Other elder ancestors of the transformation spirit realm involuntarily thought about Nangong's choice. This matter was truly a do-or-die decision. They hadn't decided yet whether to change their cultivation, which would depend on Nangong's future and how strong Su Yuan's achievements would become. This required time to prove, and with the transformation spirit's lifespan of thousands of years, naturally, they could afford to wait. While Su Yuan lectured, 7 small stars continued rapidly rotating above his palm. Many golden core cultivators diligently tried to comprehend the Tao and principles Su Yuan displayed, attempting to grasp some of the cosmic truths. Su Yuan's mouth continuously recited the contents of his ultimate teachings. I divide my teachings into 7 categories, each named after a star. Each can independently form a system. Beginners may choose some to study. Among them, the Tian Shu star is crucial, responsible for connecting heaven and earth, and is a required subject. My lecture focuses on Tian Shu, which can be entered through formations and runes. Su Yuan began his explanation, unveiling his 7-star theory one by one. He was not at all worried about others learning his ultimate teachings because, in reality, the true core was the entry 7 stars shine bright. This entry was one of the fundamental roots of Su Yuan's teachings. Whether it was balance of work and rest, Daoist techniques naturally, or mind echo, these 3 were functional entries, but 7 stars shine bright was an ability type entry. An ultimate teaching founded on system entries was inherently impossible for others to master its true essence. Even Su Yuan himself could not fully explain many abilities. They came naturally to him, with internal principles he couldn't articulate. How could others possibly learn them? So Su Yuan was truly open, explaining with all his might without holding anything back. This made those listening entranced. Many Golden Core masters were moved. Such a true transmission reaching the heart of ultimate teachings, with Su Yuan setting no barriers and revealing everything without conditions, made people marvel at the founding patriarch's broad-mindedness. At this moment, Nangong Xianweng had reached Volume 8 in his studies. Listening to Su Yuan's lecture, many previous doubts dissolved one by one. Some overlooked points also broke through repeatedly. Midway through the lecture, he had almost fully comprehended Volume 8 and began studying the scriptures of Volume 9. Yet, during his comprehension, he still found the hardest part was how to communicate with the Big Dipper's 7 stars. Whether through formations or runes, he could only reach partial understanding. How could he obtain the stars' recognition as described in the scriptures? He could not figure it out. During Su Yuan's lecture, he suddenly noticed the entries, Big Dipper's 7 stars, and Mind Echo simultaneously lighting up and linking with each other. This puzzled Su Yuan. He focused on both lecturing and researching what had happened between the two entries. His mind activated these two entries. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to instantly cross an infinite distance, arriving in a star river. His awareness seemed to cling to a supreme star, vast as an abyss and ocean, immense beyond comprehension and invisible in form. Yet Su Yuan had a clear realization. This was the Tianshu star. He gazed at the star river, seeing 6 other bright stars shining brilliantly, and 2 dimmer stars partially obscured within the Big Dipper's 7 stars. This scene instantly jolted Su Yuan's consciousness. Balance of work and rest activated 5 times. Daoist techniques naturally ignite for me. In an instant, countless insights flooded his mind. The 19-second comprehension time was extremely short, but Su Yuan exerted himself to grasp everything he saw. His understanding of the Big Dipper's 7 stars soared instantly. The star's momentum took shape, then broke through into the realm of artistic conception, rushing forward wildly. Within the Big Dipper's 7 stars, the realms of fire's burning and wood's recovery also existed. Both momentum realms surged rapidly. The fire momentum first crossed into the fire conception, and at the very last moment of comprehension, the wood momentum also forcibly advanced into the wood conception realm. The comprehension time quickly vanished. A powerful sense of urgency pressed on him, letting him know his consciousness could only stay for a few seconds at most. He looked toward a certain direction, instantly sending his thought to the earth, crossing endless distance to see a nascent soul standing at the center of 7-star magic altar atop a mountain peak of the 7 Extremes sect, attempting to establish a connection with the Tianshu star. This was Nangong Xianwen. While listening to the lecture, he was also using his nascent soul to practice. When communicating with the Big Dipper's 7 stars, he occasionally murmured Su Yuan's name. At one moment, he even regarded Su Yuan as the Big Dipper's 7 stars. This unknowingly triggered the effect of Su Yuan's 2 entries. At this moment, Su Yuan seemed to gain a subtle authority, as if able to grant others a chance to connect with the Tianshu star. Previously, his claim of mastering the 7 stars was pure boasting, but now the effect of the 7 stars shine bright. Entries seemed to bring him another surprise. Could he stand in for Tianshu? He tried but could not. He could only decide whether to grant Nangong Xianwen the permission to connect with the Big Dipper's 7 stars. This permission was low-level, something many star cultivators could achieve through their own cultivation to establish such initial contact. But it required extremely high star cultivation attainments. Now, Su Yuan could help Nangong Xianwen obtain this tiny permission early. Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled when he remotely used the Big Dipper's 7 stars and attracted the attention of 17 transformation spirit cultivators. He had kept in mind the 17 reputation value notifications around 500 each. If he now allowed Nangong Xianwen to gain Tianshu stars recognition, and someone came calling, perhaps Nangong could take the hit? Su Yuan thought for a moment and chose to grant the permission. His consciousness was instantly kicked out of the Tianshu star, returning to his body on the ground. His heart was still shocked. His awareness had crossed countless light years by relying on Mind Echo and 7 stars shine bright, arriving directly atop the true Tianshu star. He even felt he had come beyond the mortal world. The power of entries completely exceeded his imagination. The linkage of these 2 entries, combined with the effects of 2 other entries, made his gains unprecedentedly massive. He personally saw the Big Dipper's 7 stars and even touched the Tianshu star. In a way, it was like witnessing the great Tao itself. This instantly solidified Su Yuan's foundation by countless times, who had always cultivated with the Big Dipper's 7 stars as his main vein. His previous thoughts on creating cultivation methods immediately connected. After the Golden Sand stage came the Golden Bean stage, Golden Pearl stage, and Golden Star stage, all with clear cultivation paths. Even the final Golden Core stage now had an accurate conception for constructing a perfect golden core. Not only Su Yuan, but Nangong Xianwen was also greatly surprised because a beam of starlight seemed to have descended from the Big Dipper's 7 stars and penetrated his mind. A mark landed on his forehead. At this moment, he seemed to have a slight enlightenment. He had obtained a tiny recognition from the Big Dipper's 7 stars, but even this small recognition could multiply his power in various Big Dipper techniques. Both consumption and power would be optimized several times over, so a final strength increase of several times was normal. Nangong Xianwang imagined that when he walked the new cultivation path to the transformation spirit realm, his strength would surpass all peaks of the 7 extremes, or rather, he would be the top figure below the founding patriarch. The lecture continued. Su Yuan's main consciousness and the consciousness of Mind Echo were unaffected by each other. On the surface, Su Yuan remained as calm as still water, but inside, he was already bursting with joy. When he finished the lecture, Su Yuan said, "I have gained much from this lecture. After my seclusion ends, I will add 9 more volumes of ultimate teachings. Foundation establishment disciples who have comprehended Volume 9 may proceed to study Volumes 10 through 18. Nangong Xianwang, who was smiling broadly, suddenly stiffened, staring straight at Su Yuan. "What's that about? Volumes 10 and 18? You can comprehend them just by giving a lecture? Are you kidding me?" Su Yuan transformed into a streak of starlight, soaring into the sky. 7 falling stars circled around him, growing larger and larger until Su Yuan was no longer visible. Only the 7 massive falling stars remained, shooting upward into the clouds and vanishing without a trace. Many cultivators imprinted this scene into their spiritual seas, preparing to go into seclusion later to deeply ponder it. Although the exit effect seemed exaggerated, it contained profound, universal truths that left a lasting impression. The entire scripture hall fell silent for several moments before cultivators gradually came to their senses as if awakening from a dream. In the next moment, all the other cultivators woke up one by one. Many Golden Core elders exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. Mystical, truly mystical. I feel like my cultivation is riddled with errors, my foundation crumbling like sand. What should I do? My realm advanced slightly and perfectly aligns with Master Su's ultimate teachings. I want to apply to cultivate Master Su's techniques. Only 2 or 3 years since joining the sect, but the results surpass those of elders hundreds of years older. I'm utterly humbled. The Foundation establishment cultivators and she refining disciples in the back rows also sighed in admiration. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators looked confused. Most of this group of latecomers hadn't studied Su Yuan's ultimate teachings, and thus found the lecture rather nebulous, gaining only a little. In contrast, the Qi refining disciples benefited greatly. Many resolved accumulated doubts from their previous comprehension process, feeling as if enlightened in an instant. Gu Yu's eyes gleamed. 7 stars sparkled in his gaze as all the scriptures and texts he had studied before fused into one during this lecture. He saw the trajectory of the Big Dipper's 7 stars, using them as guidance with 7 categories of methods cooperating seamlessly, solidifying his foundation to an unimaginable degree. He was confident that with this insight, achieving a supreme Tao foundation would be no problem, even deeper than the typical supreme Tao foundation. He couldn't even imagine what flaws such a perfect Tao foundation could have. However, he knew that the first 9 volumes of Su Yuan's ultimate teachings corresponded to the Qi refining realm. That was somewhat absurd. Retracting his thoughts, he looked at Xie Yingying and the others, saying, "It's time we regained our dignity." The other disciples also gained a lot and nodded immediately upon hearing this. The 7 new Qi refining disciples soon left the scripture hall, then quickly found the few elder disciples they had previously fought against. "What do you want to do?" Looking at Gu Yu and the others blocking their way, several intersect disciples showed disdain. "What, want to fight us? We're at Qi refining 7th layer. You're only 4 or 5 layers. Get lost. We don't have time to play with newcomers. Obviously, these elder inner sect disciples had no interest in fighting Gu Yu and his group without orders from others. Gu Yu replied decisively, "Watch the sword." He pinched his fingers. The flying sword in his hand immediately rose into the air. 7 stars, shadow formation. His formation hand seal changed again. The single flying sword in the air multiplied into 7. Their sword lights intersecting to instantly form the Big Dipper's 7 stars array. A faint starlight descended from the Big Dipper above, further boosting the array's power. Strike! In the next moment, the formation charged fiercely at the inner sect disciples. Their expressions changed as they fought back. Each unleashed high-grade yellow tear spells, offensive or defensive, to block the attack. But within 2 breaths, their attacks collided. The 7-star sword lights continuously broke through several offensive spells and blasted their defensive spells. The sword lights' power was unmatched, shattering their defenses outright. Gu Yu shifted the sword from stabbing to striking, directly blasting the 7 inner sect disciples flying backward, each falling to the ground wailing in pain. Gu Yu's complexion paled slightly, but quickly recovered. He internalized his dantian and saw a large area of spiritual energy instantly depleted, thinking silently, "The power is strong, but the consumption is terrifying. I see Elder Su's ultimate teachings have flaws. The consumption can't keep up." He looked to the side where Xie Yingying, Meng Changle, and Liu Eshin each defeated 1 inner sect disciple. The remaining 4 disciples with supreme spirit roots couldn't even find opponents. This sudden skirmish ended with Gu Yu's group victorious. Many nearby disciples exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? They're only mid-Qi, refining, yet defeated late-Qi, refining opponents." Some unaware disciples were full of disbelief. "No idea, but I just saw them come out of the first-class scripture hall. Could it be that listening to that lecture greatly increased their strength? I heard over 1,000 Golden Core elders attended that lecture. Is that true?" "Definitely true. Who exactly is Elder Su? How is he so powerful? These new disciples are quite strong, huh?" Many onlookers debated excitedly. Gu Yu's heart stirred, and he cupped his hands to those around him. "Senior brothers and sisters, we have only just skimmed the surface of Elder Su's ultimate teachings. Any strength we have is all thanks to Elder Su." Just as he wanted to praise Elder Su more, a group of black-clad law enforcement disciples surrounded them. The Foundation Establishment Squad leader's face darkened. "You again, causing trouble for no reason. 3 days in confinement." Gu Yu and the others exchanged glances and bitterly raised their hands, surrendering. The law enforcement disciples dragged them all away. Only the squad leader was left deep in thought. Is Elder Su's ultimate teaching really this strong? Before, these few weren't a match for the elder disciples, but now in such a short time, they can overpower them. Even supreme spirit roots can't be this strong. I guess I have to learn it, or else I won't keep my position as squad leader. Cave dwelling number 6. Su Yuan sat in the meditation room. System notification sounds bombarded his ears nonstop. Ding, fame plus 50. Ding, fame plus 7. Ding, fame plus 500. Ding, fame plus 90. Su Yuan glanced at the large notification, discovering the 500 fame was not from a nascent soul elder, but a golden core elder. He had triggered a second recognition. This lecture marked Su Yuan's full debut within the sect, showcasing his profound Dao comprehension before the senior nascent soul elders. It was natural for them to be shocked, since he had only joined 2 or 3 years ago. Moreover, the states he displayed were more than just 2 or 3 types. This time, he gained greatly, seeing the true form of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. Although brief, it was enough for enlightenment. He now possessed the metal, wood, fire, and star realms, initially focusing on the star realm and blending in the other 3, further advancing his strength. These were solid, tangible improvements. Of course, Su Yuan's main focus at this moment was the increase in fame. Finally, At one point, Su Yuan's eyes brightened as he stared at the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Green Vine Continent. Level: Famous 100001/1000000. Realm: Early Foundation Establishment 95/100 Peak Golden Sand Stage. Entry 1: Balance of Work and Rest. Current rest time: 0.5 hours. Entry 2: Daoist Techniques Naturally. Entry 3: 7 stars Shine Bright. Entry 4: Mind Echo. Entry 5: To Be Chosen. Su Yuan immediately concentrated on Entry 5, mentally clicking on it. 3 lines of text appeared instantly. Great power stance. You have initially acquired the strong stance, awakening a talent, divine ability. You exude a pressure 1 level stronger than anyone else and ignore most pressure-type damage. Pickpocket. You have initially acquired the thief stance, awakening a talent, divine ability that can penetrate formation restrictions to steal items stealthily without detection. Sever tail. To survive. You have initially acquired the weak stance, awakening a talent, divine ability that can sever part of your body to disguise yourself and escape, gradually restoring your injuries. Su Yuan examined these entries and realized they seemed to be stance entries. The first entry was interesting: a supreme skill for disguising as a strong person, capable of deceiving others in many situations with various effects. The third entry, though a weak stance, had first-class survival ability, which intrigued Su Yuan. But the problem was, he already mastered this ability. Simulating aura? He was familiar with the myriad treasures, heaven and earth cauldron. Transformation? He knew the 7 stars fish dragon transformation technique. Strong recovery? His future body tempering would definitely achieve this effect. So he immediately eliminated the third entry. The second entry was very mysterious. Pickpocketing involved secrets of formations and restrictions. With this, he could accomplish many incredible things, like stealing powerful artifacts or treasures mid-battle, and more. The effect was extremely good and attracted Su Yuan's attention. However, he also eliminated it. 2 reasons. First, Su Yuan believed he could comprehend formation secrets himself and achieve similar effects. Second, he rarely ventured out or fought, so he wouldn't have many opportunities to use this divine ability. The stealthy aspect only concealed the act of theft. Others could deduce the theft by other means, so it had flaws. Also, Su Yuan could learn methods to conceal heavenly secrets himself. Therefore, the priority rose for the first strong stance. What Su Yuan cared about was not the first half of the description, but the latter half about shielding pressure-type damage. Why did Su Yuan notice this entry? Because he possessed a 6th-rank heaven and earth-type spiritual treasure. He understood the power of suppression very clearly. Among peers, being suppressed to almost useless was no different from being crippled. If one day Su Yuan faced the same means, he would suffer similar damage. But this entry could shield that suppressive damage. In Su Yuan's view, suppression was a form of pressure. Moreover, there were many types of pressure: realm pressure, domain pressure, supreme treasure pressure, all very tricky methods. Currently, Su Yuan had no way to resist them, so he ultimately chose the first entry. Great power stance. Recently, strange phenomena of the Big Dipper's 7 stars frequently appeared above the 7 Extremes sect. This situation attracted the attention of many star cultivators. Many sects paid close attention to the abnormalities in the 7 Extremes sect, especially the demonic sects, who were most concerned about the righteous sect leader 7 Extremes sect. Representatives from the 3 great demonic sects, Demon Sect, Ghost Fiend Sect, and Corpse Demon Sect, gathered to discuss the news. Recently, I discovered many strong cultivators returning to the 7 Extremes sect. Do you know what's going on? Asked a hook-nosed golden core elder from the Demon Sect. I lost all my spies in the 7 Extremes sect. The corrupted disciples were all cleaned up. This should have been discovered earlier, but no action taken. Now that they've been suddenly purged, there must be a problem. A demonic cultivator from the Ghost Fiend sect, shrouded in black mist, said coldly. A demonic cultivator from the corpse demon sect who looked like a righteous Taoist smiled and said, I found no information from the corpses of 7 Extremes disciples. The hooked-nosed elder frowned. One of our Golden Core elders once blocked a group of Qi refining disciples. These disciples included the 7 Extremes sect's inner sect top and second disciples, both assisted by talisman treasures. They're supreme seedlings of the sect. That elder was about to capture them, but suddenly the Big Dipper lit up, descending attacks that severely wounded him, forcing a hasty retreat. Afterwards, the 7 Extremes sect's changes became frequent. This must be a clue. The Ghost Fiend elder suddenly said, we must pay attention to the Big Dipper 7 stars anomaly. Our sect elders suspect the 7 Extremes sect developed an entirely new ultimate teaching lineage, a star cultivator branch. His words made the other two serious. Clearly, they had their own suspicions. Our demonic sects are not good at star cultivation. We must invite a star cultivator master to assist. Also, we need to investigate who this star cultivator is and how strong. You haven't forgotten the 7 Extremes sect's opening meridian patriarch, right? The corpse demon Daoist abruptly said. Opening meridian patriarch. Both others stiffened, but were not overly nervous. The hooked-nosed elder smiled calmly. We know the 7 Extremes sect's opening meridian patriarch well. According to sect records, the patriarch is indeed strong, but limited. Usually can fight 2 at once, only slightly surpassing a small realm. The main thing is whenever a new lineage emerges, it leads some lost disciples to switch or cultivate concurrently, enabling many bottleneck disciples to break through. As those breakthroughs multiply, the 7 Extremes sect grows stronger, acquiring resources faster, forming a positive cycle. The patriarch himself isn't a big deal. The Ghost Fiend elder nodded. Previously, we lacked experience. Now, after reviewing thousands of years, we have some. As long as we suppress this patriarch's momentum and put pressure on this new lineage, preventing their snowball effect, the 7 Extremes sect's so-called prosperity will be limited. The 3 continued exchanging intelligence, gradually finalizing several plans. I summarize 3 approaches to handle the 7 Extremes sect. The demon sect elder slowly said. First, invite a star cultivator master to disrupt the patriarch's methods. Second, suppress the 7 Extremes sect's industries from all sides, slow their resource acquisition, and reduce the number of new lineage disciples appropriately. Third, ambush near the 7 Extremes sect, kill a nascent soul elder, weakening their strength at high levels. What do you think of this plan? Asked the demon sect bald eagle elder. Perfect, praised the Ghost Fiend mist-hidden elder. Excellent, detailed, clear, and complete, applauded the corpse demon mad Taoist. All 3 felt this plan was exceptionally perfect. Above their heads, Su Yuan's consciousness curiously sensed an activated mind echo. He had just chosen his entry when a large amount of fame was credited. Curious, he activated Mind Echo and saw the 3 conspiring loudly in a pitch-black room about their sect's joint operation. Listening to their conversation, Su Yuan's expression grew stranger. What interested him was not the demonic sect's plan, but their record of the opening Meridian Patriarch, which differed greatly from the 7 Extremes sect's own record. The 7 Extremes sect's record said the Patriarch could fight beyond a large realm, while the demonic sect said only a small realm. The 7 Extremes sect said the Patriarch could fight 5 at once, all with realm surpassing, but the demonic sect said only 1 against 2, same realm. From a rational perspective, the one who knows you best besides yourself is your enemy. Clearly, the 3 demonic sects could not all be wrong. The truth was likely that the Patriarch was as the demonic sects recorded. That made sense. If others could catch up to his strength without cheating, then his cheat would be pointless. Retracting his thoughts, Su Yuan quietly continued eavesdropping. He noted down all the ambush locations designed by the 3. The 3 nascent soul demonic cultivators kept sneering. Su Yuan had already sentenced them to death. Su Yuan's main body turned and ran toward the main peak. Gu Qingzhu was watching the recording of Su Yuan's lecture, deeply interested. He saw Su Yuan rush in. Su Yuan, what's wrong? Gu Qingzhu quickly closed the lecture recording and stored the jade stone. Su Yuan twitched at Gu Qingzhu's slyness. He hadn't noticed before that Gu Qingzhu had recorded the entire lecture process. Ahem, I'm thinking about the sect's future. Wanted to explain to you. Gu Qingzhu's face reddened, feeling this was disrespectful to Su Yuan. Su Yuan waved his hand. My lecture was public. I never plan to hide anything. You can replicate and distribute it to the disciples. Gu Qingzhu's expression brightened. Su Yuan, my respect for you is like the mighty river. I want 60% of contribution points, 30% for the sect, and 10% for you and the other staff. Su Yuan added. Gu Qingzhu's face stiffened, stunned. This is fine too. He rubbed his pocket, inexplicably pained. His plan to earn contribution points just shrank. He wondered how Su Yuan knew his plan so clearly. Even the split was precise. He sighed and asked, by the way, why did you come over? Oh, I saw the demonic sect's secret meeting and discovered their conspiracy. This is a memory stone. I recorded parts of what I saw inside. The rest is up to you all. Su Yuan put down the stone and left coolly. Gu Qingzhu's expression changed, immediately picking up the memory stone to watch. His perspective shifted to above a room, seeing 3 familiar figures below. Bald Eagle, Mist-Hide, Mad Demon. These 3 nascent soul elders are working together. Gu Qingzhu's expression turned grave. He knew this was serious. Such a 3-sect alliance was rare before, because demonic sects distrusted each other and rarely cooperated, sometimes even sabotaging each other. Though the righteous and demonic powers were roughly equal, the demonic sects usually lagged a bit. Now with the 3 strongest demonic sects joining forces, the situation changed. Thinking this, Gu Qingzhu looked up but found Su Yuan had vanished without a trace. Gu Qingzhu twitched his mouth, realizing Su Yuan had no reason to stay. Although the patriarch, his strength was still only golden core. Even if he transcended the realm, it would only be nascent soul, not enough to participate in nascent soul battles. Gu Qingzhu naturally heard the 3 belittling the patriarch but chose to ignore it. The real patriarch stood before him. Which record was true, he could see clearly. He wasn't blind. He hurried toward the secret realm. Soon, several nascent soul elders arrived to discuss how to respond to the demonic sect's joint conspiracy. Su Yuan returned to his cave dwelling, but did not ignore the demonic sect's plan as Gu Qingzhu expected. He focused on points 1 and 2. A star cultivator master coming to interfere or even destroy my method. My 7-star shine bright is a system entry. What use is a star cultivator master then? Su Yuan smiled. This was an information gap. No one knew his true foundation. Using superficial information to fight him was ridiculous. So he didn't worry much. As for point 2, it troubled him. The demonic sects were going to target the 7 extremes sex industries, especially those of the 3 extremes peak. The 3 extremes peak had already taken over industries assigned from other peaks, with many disciples stationed there. Su Yuan thought for a moment and immediately went to the 7-star magic altar to begin simulations. When Su Yuan reactivated the 7-star magic altar, he clearly felt his connection to the Big Dipper's 7 stars grow tighter. His comprehension of the Big Dipper deepened, enhancing the 7-star shine bright. Entries effect simultaneously. Su Yuan found his divination technique had increased by more than 1 level. A massive amount of information flowed from the Big Dipper. He inexplicably even grasped the essence of the 7-star divination technique. I see. The Big Dipper shines upon the world. Wherever its starlight reaches, the Big Dipper knows everything in perfect detail. After knowing the present and past, and combining with the law of things development, one can naturally deduce future changes. This is the essence of the 7-star divination secret technique. Su Yuan suddenly understood. The classic books said divining past and future by star shifts and movements was nonsense. The essence wasn't in the stars themselves, but in the boundless starlight they emitted. Therefore, his deepened comprehension of the Big Dipper accelerated his divination technique's progress. Numerous pieces of information entered Yuan's consciousness, giving him a general grasp of the potential dangers the seven extremes sex industries might face in the future. Before Heavenly Star Mountain, the middle-aged man with an aquiline nose straightened his robes and calmly called out, "This humble Daoist divine eagle requests an audience with Daoist Heavenly Star." His voice carried into Heavenly Star Mountain with peculiar precision. Only those at the divine transformation realm or above could hear it. Within the mountain, Heavenly Star Ancestor, a divine transformation cultivator currently in seclusion, furrowed his brows upon hearing the voice. "Vulture? What brings him here?" he muttered to himself. Heavenly Star was a rogue divine transformation cultivator who had established the neutral faction Heavenly Star Peak, gathering other rogue cultivators and passing down the star cultivation lineage. While it wasn't unusual for demonic sect cultivators to visit for star-related services, Vulture's personal appearance signaled something significant. "Fellow Daoist Divine Eagle, you are welcome." Heavenly Star flicked his horsetail whisk, summoning a trail of starlight from the mountain. The vulture demon calmly stepped onto it. In a flash of returning starlight, the vulture demon materialized before Heavenly Star. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Heavenly Star." The vulture demon smiled. "Fellow Daoist Divine Eagle, what an unexpected guest." Heavenly Star waved his whisk again, causing celestial light to descend from the sky and coalesce into 2 cups of star tea. The liquid shimmered with countless stellar reflections, as if containing the entire cosmos. "Please enjoy the tea." The vulture demon didn't stand on ceremony. After seating himself, he inspected the cup carefully for poison before downing it in one gulp. Instantly, his mind cleared, and the demonic energy within him grew more refined. "Excellent tea," the vulture demon praised. "Regular consumption yields diminishing returns. You may visit once every 10 years. Heavenly Star's words carried an implicit request. "Don't come too often." Unfazed, the vulture demon chuckled. "Tea can wait. Today, I come with a proposition. Might Heavenly Star Daoist lend his expertise? What matter requires my intervention?" Heavenly Star Ancestor cut straight to the point. The Seven Extremes sect seems to have gained a new star cultivator, one capable of channeling the power of the Big Dipper. I wish to enlist your help in disrupting their connection, or better yet, causing a backlash that eliminates them. Heavenly Star frowned. "I'm aware of recent anomalies in the Big Dipper's alignment, but countless star cultivators exist. Why target the Seven Extremes sect?" His question masked a demand for better terms. The vulture demon smiled faintly. "For disrupting their stellar resonance. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Severe injury, 100,000. Elimination, 1 million, plus a divine transformation-grade stellar material." Heavenly Star Ancestor fell into contemplation before responding. "First, I must divine the feasibility. 100 top-grade spirit stones for the divination." The vulture demon's eyes gleamed. "Agreed." He produced the stones and slapped them onto the table. Nodding, Heavenly Star checked the sky. "Wait for the moon to reach its zenith." The vulture demon acquiesced. When midnight arrived, Heavenly Star stood before an altar at the mountain's peak. At its center rested his life-bound treasure, a 5th-grade mirror artifact, the Heavenly Star Mirror, which housed most of his cultivation techniques. Gazing upward at the starry sky, he began his work. The star cultivation tradition had many schools. The 3 enclosures and 4 symbols, the 28 mansions, the 36 heavenly stars, and the 72 earthly fiends. Practitioners typically specialized in one stellar system. The Big Dipper belonged to the purple forbidden enclosure, a supremely powerful constellation where each individual star held immense might, and their combined force was peerless. Heavenly Star himself cultivated the Heavenly Chief Star, leader of the 36 heavenly stars. In truth, the specific star mattered little. No mortal practitioner could reach a constellation's full potential. Mastery depended entirely on individual cultivation. Thus, debating whether the Big Dipper or Heavenly Chief Star was stronger missed the point. A beam of starlight shot upward toward the Heavenly Chief Star as Heavenly Star activated his divination arts. Starlight shimmered, celestial patterns emerged, and revelations descended from the heavens. Closing his eyes, Heavenly Star glimpsed fragmented visions, 7 beams of light descending upon the 7 extremes sect, and a familiar figure flashing briefly through the scene. Oh, him! Heavenly Star's eyebrows shot up. The waiting vulture demon perked up. You've identified the target? Indeed. They made no effort to obscure celestial traces, and their techniques appear rudimentary. Yet they've gained the Big Dipper's acknowledgement as a star cultivator. Heavenly Star rubbed his fingers absently, momentarily lost in thought. The vulture demon's expression darkened as he tossed another 100 spirit stones to Heavenly Star. Pocketing them swiftly, Heavenly Star snapped back to attention. It's Nangong Xianwang. He previously cultivated the Tao of Fire, but has now begun star cultivation. Though a novice in this path, his divine transformation cultivation makes him no easy target. The vulture demon paled. Are you certain? I suspected one of the 7 extremes sect's founding ancestors had returned. He can't possibly be that figure. Could there be another star cultivator? Heavenly Star blinked, then understood. This explained the vulture demon's personal visit. The 7 extremes sect had an infamous history of founding ancestors emerging one after another. No sooner would one reach the void refinement realm and depart than another would appear, each time shaking the cultivation world. After 6 or 7 such occurrences, the demonic sects had suffered tremendously, while the 7 extremes sect rose from mediocrity to lead the righteous path. Another ancestor's emergence would understandably panic the demonic factions. Heavenly Star shook his head slowly. My divination confirms only one recent Big Dipper acknowledgement in the past century, with no signs of concealment. The 7 extremes sect has just 1 star cultivator. Remember how rare our path is. The entire continent boasts only a few dozen practitioners. 2 emerging simultaneously in one sect is impossible. True enough, the vulture demon conceded thoughtfully. But why him? Can you handle Nangong? Heavenly Star laughed dryly. He's a fledgling star cultivator. Comparing us is like matching a grown man against a toddler. Victory would require but a wave of my hand. His tone brimmed with absolute confidence. The gap between a master and beginner was insurmountable. While he soared among the stars, Nangong was still playing in the mud. The vulture demon nodded. Will you take the commission? Inflicting serious harm or death seems unlikely, but interfering with his stellar cultivation is feasible. My price is 30,000 spirit stones. You drive a hard bargain. All dealings with divine transformation cultivators involve risk, Heavenly Star countered. Very well. 2 other demonic factions have also enlisted star cultivator masters. Please coordinate with them discreetly. Oh, the demonic sects mobilized in force this time. Heavenly Star remained indifferent to the conflict between righteous and demonic paths. Whichever side dominated wouldn't affect his neutral faction. Such contracts always included secrecy oaths, ensuring his involvement remained unknown. After finalizing details and accepting payment, the vulture demon departed. Star cultivator masters commanded pure profit. Clients covered all material costs separately by convention. This made star cultivators exceptionally wealthy, and neither faction dared offend them, lest they defect to the opposing side. Meanwhile, the mist-hidden demon and mad Daoist had each secured their own star cultivator masters, demonstrating the demonic sect's full commitment. At the same time, Nangong Xianwang, mid-discussion with sect elders, suddenly frowned. Gazing skyward, he noticed subtle fluctuations in the Big Dipper that stirred unease. What's wrong? Asked a female, divine, transformation elder beside him. Stellar resonance. Someone is divining me, Nangong said gravely. Though my first experience, The phenomenon matches ancient records. Wait, stellar divination? That's a star cultivator technique, another elder exclaimed. You? Oh, I became a star cultivator half a day ago. Nangong smoothed his hair absently. Who knew I display such talent? The Tao of Fire already consumes so much time. What am I to do now? His peers twitched at his nonchalance, but couldn't hide their astonishment. You actually became a star cultivator? Incredible. Impossible. The shortest recorded mastery takes a century. Natural aptitude, I suppose. Nangong sighed, then grew serious. Likely demonic-aligned star masters probing me. I'm probably exposed. I wonder if Ancestor Su remains hidden. Technically, he's the true orthodox practitioner. Why target me? Perhaps they can't detect Ancestor Su at all, someone suggested insightfully. Nangong hesitated. Surely not. Su Yuan created this art mere moments ago. He shouldn't possess the means to evade stellar detection. Their conversation occurred within a formation that blocked celestial light, temporarily shielding them from further divination. How should we proceed? Once the demonic star masters divine our plans. Nangong, can you obscure our movements? Nangong's face darkened. I've barely begun. Only mastered the first 9 manuals. The advanced 10th through 18th remain untouched. How could I possibly conceal anything? Then we must consult Ancestor Su. If he detected the demonic spies undetected, perhaps he can mask our actions too. All eyes turned to Nangong. Me again, he protested. Have we prepared tribute? I won't approach our ancestor empty-handed. Cave dwelling number 6. When Nangong Xianweng arrived at the cave entrance, he saw a silver-white little fox watching him with curious eyes. Are you the person my master is waiting for? Follow me, Shally said. Nangong Xianweng froze momentarily, speaking with some confusion. He knew I was coming? How long have you been waiting here? Shally complained. I've been waiting quite a while. You're really slow. Nangong Xianweng's mouth twitched. This is somewhat unbelievable. Shally tilted her head. Just lead me to him. Shally nodded and began bouncing up the mountain path toward the cave dwelling. Nangong Xianweng looked up at the sky in puzzlement. Noticing his connection to the Big Dipper felt clearer here. Following the little fox deeper into the cave, he soon arrived before a towering pagoda structure at the edge of a cliff. His eyes were drawn to the 7-star magic altar atop the pagoda. While he recognized its general outline from Su Yuan's teachings, the details were hundreds of times more complex, practically a different realm entirely. Upon entering the cave, he saw a figure sipping tea with his back turned. When Nangong Xianweng instinctively tried to probe Su Yuan with his spiritual sense, before his detection could even begin, an overwhelming spiritual pressure came crashing back at him like a tsunami. Instantly, he felt crushing pressure from every corner of existence, as if the heavenly Tao itself was suffocating him. His face flushed crimson within seconds. Su Yuan observed the automatically activated Great Power's demeanor, marveling at the terrifying pressure he could now control freely. Is this the level of void refinement cultivators? The so-called higher realm isn't just a minor stage, but an entire major realm. This is too exaggerated. The same thought flashed through both Su Yuan and Nangong Xianweng's mind simultaneously. Su Yuan quickly withdrew the pressure. Elder Nangong, probing others without permission is quite rude. As the pressure vanished, Nangong Xianweng felt like the clouds had parted. Wiping sweat from his brow, he asked in shock, "What was that just now?" "Nothing important. You're here about concealing heavenly secrets, correct?" Su Yuan asked. Suppressing his doubts, Nangong Xianweng nodded. As expected, you anticipated this. We plan to counterattack, surrounding and killing those 3 nascent soul-old devils. Eliminating them would give our righteous faction overwhelming advantage. This is a golden opportunity. Su Yuan glanced at the stars above. I'm uncertain about blocking all 3 simultaneously. 3? Who? Nangong Xianweng's eyes widened. Tianxing, Nanshun, and Gua. Su Yuan named them directly. Those old bastards. Nangong Xianweng gritted his teeth. After a pause, he said resolutely, "Then we'll try our best. Even if discovered, the demonic faction's plans would still be disrupted. Regardless, we've already secured an unlosable position." "Indeed. Be careful." Su Yuan nodded. Nangong Xianwen produced a storage pouch. "This is your annual tribute after our discussions. Please review." With a casual wave, Su Yuan drew the pouch into his hand. His spiritual sense scanned its contents. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 100 billion low-grade stones. Hundreds of pill bottles were also inside. You may select one 5th-grade spiritual treasure from the sect vault. Our ancestors each left 1 or 2 5th-grade treasures. They're foundational assets not lightly used, but you may choose one. Nangong Xinwing added. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. At my cultivation level, I can't refine 5th-grade treasures. Previously refining a 6th-grade treasure was pure luck. The myriad treasures Chinquan Cauldron was completely damaged, making refinement difficulty comparable to magic tools. A genuine 5th-grade treasure might be impossible currently. Just inform me or the sect leader when needed. Nangong Xinwing said. Deal. I'll keep that in mind. With so many spirit stones, I can cultivate freely now. Proceed with your plans. I'll continue monitoring developments. Su Yuan smiled cheerfully. After a deep look at Su Yuan, Nangong Xianwen clasped his hands. Very well. I'll take my leave now. As the elder departed, Shaoli approached curiously. Su Yuan, are you starting cultivation now? Su Yuan looked puzzled. When did I say that? Shaoli blinked, fox eyes showing confusion. I've never seen you cultivate and thought you lacked spirit stones. But now you have plenty. Shaking his head, Su Yuan beckoned toward little Kai playing with spirit fish. Little Kai, come here. The 9-colored fish swam over happily, circling Su Yuan with adoring eyes. Patting its head, Su Yuan said, Hungry, aren't you? You've suffered following me. From today onward, cultivate to your heart's content. Little Kai's eyes sparkled, wagging its tail excitedly. With a wave, Su Yuan collected little Kai and all 35 spirit fish into the floating light pot. Shaoli, you're coming too. Okay. They entered the spatial treasure together. By the silver spirit lake, little Kai and the fish had already returned to the water. The curious fish watched Su Yuan expectantly. Su Yuan willed the 6th-grade treasures restriction core to the lake center. Layer upon layer of formations unfolded over the water. Instantly, the entire lake transformed into a Yuan pool. Moreover, this Yuan pool surpassed the valley's original. Enhanced by ancestral techniques and treasure synergy, its spiritual refinement speed multiplied exponentially. Shaoli, activate the core restrictions. The little fox immediately manipulated the formations, drawing copious spiritual energy from the treasure's surroundings and converting it into spiritual liquid filling the lake. However, the treasure's internal energy soon depleted. Unfazed, Su Yuan poured out mountains of spirit stones. Low, medium, and high-grade stones cascaded into the lake alongside hundreds of cultivation pills. The formations crushed everything into powder, converting the massive spiritual energy into dense liquid that merged with the lake. Little Kai cheered, opening its mouth to gulp down the spiritual liquid. The liquid transformed into spiritual power within its body. Meanwhile, the spirit fish soaked in the ultra-concentrated liquid, entering an intoxicated state. Under this baptism, they effortlessly broke through their bottlenecks, evolving towards 2nd-grade spirit fish. Su Yuan had included these fish for 2 reasons: their minimal consumption and companionship for little Kai. Unlike Shaoli, little Kai had genuine childlike innocence. Without playmates, it would grow lonely, hindering development. Since Su Yuan couldn't always accompany it, these fish were crucial. Su Yuan observed the fish developing tricolor glows under little Kai's influence, rapidly advancing towards 2nd grade. Meanwhile, little Kai generated tremendous suction, voraciously absorbing spiritual liquid to convert into true essence. Simultaneously, strands of true essence manifested within Yuan, enhancing his soul, body, and cultivation at shocking speeds. He sat calmly by the lake sipping tea, allowing his physique and soul to ascend continuously. The fish-shaped cheat was fully operational. Xiaoli worked hard controlling the restrictions, complaining, Yuan, this isn't fair, making me handle all the work. Yuan spread his hands. I'm only a foundation establishment. Controlling 6th grade treasure restrictions is beyond me. Xiaoli opened her mouth, but found no rebuttal, sulkily continuing her task. Little Kai flew over, nuzzling Xiao Li's cheek. The fox smiled. There, little Kai. Of course I'll help you. I'm just scolding Yuan. Little Kai happily blew colorful bubbles before returning to its feast. Yuan sipped his tea unperturbed. Being scolded didn't matter. No outsiders were watching anyway. Besides, he was investing heavily in Xiao Li and Little Kai's growth. His conscience was clear. As for his automatic cultivation gains, that was just fortunate side benefit from his efforts. He leisurely admired the silver spirit waterfall, its plunging currents mirroring starlight in mesmerizing fashion. Time flowed peacefully onward. Meanwhile, the demonic faction moved swiftly in the shadows. 7 extremes, sect elders executed covert operations of their own. While the cultivation world appeared tranquil, undercurrents raged beneath the surface. Sipping tea by the lake, Yuan's mind displayed vivid scenes of demonic activities. He saw everything clearly. Due to information asymmetry, mentioning his name alerted him to their plans, rendering their actions transparent. He periodically compiled intelligence for Nangong Xianwen, continuously optimizing their strategy and raising success probabilities. The enemy was exposed while they remained hidden, advantage secured. 3 months passed in a blink. On this night, clear skies revealed countless twinkling stars. Around 7 extremes, sects mines, fisheries, forests, markets, and shops, demonic cultivators gathered, poised to strike. As the message spread through all demonic cultivators, every single one of them simultaneously sprang into action. Kill! 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 Countless ghosts, demons, and corpse fiends surged out from their hiding places, charging toward the 7 extremes sect's stronghold. The mountains and plains were completely covered with dense hordes of evil creatures. Killing intent, resentment, demonic energy, ghostly aura, and corpse miasma soared into the sky like dark clouds pressing down upon the city, creating an exceptionally terrifying scene. Enemy attack. Within the stronghold, 7 extremes sect disciples issued piercing alarms. Numerous disciples immediately rushed to their predetermined defensive positions as arrays activated one after another, forming a massive glowing shield that completely protected the entire stronghold. Soon after, close combat ensued. Countless demonic cultivators unleashed their most terrifying wave of attacks. Spells, magical artifacts, and controlled monsters all bombarded the defensive arrays. Boom! 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 Massive magical explosions erupted continuously, their deafening roars shaking heaven and earth. The intensity of the battle reached its peak from the very beginning. There was no probing, no talking, just full-force attacks right away. However, contrary to the demonic cultivators' expectations, the arrays didn't shatter immediately. The sex cultivators inside seemed to have anticipated this, not only quickly activating the arrays, but also steadily withstanding the first wave of sudden attacks. Some demonic cultivators immediately sensed something was wrong, but with the arrow already knocked, they had to let fly. Hordes of demonic creatures were driven to crash against the array shield. Some were drawn inside the formation and jointly attacked by 7 extremes sect disciples, while others were repelled, crashing into their own allies. Although the stronghold withstood the initial assault, the spiritual energy consumption rate of the defensive arrays was extremely alarming. Keep pushing. Their spirit stone reserves definitely won't last. The nascent soul demonic cultivator leading this siege calmly commanded his forces to press forward. Looking into the stronghold, he saw a red light shooting skyward and smirked. The distress signal had been successfully sent. Similar distress signals were being sent from dozens of major 7 Extremes sect facilities across their territory. Such a massive surprise attack would surely draw out their soul formation elders. Suddenly, from within the 7 Extremes sect, 7 beams of starlight shot up from a 7 stars magic tower, piercing straight into the clouds. Nangong Xianwen immediately performed a divination secret technique, attempting to investigate what was happening. But at that moment, 3 concealed beams of starlight also shot up from 3 different directions around the 7 Extremes sect. Several stars in the sky suddenly brightened. The Big Dipper shone brilliantly, sending down starlight. Meanwhile, 3 other stars near the Big Dipper also suddenly brightened, shifting their positions to form a triangular formation that intercepted the Big Dipper's light. The Big Dipper's radiance quickly dimmed, disappearing into the starry backdrop, while the 3 other stars grew increasingly brighter, completely obscuring the constellation. Simultaneously, 3 differently colored starlight beams traced back along the Big Dipper's original path, attacking Nangong Xianwen. Cross-domain star kill. Nangong Xianwen wanted to abandon the divination, but it was already too late. The 3 starlight attacks instantly struck him, passing through numerous array restrictions to directly assault his nascent soul. Nangong Xianwen's face paled as his energy suddenly scattered. He violently spat out a mouthful of vital blood, which burned into pure life energy to protect his consciousness, see, and suppress the incoming stellar attack. Just this single strike had severely injured him. Not caring about the damage, Nangong Xianwen slapped the 7 stars altar, causing it to collapse completely and cease channeling the Big Dipper's light. On Tinching Mountain, the heavenly star ancestor smirked. So fragile, truly a star cultivation novice. Now it's my turn to deduce the 7 Extremes sect's countermeasures. Instantly, he activated the Tiankuei star altar, sending starlight shooting into the clouds again. Forming hand seals, he performed stellar divination, awaiting Tiankuei star's results. The other 2 stars also brightened significantly, showing that the other 2 star cultivation masters had also taken action. Though the 3 didn't know each other's identities, they cooperated tacitly. Their 3 starlight beams crisscrossed in a triangular pattern, weaving a stellar network to deduce the 7 Extremes sect's response strategies. At this moment, the previously obscured Big Dipper suddenly shone brightly again, instantly outshining the 3 stars. Bold, still daring to fight back. The heavenly star ancestor sneered. The previous attack had been a warning. If Nangong faced their full force strike again now, he risked fatal injury. As the stars confronted each other in the firmament, their shifting patterns drew the attention of all notable star cultivators across the land. Such stellar cultivation battles were rare and drew much interest. In cave abode number 6, Su Yuan's aura erupted powerfully. He glanced at his system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Green Vine Continent. Reputation: famous 112-000/1000000. Cultivation: peak foundation establishment, 99 out of 100 peak golden star stage. Trait 1, work-rest balance, current rest time, 92 days. Trait 2, Daoist techniques naturally. Trait 3, 7 stars shine bright. Trait 4, mind echo. Trait 5, great master's bearing. Over 3 months, little Kai had frantically absorbed spiritual energy, reaching peak 2nd stage cultivation before entering a special bloodline awakening state, now breaking through a bottleneck surrounded by 5-colored light. Through little Kai's feedback of true essence, Su Yuan had been forcefully pushed from early foundation establishment to peak foundation establishment, advancing from Golden Sand stage through Golden Bean stage and Golden Pearl stage all the way to peak Golden Star stage. Reaching this stage meant he had completed the energy accumulation for foundation establishment. Within his dantian, 7 golden stars and 2 dark stars orbited according to the Big Dipper's pattern inside a golden cauldron. Anyone who could simultaneously observe the actual Big Dipper would notice these golden stars perfectly mirrored the constellation's movements in the sky. 3 of the golden stars already bore intricate Tao patterns representing metal, wood, and fire concepts. Meanwhile, an additional stellar concept pattern continuously flowed across the entire 7-star formation. Beneath Su Yuan's feet, the Big Dipper altar activated. A 6th-grade cave heaven spiritual treasure anchored the Tian Shu position, with Shaoli providing full support. Though the myriad treasure's Qinquan cauldron was damaged, its 7th-grade nature allowed it to easily stabilize the Yao Guang position, providing powerful energy to the altar. The 9 stars-linked pearl sword also fully assisted the spell casting, with starlight flowing across its blades, tempering them and slowly upgrading their spiritual quality. Beside him, Nangong Xinwing sat with closed eyes, healing his injuries. The Great Master's Bearing trait successfully activated, and Su Yuan integrated its majestic pressure into his consciousness, making his control over the 7 stars altar significantly more effortless, as if his strength had increased by several tenths. Su Yuan looked at the panel and immediately activated work-rest balance, twice in succession. Instantly, his comprehension rose, and his control over the altar skyrocketed. Mind Echo simultaneously projected 3 consciousness threads, dividing his awareness 4 ways, with 3 projections appearing above 3 different altars. The next moment, Great Master's Bearing activated. An immense pressure instantly weighed down upon the soul formation cultivators performing rituals at their respective altars. The Heavenly Star Ancestor and the other 2 soul formation cultivators' expressions changed dramatically. This inexplicable pressure suppressed their strength by about 30%. What's happening? The Heavenly Star Ancestor's expression changed. He immediately realized something abnormal was occurring. But the changes came too quickly. The Big Dipper in the sky suddenly brightened several times over. 7 beams of starlight carrying astonishing stellar might suppress the radiance of the 3 stars. This isn't right. This isn't Nangong. The Big Dipper's response speed is hundreds of times faster. The Heavenly Star Ancestor's pupils contracted. Laymen watched the spectacle while experts discerned the technique. Stellar cultivation was a path that didn't demand high cultivation levels but required exceptional stellar insight, because fundamentally it borrowed stellar power to achieve effects. Whether from foundation establishment or soul formation cultivators, the power provided was negligible compared to the stars themselves. Cultivators merely provided the initial spark. A stellar cultivator's strength was judged by their constellation's response speed. Faster responses meant greater power. Compared to Nangong Xianwing earlier, this unfamiliar cultivator's stellar cultivation was on an entirely different level. Not good. Without hesitation, the Heavenly Star Ancestor activated self-destruct measures. His altar below instantly erupted with destructive force, completely burning away the entire structure, leaving only a 5th-grade spiritual treasure to fly back into his hand. Looking at the destroyed altar, a flash of pain crossed the Heavenly Star Ancestor's eyes. Some of those materials had been 5th grade, quite valuable, but he was grateful for his quick reaction, avoiding counterattack. Wait, why was that strange pressure still there? Realizing this, his expression changed dramatically as he immediately raised the Heavenly Star Mirror. 7 beams of starlight crossed vast distances to strike at him. 7 stars fall, exploding violently. The Tianqing mountain arrays shattered inch by inch as numerous buildings were damaged. Cultivators screamed in panic, dodging the residual shockwaves. At the center, the Heavenly Star Ancestor bore the brunt of the attack. The terrifying strike blasted a massive crater where he stood. Lying in the pit, his Heavenly Star Mirror was covered in cracks but hadn't shattered completely. This was the might of heavenly stars. Combined with the backlash from his own interrupted spell, The power rivaled a full-force attack from a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. This demonstrated the danger of stellar cultivation battles. Backlash effects would amplify celestial attacks, making the combined power unimaginable. The heavenly star ancestor tightly guarded his consciousness, keeping his mind completely blank. The strange pressure abruptly disappeared after this strike. Gasping for breath, he had sensed the lingering pressure after destroying his altar and realized his opponent wasn't just tracking through stellar connections, but something like a curse-based perception. By keeping his mind blank, he had indeed avoided further targeting. This was fortunate amidst misfortune, but actually his worry was unnecessary. Without the backlash amplification, Yuan's remote attacks couldn't truly threaten a soul formation cultivator. Still, this lesson would make the heavenly star ancestor think twice before provoking the 7 extremes sect again. The other 2 locations experienced similar situations. Stellar Masters were indeed intelligent. Both took decisive action and wisely avoided further thoughts about Yuan, making it impossible for him to locate them again. Yuan immediately redirected his mind echo to observe the soul formation ambush site, where battle had already begun. Pig Demon Forest. This was a mountainous forest typically used for training by Qi, refining, and foundation establishment cultivators. The forest was densely populated with pig demons, and though thickly wooded, the terrain was relatively flat with limited dangers. Many golden core cultivators and above would pass through Pig Demon Forest to save time. Yang Pingji, a nascent soul elder from the 7 Extremes Sect's Art Extremity Peak, was currently traversing Pig Demon Forest en route to several important mineral sites belonging to the sect. Her expression appeared calm, yet slightly anxious, as if rushing to provide support. Yet deep in her eyes lurked a terrifying calmness. Her gaze casually swept over several inconspicuous locations while her life-bound treasure remained ready to activate at any moment. The first wave would be the most dangerous. She would face an ambush from 3 experts of equal cultivation level. Without preparation, this would be extremely perilous. But prepared as she was, she felt confident in withstanding this assault. They're coming. Asterisk 3. Hidden in the shadows, 3 nascent soul demonic elders lay in wait. To avoid alerting 7 Extremes Sect's nascent soul experts with formation fluctuations, they hadn't set up any arrays. Yet they were confident that with careful planning against an unsuspecting target, the ambush would succeed. As Yang Pingji flew over a particular section of forest, the 3 nascent soul demonic cultivators struck simultaneously. In the sky above, thousands of heavenly demons materialized out of thin air, transforming into towering demonic shadows that doved downward. Demonic divine ability, heavenly demon dance. From a surrounding forest, 4 flying corpses pounced with lightning speed. Corpse path divine ability, 1,000 miles in a day. From the earth below, dark ghostly energy billowed upward, instantly transforming the surroundings into a nether realm. Ghost path divine ability, netherworld ghost domain. The 3 nascent soul demonic cultivators had opened with their most lethal techniques. In an instant, Yang Pingji found herself in a seemingly inescapable, deadly situation. Yang Pingji's eyes narrowed sharply. In the next moment, a long red-tasseled spear appeared in her hands. Life-bound treasure, self-detonation, desperate strike. The middle section of her red-tasseled spear shattered instantly as a mouthful of concentrated vital essence blood sprayed from Yang Pingji's mouth onto the suddenly protruding spearhead. Her body merged with the spear, clinging to the spearhead as it shot forward. The spearhead concentrated formidable nascent soul power, arriving with unbelievable speed, striking first despite moving last. It slammed violently into one of the flying corpses, splitting open a massive gash in the golden corpse's torso, as Yang Pingji and the spearhead shot straight through. She had torn open the encirclement, escaping 10 miles away in a single breath. The 3 demons, Vulture, Mad Demon, and Mistwalker, froze momentarily, clearly not expecting such an extremely decisive reaction. The speed of her response to the ambush, her quick thinking to break the encirclement, and her ruthless decision-making surpassed all their expectations. After her, but how could three nascent soul experts let Yang Pingji escape so easily? With her life-bound treasure nearly destroyed, most of her vital essence blood expended, and her strength less than 20 to 30% of peak condition. If they didn't kill her now, when would they? Their pursuit speed skyrocketed, rapidly closing the distance to Yang Pingji. Vulture sneered coldly. What a formidable immortal Yang. Quick reaction indeed, but today you'll fall into our demonic sex hands. I've yet to taste a Yang family woman. His eerie laughter went unanswered, not only by the fleeing Yang Pingji ahead, but even his companions Mad Demon and Mistwalker remained silent. Vulture's smile stiffened slightly as he couldn't help asking, "Why aren't you two playing along? Focus on pursuit. No nonsense." Demonic cultivators die from talking too much, Mistwalker retorted. Mad Demon's eyes flickered as he sensed something unusual. As a precaution, he activated a contingency plan. A ripple of soul energy flashed briefly within the damaged corpse's head that had been struck earlier. Mad Demon finally responded. "We're too close to 7 Extremes sect. Make this quick." Vulture's expression darkened, as if he was the only unreliable one here. The three demons rapidly closed in on Yang Pingji. Without hesitation, Yang Pingji repeatedly struck her chest to activate more vital essence blood, while simultaneously burning her nascent soul. Waves of even more powerful nascent soul energy surged forth, stirring heaven and earth to dramatically increase her speed, repeatedly extending the distance. In the blink of an eye, the four had already traversed 3,000 miles. As Yang Pingji passed over a particular mountain peak, her gaze briefly met with something below before she flashed past. The three demons following close behind also crossed the peak in an instant. Then, suddenly, heaven and earth inverted. The mountain peak turned upside down. The three nascent soul, demonic cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Horrified, they looked around. Chinkoan inversion, 4 symbols grand formation, activate. 4 nascent soul cultivators sat firmly at the cardinal directions as 4 pillars of light shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth to instantly form an isolated formation space. The inverted heaven and earth marked the formation's completion. The entire world began pressing down on the 3 nascent soul demonic cultivators, their expressions turning extremely ugly. Beyond the 4 main formation controllers stood 8 additional nascent soul cultivators, watching them with icy gazes. 12 nascent soul righteous cultivators in total. Among them, Vulture even recognized several nascent soul elders from other righteous sects. This was a premeditated ambush all along. But how is this possible? Vulture's fingers trembled as he looked at the pale-faced, but calmly meditating Yang Pingji in the distance, realizing his doom had arrived. It wasn't the enemy's cunning he feared, but their ruthlessness surpassing his own. This wasn't acting. She had truly destroyed her life-bound treasure. Even with preparation, this would severely damage her foundation, requiring extensive recovery time. Did she care nothing for future breakthroughs? Vulture turned to his 2 companions. "Friends, it seems we must fight desperately now. Even if we perish here, we won't let these righteous cultivators off easily. Kill 1 to break even. Kill 2 for profit." Mad Demon's eyes turned icy, his voice filled with madness. "Death is but death." Mistwalker also responded to Vulture. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. Kill, kill, kill. Divine ability. A fierce and brutal battle commenced within the formation. 12 nascent soul righteous cultivators ambushing 3 nascent soul demons with a grand formation. This was an inescapable death trap. Hoping to trade 1 life for another? Utterly impossible. 2 hours later, the movements within the formation ceased. Righteous cultivators began collecting their spoils. Suddenly, one nascent soul cultivator's expression changed. Besides Vulture, both Mistwalker and Mad Demon storage rings are missing. Yang Pingji sighed upon hearing this. I was still too hasty and revealed a flaw. You did well enough, given their paranoid natures. At most, some split souls or remnant spirits escaped. Even if they possess new bodies, their future threat is minimal. We've achieved our primary objective. A 7 Extremes sect elder smiled. Order counterattacks at all outposts. Another elder declared. Agreed. Instantly, the elders sent out their messages. At 7 Extremes sect outposts that had been barely holding on while awaiting reinforcements, defensive formations suddenly blazed with radiant light, dispersing surrounding ghosts, demons, and monsters. Inside these outposts that originally held only hundreds of disciples, 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators suddenly emerged, not just from 7 Extremes sect, but other righteous sects as well. Counterattack! Counterattack! Slaughter these demonic bastards. They charged from the outposts toward the demonic cultivators. Damn it, the plan's gone wrong. Retreat. Seeing several core formation cultivators appear, the demonic commander immediately turned to flee without a second thought for his subordinates. While 2 core formation cultivators pursued the fleeing commander, the other 2 directly attacked the demonic golden core cultivators. Generals against generals? Kings against kings? Sorry, this was a massacre. Between righteousness and demonic paths, there were no real rules. This was a premeditated, well-planned counter-ambush. The 3 great demonic sects suffered heavy losses. Somewhere in Pig Demon Forest, a zombie head flew into a dark cave. From the zombie's eyes emerged a weakened soul. Cough! Cough! Mad Demon coughed violently, streams of pure soul energy dissipating and worsening his injuries. Yet his eyes still shone with relief. Thank goodness. He had kept a backup plan. He had left a split soul in the damaged flying corpse as a contingency measure. Now, it had truly saved his life. Moreover, he had kept his main storage ring with this split soul. Though his main body's destruction had damaged this split soul as well, leaving it severely injured, at least he still lived. He quickly retrieved his storage ring and consumed a pill. Like a physical body, his soul seemed to contain meridians through which the pill's effects spread, repairing soul damage. Who leaked our plans? That Southern Palace Star Cultivator? No, he couldn't be this capable. Then who? That founding ancestor. He couldn't help muttering to himself. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Warily observing around, he found nothing unusual beyond the howling winds. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, Mad Demon didn't hesitate to relocate his split soul. But Yuan had already locked onto his position. An overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon Mad Demon's split soul. The powerful suppression instantly slowed the split soul's movements. Those souls could move much faster than physical bodies. It was useless against this area suppression. At the soul transformation level, this pressure could suppress even a peak-condition Mad Demon by 30%. Now facing only a severely injured split soul, his power was reduced to pitiful levels. Mad Demon looked around fearfully, but couldn't locate the source of this pressure. Senior, spare me, I begged Dash. Before he could finish, the Big Dipper in the sky suddenly shone brilliantly. 7 starlights transformed into 7 star swords, gathering fire, earth, and metal concepts while infused with stellar intent, descending with thunderous momentum. Fierce in power, swift in speed, the suppressed split soul had no means to evade. Mad Demon took out a treasure weapon from his storage ring to block. But with his soul energy so depleted, how long could he last? As starlight rained down, his treasure weapon was knocked away. When the swords struck his body, their extreme destructive power worsened his injuries. In the end, Mad Demon didn't die from Yuan's long-range attack, but from his own injuries erupting. The noisy forest soon fell silent. All demonic beasts, sensing the commotion, hid away, not daring to make a sound. Su Yuan remained in the state of mind echo. His consciousness darted between various thoughts, searching for traces of Mistwalker. To his surprise, the old demon had stopped mentioning him. With a hand seal, Su Yuan connected with heaven and earth, using his spiritual sense to commune with the Big Dipper once more. He activated his deduction technique again. After a long search, Su Yuan frowned. Gone? I can't deduce his location anymore. His deduction only showed a wisp of black mist vanishing underground. It resembled an Earth escape technique. This Mistwalker actually possessed Earth escape abilities. Beneath the Earth, the starlight of the Big Dipper couldn't easily penetrate, making deduction difficult. Since the other party wasn't mentioning him either, he couldn't use Mind Echo to locate him. Su Yuan fell into deep thought. He must be severely injured too and can't have gone far. He's probably hiding underground to recover. Su Yuan had no intention of letting this nascent soul demon go. My shortcomings are quite apparent. He sighed. While the Big Dipper was powerful, it lacked effective means against underground targets, something he'd need to address in the future. With spare cultivation time remaining from balanced rest, he decided not to waste it and began deducing escape techniques. This was another weakness he'd identified. His speed was too slow. Fortunately, this flaw was easier to remedy. Starlight represented extreme speed in this world. Using starry intent as foundation, 7 stars flowing light steps as base, and referencing various nascent soul cultivators' flight techniques, creating a star escape method shouldn't be difficult. Under balanced rest, as effect, the framework of the escape technique quickly took shape and developed. However, he soon hit a bottleneck in its creation. Without hesitation, he activated balanced rest 3 times, sacrificing tenfold duration for heightened comprehension. The bottleneck shattered, allowing him to refine the technique further. Finally, before balanced rest expired, he successfully created the 7 stars escape technique. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan summoned the 6th grade spiritual treasure floating light pot into his right hand, while the myriad treasures Qinquan Ding flew into his sleeve. The 9 stars linked pearl sword glowed as he stepped onto the flying sword, rapidly ascending. 7 stars encircled him like a rising Big Dipper formation, resonating with its celestial counterpart. Su Yuan's figure shot upward at increasing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had pierced the clouds and vanished. Nangong Xianwang, seeing Su Yuan about to leave, changed expression and immediately gave chase to protect him. But by the time he reached midair, Su Yuan had already disappeared. What kind of escape technique is this? The old immortal stared at the still bright Big Dipper overhead, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had already reached the 9th heaven. Locking onto Pig Demon Forest direction, he plunged back toward Earth. A streak of starlight carrying terrifying momentum crashed down from Pig Demon Forest sky, blasting a massive crater upon impact. Pa! A dusty Su Yuan emerged from the hole, spitting out mud. This technique needs improvement, he remarked, looking skyward. His 7 stars escape technique worked by harnessing the Big Dipper's pull and projection, resulting in strictly vertical movement. Takeoff was rocket fast, while descent resembled a meteor strike. The problem was Pig Demon Forest lacked both star formations for positioning and mind echo for guidance, causing a slight miscalculation in landing distance and altitude. He couldn't brake in time. Fortunately, his tough hide prevented injury. Soaring up again, Su Yuan identified a direction and flew off. Activating 7 stars flowing light steps, his figure flickered like starlight across the sky. Fast, but nowhere near his escape technique speed. Soon, he reached Mad Demon's final resting place. With a wave, a storage ring flew into his hand. Su Yuan grinned. Excellent. Not looting after killing feels unbearable. Finally got it. Shaoli's curious voice came from the floating light pot. Su Yuan, how did you know there was a storage ring here? Su Yuan laughed. This is naturally my spoils of war. The spirit beast sounded puzzled. She hadn't seen him fight here. How could there be spoils? Waving it off, Yuan flew to another location, the spot where Mistwalker had vanished. After some thought, he found a rock and sliced it flat with his sword, then inscribed several lines of text before quietly departing. He visited several pig demon forest locations, leaving messages at each, then rocketed skyward, vanishing as a speck of light. Loot collected, exit secured. Yuan operated with perfect caution. 3 days later, Pig Demon Forest regained its peaceful, original state. Suddenly, a concealed black shadow emerged from underground. Mistwalker checked the skies for ambushes and sighed in relief. Finally survived. When I return, I'll definitely uncover who leaked our plans. Damn it, there must be a mole. Cursing, he took a few steps before his spiritual sense detected writing on a nearby boulder. Instinctively, he read, I, Mistwalker, leaked demonic sect secrets, causing our ruin and heavy losses. I failed my sect's nurturing. Regrets. Deep regrets. Mistwalker's face darkened like a burnt pot. Such a crude framing attempt. Who the hell devised this? Hiding in shadows, he glared at the rock. Undoubtedly, it bore traps. Destroying it would summon nascent soul hunters. Yet leaving it rankled him. After prolonged observation revealed no formations, just an ordinary rock, his frustration grew. What vile bastard came up with this? So sneaky, he mentally cursed the unknown perpetrator to 18th generation damnation. Oomph. I won't take the bait. Mistwalker turned away. After some distance, another inscribed rock appeared. Coward. Trash. Run along now. Live to fight another day. Ha ha ha. His eyelid twitched. This practically named him. Mistwalker sneered. His concealment surpassed peers. Did they think such childish tricks could flush him out? As a venerable nascent soul demon, would he be provoked by mere words? Shaking his head disdainfully, he mentally bookmarked this nasty trickster for future vengeance when recovered. Suddenly, a sword light slashed toward him. Forced to reveal his nascent soul, Mistwalker barely dodged as a nascent soul elder struck, eyes gleaming. Huh, you really are here. TCH. Escape. Mistwalker transformed in a black shadow, fleeing at full speed. With only a nascent soul remaining, his power was less than 1%, but soul form movement could briefly achieve hundredfold velocity without fleshly constraints, enough to evade pursuit. Creating distance, he dissolved into black mist again. His nascent soul injuries worsened further, energy reserves depleting. Hiding anxiously, he lamented, should have left earlier. Who said the most dangerous place is safest? Got played. Should have ignored that damned rock. Such simple tricks actually delayed me. My mental cultivation's insufficient. He cursed the message writer again. Suddenly, danger screamed through his senses. Before reacting, terrifying spear energy pierced the earth, impaling his nascent soul. Divine ability, soul mist transformation. His nascent soul dispersed, a portion vanishing entirely before reforming. Without pause, he activated soul escape, tunneling frantically underground. Despite multiple relocations, attacks kept finding him as if tracked. His nascent soul weakened continuously. Mistwalker realized death neared. Before dying, he desperately wanted to know who had betrayed their plans and authored those damned messages. Emerging at another spot, he froze, seeing another boulder inscribed. No escape above or below. This humble Daoist, Tianxing invites you to die. What? Tianxing. Shockwaves rocked him as multiple attacks vaporized his nascent soul completely. A ring clattered to the ground. Several nascent soul cultivators appeared, expressions odd. What an undignified death. This counts as Ancestor Sue's spoils. Let's return it. They retrieved the ring for 7 Extremes sect. Much later, at Mistwalker's original hiding spot, black mist coalesced into his degraded nascent soul. No, it had regressed to a mere golden core. Yet he lived. Staring at the slanderous first rock, he sneered. Didn't expect this, did you? I had a golden cicada escape plan. Suddenly, overwhelming pressure immobilized his ravaged golden core form, suppressing his power below 1%. The Big Dipper blazed above as starlight transformed into swords raining down. Boom! The ground erupted in a massive crater. Starlight lingered momentarily, ensuring Mistwalker's complete annihilation before dissipating. Inside the floating light pot, after refining the storage rings of Mad Demon and Mistwalker, Yuan poured out all their contents, forming two small mountains beside the Silver Spirit Lake. The collections of these nascent soul demonic cultivators were astonishingly rich. Aside from vast quantities of spirit stones, there were all kinds of rare materials below 5th grade, hundreds of 3rd grade treasure weapons, and over 1,000 2nd grade spiritual artifacts. Other treasures were equally abundant. A single storage ring contained thousands of years' worth of collections from a nascent soul cultivator, truly innumerable. This was nascent soul, the highest tier of cultivators in the currently known territories. Yuan searched through them, but only found one 5th grade spiritual treasure and two 4th grade treasure weapons. Treasures above 4th grade were scarce, though materials were plentiful. Only these few finished items remained. The 5th grade spiritual treasure turned out to be a soul-gathering banner containing 9,000 ghosts. This must have belonged to Mistwalker, as it bore many cracks, clearly damaged. The moment it was taken out, the banner showed signs of activity. Shaoli, prepared in advance, immediately suppressed it with the power of her 6th grade spiritual treasure, rendering it immobile. The other two treasure weapons were a tower and a bell, a corpse-nurturing tower and a soul-destroying bell respectively. Yuan glanced at them briefly before losing interest. Staring at the soul-gathering banner, he scratched his head. What should I do with this? Unable to refine it, it seemed he could only hand it over to the sect. At that moment, the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron floated over. Yuan, besides absorbing divine essence to upgrade my grade, I can also absorb the essence of spiritual treasures to recover from damage. I can even inherit some functions from refined spiritual treasures. If you don't need these spiritual treasures and weapons, why not let me refine them? Little Qian's voice was full of anticipation and nervousness. Yuan looked at him strangely. You never mentioned you could refine existing treasures before. Only now do you reveal this ability. Isn't this function particularly problematic? Shaoli jumped into Yuan's arms, baring her teeth at little Qian. You're too dishonest. I knew you weren't a proper spiritual treasure. Little Qian replied urgently. I had reasons for not mentioning it earlier. Although severely damaged, I'm still difficult to refine completely, which is why I advised Yuan to use divine essence for refinement. But now that I'm over halfway refined and Yuan has obtained these treasures, it makes sense to mention it. There was no point mentioning it before. Really, Shaoli looked completely unconvinced. Yuan smiled. No rush, no rush. Little Qian stared at the mountain of treasure weapons, practically drooling. Yuan asked again. So, in reality, you don't need divine essence to restore to 7th grade? You can just refine and absorb other treasures. Little Qian immediately answered. Exactly. Though absorbing divine essence remains my primary method for grade improvement. Refining treasures has poor cost-effectiveness, but it's quite fast for grade restoration. What do you mean by poor cost-effectiveness? Yuan asked suspiciously. Shaoli warned. Yuan, it must be a scam. For example, if I'm a lower 7th grade spiritual treasure, I need to absorb about 100 lower 7th grade spiritual treasures just to advance to middle 7th grade. Little Qian admitted sheepishly. What, 100? For just one minor grade improvement? Yuan was dumbfounded. No wonder this old fellow never mentioned this function, afraid Yuan would abandon him upon hearing it. Yuan looked at the two mountains of spoils and immediately spotted a cauldron among them. He extended his true energy to form a giant hand that pulled it out for inspection. Little Qian commented, a lower 3rd grade treasure cauldron, suitable for alchemy and artifact forging. Yuan nodded. A decent cauldron. Want it? Little Qian replied joyfully. Very much. No rush, Yuan laughed. Little Qian rolled his eyes. Ha ha! Shally wagged her tail in amusement nearby. Yuan then began refining the small cauldron. Massive amounts of true energy poured into it continuously for half an hour before he successfully refined it. Looking at the newly refined cauldron, then at the dejected small bowl nearby, Yuan grew thoughtful. He suddenly realized something unusual. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron currently only had two special effects: aura transformation and fasting spiritual liquid, both obtained from refining numerous fasting pills. Where were all the functions it should have obtained from other treasures? Even damaged, it shouldn't be this thorough. At least the core functions like absorbing divine essence and refining treasures remained. There could only be one explanation. He's not the original artifact spirit of the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. He's its former master. Yuan's mind raced to this possibility. For some reason, he possessed his own artifact spirit, becoming the cauldron's new spirit. That explains why he sounds both childish and ancient. This also explains why the cauldron seems like a blank slate, with only two basic functions remaining, because its core has been replaced. His urgency to refine treasures for recovery? He hasn't given up, planning to escape once restored. As long as not fully refined, he still has a chance to use the artifact as a body and regain humanity. Yuan also understood why little Qian seemed increasingly anxious, realizing Yuan's growth exceeded expectations. Previously a foundation establishment, Yuan couldn't completely refine even a damaged 7th grade spiritual treasure quickly. But with Yuan's rapid advancement, little Qian grew nervous. Yuan secretly observed the cauldron. Even now, little Qian hadn't manifested as an artifact spirit, hiding in the core under pretext of injury, clearly afraid of exposure. Previously, when refining large quantities of low-grade items could refine the cauldron faster, little Qian recommended higher-grade items instead, which increased recovery speed but decreased refinement efficiency. Would a 7th grade artifact spirit not understand this trade-off? What a sneaky old fox. Too bad you're just an artifact spirit now. No threat. This realization came from witnessing how hard it was to kill a nascent soul cultivator. The original owner of a 7th grade treasure should have been at least at the void refinement or body unity stage. Wouldn't they be even harder to kill? After some internal grumbling, Yuan activated the cauldron to attempt artifact forging. The myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron floated over curiously. What are you forging? A lower 1st grade spirit gathering pearl. Yuan smiled. Oh, that's quite easy. Little Qian nodded. Each great improvement of a spirit-gathering pearl yields divine essence. It's good practice. My thoughts exactly, Yuan agreed. He threw some fire attribute spirit ore into the cauldron, igniting it with true energy flames. With his alchemy experience, forging came even more naturally. Under his control, the ore gradually formed into a pearl. Yuan's spiritual sense guided true energy to carve spirit-gathering runes inside. In moments, a spirit-gathering pearl was complete. Opening the cauldron, the pearl flew out as a strand of divine essence entered the myriad treasures heaven-earth cauldron. Little Qian said happily, "Now the cauldron has a spirit-gathering effect, though very weak. You could try forging lower 2nd grade pearls for more noticeable effects." No rush. Yuan waved with a smile. He could feel his refinement of the cauldron deepening, yet its displayed grade remained firmly at upper 1st grade, exactly what he wanted. After this success, Yuan became more proficient. This time, he threw in large quantities of various attribute materials. Under his flames, impurities were burned away, leaving pure essence. 5 large masses of refined material formed. From these, he separated portions of wood, earth, water, and metal attributes, forming individual pearls with spirit-gathering runes, creating wood, earth, water, and metal spirit-gathering pearls. With a wave, these 4 pearls flew out, sending 4 equal strands of divine essence into the cauldron. Little Qian sounded surprised. Different attribute pearls indeed provide complete divine essence. But that's it. You could forge middle-grade pearls now. Not necessarily. Su Yuan shook his head. Su Yuan combined two materials, each from the 5 refined essences, unifying them with spirit-gathering runes. 10 dual-attribute spirit-gathering pearls emerged, providing 10 more divine essence strands. Little Qian fell silent. Next came combinations of 3 materials, producing another 10 pearls. Little Qian's eyelid twitched. It recalled the 100-flavored fasting pills incident. Realizing Su Yuan was up to something big. Just as expected, with experience gained, Su Yuan began experimenting with various material ratios to create entirely new spirit-gathering pearls. The combinations of low-grade forging materials were endless. Every ratio created a new pearl variety. Moreover, spirit-gathering runes came in many types, and their combinations could form even more complex patterns. Attributes weren't limited to just the 5 elements. There were wind, thunder, lightning, yin, yang, ice, darkness, etc. The combinations multiplied further when considering unequal material proportions. The more random, the better. Precisely because lower first-grade spirit-gathering pearls were simple, they offered endless possibilities, with near-perfect success rates and rapid forging speed. It required little mental effort, perfectly fitting his balance work and rest philosophy. Thus, Su Yuan devoted himself entirely to forging spirit-gathering pearls in the Grotto Heaven. 2 months passed in this manner. On this day, as he completed an omni-attribute spirit-gathering pearl, a final strand of divine essence merged into the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Every core restriction within the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron had been completely refined by Su Yuan. The moment the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron was completely refined, a sigh filled with indescribable meaning reached Su Yuan's ears. Looking inward at the cauldron's core, Su Yuan saw a young man with a resolute face but snow-white hair, smiling as he cupped his hands towards Su Yuan. "I shall rely on your guidance from now on, Master." Su Yuan asked in surprise. "You're not pretending anymore? It seems you saw through me long ago." Old Qian replied. Su Yuan shook his head. "I merely speculated. Besides, you didn't conceal much. You don't seem too disappointed either. I've merged with the artifact spirit. I am now the artifact spirit myself, having severed my path of independent cultivation. Spiritual treasures ultimately must depend on cultivators. Your potential is unparalleled in my experience. Following you, my future should be brighter." Old Qian explained. Su Yuan nodded understandingly. "I see. You can take all these spiritual artifacts and treasure weapons to refine then." "Many thanks, Master. Just call me Su Yuan. I'm not used to Master. Though when you make a public appearance, you'll have to address me properly. Appearances matter after all." Understood. The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron rose autonomously, hovering above the small mountain before suddenly expanding and releasing a powerful suction force over the hill. In the next moment, vast quantities of first-tier magical instruments, pills, talismans, formation plates, and similar items were all sucked into the giant bowl. Xiao Li's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Su Yuan, it's rebelling. Why did it suddenly eat all your spoils of war?" Su Yuan laughed. "It's fine, I told it to. It's been completely refined by me now, becoming my true right-hand man." Xiao Li made an "oh" sound and stopped worrying, jumping into Su Yuan's arms to find a comfortable position before watching the cauldron intently. The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron began refining the massive quantity of treasures. Various first-tier pills, talismans, and magical instruments were refined at astonishing speed. In mere moments, its grade rose to peak first tier, then easily broke through to second tier, becoming a mid-grade second-tier spiritual artifact. Then it released another suction force, drawing in a large batch of second-tier treasures. It began refining second-tier spiritual artifacts, pills, talismans, and more. After just half a day, The cauldron reached peak second tier before smoothly advancing to become a third-tier treasure weapon, finally stabilizing at high-grade third tier. Subsequently, the cauldron powerfully sucked in all third-tier treasures into its bowl. Hundreds of third-tier treasure weapons were rapidly decomposed under the cauldron's intense refining, becoming nourishment for the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron. These were third-tier treasures, items even golden core cultivators might only possess one or two of, each worth at least several dozen high-grade spirit stones. Yet all were refined and absorbed without hesitation. Logically, refining third-tier items should be slower, but the restored third-tier myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron was even more powerful, its refining speed actually increasing. The third-tier treasures seemingly evaporated into thin air, becoming stepping stones for the cauldron's advancement. The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron rapidly rose to peak high-grade fourth tier. Since this was restoration rather than initial advancement, such massive quantities of treasure weapons could push it to such heights. All that remained were piles of spirit stones, raw materials, 2 fourth-tier treasure weapons, and 1 damaged 5th-tier spiritual treasure. The corpse-nurturing pagoda and soul mourning bell already possessed considerable spirituality. The 2 fourth-tier treasure weapons trembled in place. Old Qian paused and asked, "Su Yuan, shall we absorb these 2 as well?" "Go ahead. They're demonic sect treasures anyway. Useless to our sect," Su Yuan said indifferently. Thus Old Qian unceremoniously absorbed both 4th-tier treasures at once. Its grade successfully restored to peak 4th tier. Then Old Qian set its sights on the 5th-tier spiritual treasure. The soul gathering banner struggled violently. Su Yuan coldly snorted. "Demonic path spiritual treasure. What use are you? Shaoli, help Old Qian suppress and refine it." "Understood," Shaoli responded before pausing. Old Qian." A white-haired youth materialized above the cauldron, smiling at Shaoli. "I'd appreciate your help, little fox." "Wow, you're so old," Shaoli exclaimed. "White hair was fashionable back then. You wouldn't understand, little fox," Old Qian explained. Shaoli pouted, but still helped suppress the soul-gathering banner. Su Yuan also activated his pressure, a powerful suppressing force bearing down on the banner, rendering the masterless spiritual treasure completely helpless. The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron enveloped the entire soul-gathering banner within itself. As the banner disappeared, the cauldron's grade rose. 3 days later, the myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron directly ascended to mid-grade 5th tier, its form transforming into a magnificent golden treasure cauldron. The cauldron momentarily shifted into a pagoda shape, then a bell form, before finally becoming banner-like. This display made Su Yuan's eyes light up. This ability was truly remarkable. With a beckoning gesture, the cauldron flew into his hand, transforming according to his will. "Su Yuan, there are still 9,000 vengeful spirits inside. How should we handle them?" "The cauldron can control them, but without ghost path energy replenishment, they'll gradually weaken." "Vengeful spirits?" Su Yuan sighed. "Probably fallen righteous path cultivators. I'll find a way to release them later. I can release them directly." Somehow those 2 demonic cultivator storage rings contained many Buddhist implements capable of releasing trapped souls. "After refining them, I've gained the ability to release spirits. I can send them to reincarnation," Old Qian said. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't noticed any Buddhist implements earlier. "Then release them." "Understood." The myriad treasures Heaven-Earth Cauldron transformed into a banner with golden surface, resembling less a soul-gathering banner and more an emperor's banner. 9,000 vicious ghosts snarled ferociously upon it, radiating malevolence. But as golden light shone upon them, the dark demonic energy around the spirits gradually evaporated. Their twisted expressions softened, even gaining clarity in their eyes. When the soul purification concluded, Old Qian released the restrictions. The first spirit flew from the banner, a middle-aged cultivator who bowed gratefully to Su Yuan before vanishing as if drawn by some force, presumably entering reincarnation. Ding! Fame value plus 555. Su Yuan was startled. What was that spirit's original cultivation level? Golden core stage. What? Old Chin asked. Nothing. Su Yuan shook his head. One by one, spirits flew from the banner, each paying respects to Su Yuan through bows, cupped hands, or looks of admiration before disappearing. Continuous notifications sounded in Su Yuan's ears. Ding! Fame value plus 666. Ding! Fame value plus 44. Ding! Fame value plus 7. From these notifications, Su Yuan discerned the pattern. Golden core cultivators could provide fame value 3 times, foundation establishment twice, and chi refining only once. Hence the 666 points, the sum of 6, 60, and 600 points. There were no nascent soul spirits left, likely all consumed in battle. The remainder were golden core and below, but at least chi refining late-stage cultivators. Watching his fame value skyrocket, Su Yuan's expression became complex. Truly, virtue had its rewards. He suddenly realized an excellent method to gain fame value. Hunting Ghost Fiend sect members would yield massive amounts while remaining low profile. His fame value now soared to 485,000, over halfway to the next level. This single wave brought over 300,000 points. Absurd. Su Yuan was thoroughly delighted. Slaying a soul transformation cultivator indeed brought tremendous rewards. As if resonating with his joy, the multicolored cocoon floating at Silver Spirit Lake's center finally showed movement. Su Yuan immediately turned his gaze. The rainbow cocoon began cracking apart. Then an incredibly beautiful spirit fish emerged. The 9-colored celestial fish flew through the air, leaving trails of 5-colored rainbows that lingered brilliantly. Little Kai's eyes shimmered with colored light. Most noticeably, her intelligence had clearly increased. When she opened her mouth, melodious words emerged. Su Yuan, I broke through. Little Kai joyfully flew over. Su Yuan reached out to catch her, only for her fish head to slam into his chest. Su Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing into the cliffside by the waterfall, leaving a human-shaped crater. Complete silence fell. Shally subtly distanced herself from Little Kai. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan crawled from the crater, covered in dust and looking thoroughly disheveled. Little Kai cried out, Su Yuan, are you okay? She zipped toward him again. Stop, Su Yuan urgently shouted, paling. Little Kai halted just in time, her fish face blushing. I just broke through and haven't controlled my strength yet. Su Yuan shook his body, the dust instantly dispersing to reveal him completely unharmed, not even his breathing disturbed. Old Qian's eye twitched as he thought. This kid's body is ridiculously tough. How's he any different from a demon beast? A demon beast king at that. After playing with Little Kai for a while, she suddenly said, I want a name too. Su Yuan pondered briefly before saying, Then you'll be Su Si. Sounds similar. Little Kai noted. Si means multi-talented. From now on, you'll be the most talented 9-colored celestial fish. I like it. I like it. Little Kai immediately agreed. Xiao Li and Old Qian exchanged glances, expression strange. It's not like there were other 9-colored celestial fish around to compare with anyway.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.